Unlike his predecessor, the indecisive Duke of Thorn City, Duke Simon was a force to be reckoned with when it came to his personal interests. Known for his audacity, he even dared to clash with the royal family of the Riel Empire when necessary. One such instance involved the controversial ownership of the Silver Stream mine. Legally, the mine along with other significant elementium silver deposits was the property of the royal family. These assets had been managed by the city lord of Thorn City ever since Terra I annexed the Blackwater Kingdom and renamed it Blackwater Province. However, upon assuming his title, Duke Simon took bold action. He ousted the royal family's appointed factions from the Silver Stream mine and claimed it as his private property. From then on, the royal family was limited to collecting trade taxes on the exported elementium silver. Initially, this move sparked unease among the citizens of Thorn City. Many feared that the young duke's defiance would lead to open conflict with the royal family, plunging their already cursed land back into chaos. Surprisingly, the royal family chose to avoid confrontation, eventually reaching a compromise. They signed a trade agreement granting priority access to high-quality elementium silver ingots for the Imperial Battle Mage Academy and the Astral Council. To secure his control, Duke Simon stationed his elite bramble guards at the mine, recruited miners exclusively from the local populace, and assigned supervisory roles to his palace mages. Though effective in maintaining order, this arrangement left the supervisors discontent. Many were magic chanters of high standing, forced into what they saw as demeaning roles due to their political missteps. One such supervisor was currently dealing with a new miner. A magic chanter of expert rank, the supervisor harbored a simmering resentment. He had once been a figure of respect in the palace, conducting research at the academy. Now, he was overseeing common laborers in a mine, a daily reminder of his fall from grace. To assert some semblance of authority, the supervisor had imposed a rule: anyone addressing him must include "sir" in their speech. It was a small concession to soothe his bruised ego. But today, a newcomer had the audacity to challenge even this rule. The room tensed as the miners watched the exchange. The supervisor, his expression dark, demanded, "Show me your transfer order." New arrivals to the Silver Stream mine underwent rigorous identity checks by the Elementium Silver Chamber of Commerce to prevent infiltration by rival factions. Even internal transfers required official documentation, marked with the distinctive rose seal. William, the newcomer, reached into his pocket and retrieved a folded piece of paper. He handed it to the supervisor, who opened it only to find nothing. At first glance, it seemed like blank paper. But for a brief instant, words materialized on the page, only to vanish just as quickly. The supervisor's gaze turned vacant, his mind ensnared by an enchantment. When he came to, he refolded the paper and returned it to William without hesitation. "Join the team. We'll discuss your conduct after your shift," he said calmly. The surrounding miners were stunned. The supervisor, notorious for his temper, had simply let the matter slide. As his gaze swept the room, the miners quickly averted their eyes. William had prepared well. He had cast a legendary spell, Seal of Confusion, rather than the lesser human befuddlement. The distinction was critical. The former worked on intelligent beings up to level 50, while the latter was effective only on humans below level 20. In the game, these spells merely distracted foes during stealth. But here, they momentarily clouded the target's judgment just enough to bypass scrutiny. Rows of magic crystal lamps illuminated the sprawling mine. Miners gathered near the elevator, fastening ropes and gear to prepare for descent. William mimicked their actions, fumbling with the unfamiliar equipment. A tall man named Sigmunds noticed his struggle and stepped in. "Loop it under, then tie it off," he instructed patiently, helping William secure the gear. "This your first time in a mine?" "Yes," William replied. "Can you fill me in on what to expect?" Sigmunds studied him, puzzled. It was unheard of for someone with no mining experience to be transferred to the prestigious Silver Stream mine. The supervisor's unusual reaction to William's transfer order only deepened his suspicion. Rumors swirled that Duke Simon had once disguised himself as a miner to investigate the elementium silver industry firsthand. Could this newcomer be another disguised noble? Whatever the truth, Sigmunds doubted it would improve conditions for the miners. Soon, the group assembled near the elevator, a steel cage suspended over a seemingly bottomless shaft. Sigmunds addressed the crowd. "We're heading to mine path number 9. Conserve the magic crystal lamps until we're underground. Each group takes a cage of golden-tailed birds. If the birds act strange, return immediately." Sigmunds turned to William and a younger miner named Colt. "You two are with me in group 1. The elevator descended with a groan of gears. As they descended, Sigmunds offered a quiet warning. "When you're back tonight, apologize to the supervisor. He's known to hold grudges." William smiled, deflecting with a question. "I heard the mine was recently sealed off. Do you know why?" "Don't talk about that here," Sigmunds hissed, his tone sharp. The elevator creaked to a halt, and the miners prepared to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the Silver Stream mine. Sigmunds glanced around nervously as the elevator descended into darkness. Without lights, the surroundings were eerily silent, leaving nothing visible beyond the faint creak of the elevator's gears. "Don't mention that here," he whispered to William. "Why not?" William replied, lowering his voice. Sigmunds hesitated before muttering, "I'll explain later. Just keep quiet for now." The descent continued for several minutes until the elevator came to a halt with a metallic clunk. The miners activated their magic crystal lamps, casting a warm orange glow that chased away the suffocating darkness. 10 beams of light illuminated the vast, cavernous expanse of mine path number 9. The main tunnel was broad enough to fit 3 side-by-side trains, with branching paths that extended into the depths like a tree's gnarled roots. Simple wooden signs marked each intersection, and faint silver glimmers sparkled along the stone walls, elementium silver ores catching the lamplight. Sigmunds turned to address the group. We're responsible for path number 3 today. Keep an eye on your magic crystal lamps and don't wander too far. If your lamp dims, retrace your steps immediately. And always watch the golden-tailed birds. If anything happens to them, alert everyone and regroup here. The miners nodded, their responses muted as they moved toward their assigned paths. Sigmunds waited until the others dispersed before turning to Colt, a younger miner he had been guiding. Your leg is still injured, Sigmunds said, concern in his tone. Take it easy today. Come with me, and I'll help you finish your quota. Colt shook his head stubbornly. It's just a scratch, Uncle Sigmunds. I can manage. Good lad, Sigmunds replied, ruffling Colt's hair affectionately. Stick with us today. That goes for you too, he said, glancing at William. Once the others were out of earshot, Sigmund's expression darkened. Don't bring up what you mentioned earlier, not in front of them. Many lost friends and family during that accident. Accident? You mean the collapse in mine path #7? William asked bluntly. Sigmunds grimaced. Yes, a nightmare. Frankly, I think the entire Silver Stream mine should have been shut down until the cause was understood. He paused before continuing, his voice heavy. About 2 months ago, we unearthed something unusual in mine #7. A boneyard. A boneyard? William echoed. Sigmunds nodded grimly. At first, some miners claimed to have seen ghosts in the tunnels. It's not unheard of. People die down here every year, and their remains aren't given proper burials. The church occasionally sends clergy for blessings, but it's more of a formality. Over time, everyone just learns to ignore the whispers of the dead. In a world like this, he went on, ghosts are usually echoes, shadows left behind by strong emotions or magical interference. They're harmless and fade away unless stabilized by magic. But these were different. How so? William pressed. The ghosts were dressed like people from the old Blackwater Kingdom, Sigmunds explained, his tone wary. You know the Empire conquered Blackwater over 800 years ago, right? For ghosts to remain for that long, something powerful must be anchoring them. William frowned, recalling the region's history. You're saying the miners saw spirits from 800 years ago? Sigmunds nodded. At first, we thought they were just residual echoes. But as we dug deeper, we uncovered a burial ground beneath a layer of shale. Tens of thousands of fossilized skulls were stacked into a temple-like structure. And the ghosts, they weren't just lingering. They were worshipping something. His voice trembled slightly as he recounted the events. A few of the braver miners decided to explore the temple. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. The ghosts ignored them at first, but when they got too close to the structure, the entire place seemed to awaken. The ghosts rushed the temple, and moments later, an earthquake shook the tunnel. Mine path #7 collapsed, and those men, they were buried under an avalanche of skulls. Sigmund's gaze softened as he turned to Colt. Your father saved the rest of us that day. He held up a broken support frame so we could escape, but it cost him dearly. His leg was crushed, and he lost an eye to flying debris. He's the reason we're alive. Colt's expression tightened, but he nodded in understanding. And the temple? William asked quietly. The Duke sealed off the mine for a month and sent investigators. Rumor has it he lost an entire squad of bramble guards before turning to adventurers. The first 2 groups never came back. The third Thorn City's famed bramble mercenaries returned with only their leader, Castorant. But whatever he saw down there broke him. He came out raving, a shell of the man he once was. William's mind flicked to his earlier encounter with Castorant. The warnings the man had given him suddenly carried more weight. Sigmunds sighed. After that, the Duke ordered mine path #7 sealed indefinitely. Operations shifted to path #9, even though it's far more difficult to mine. That's the story. He stopped walking and turned to William, his expression cautious yet probing. Now, I've answered your questions. Let me ask one of my own. William raised an eyebrow. What's your true identity? Sigmunds asked, his voice low but firm.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Mine path #7. William smiled and didn't answer Sigmunds's question. Instead, he asked him something completely unrelated. What do you think of your life now? What do you mean? Sigmunds asked warily. If he was only suspicious previously, he was almost certain that the person in front of him wasn't a miner who had been transferred over. He had asked about the mine's blockade and asked about his situation in life. Even an idiot could tell that something was amiss. Could it be a spy sent by the Duke? Or a spy from the royal family? From the other party's constant questions about the mine being sealed not long ago, the latter seemed more likely. Back then, the Duke had relied on inciting the miners to riot to gain actual ownership of the Silver Stream mine from the royal family. Now, did the royal family want to use the excuse of the recent accident to give him a taste of his own medicine? Or perhaps I should ask you more directly, are you willing to continue living like this? Seeing that Sigmunds didn't seem to plan on answering, William continued asking. These words convinced Sigmunds that the other party was from the royal family. As long as I live on without being embroiled in some inexplicable dispute or dying for no reason, Sigmunds replied. Although he hadn't experienced the Silver Stream mine riot 20 years ago, he had heard from an old miner who had experienced it and understood how tragic it was. Back then, those miners were the vanguard. After making a huge sacrifice to help the Duke regain ownership of the mine, the Duke broke his original promise and exploited them even more. Never trust the promises made by those in power. The old miner who had taught him had once said this to him before he died in a mining accident. Only by surviving can we live. If you want us to risk our lives for a promise that we don't know if you can keep in the future, I advise you not to ask further. We're only here to earn a living and don't want to cause ourselves too much trouble. Sigmunds continued. It's no wonder that the supervisor outside calls you a MR nice guy. Did you become the person in charge here by not causing trouble or suffering punishment in the stead of others? William looked at him and spoke in a mocking tone. There's no need to goad me. I won't fall for it. At this moment, they were walking along the tunnel. The sound of shovels and oars constantly sounded from ahead. As Sigmunds spoke, he took off the shovel hanging at his waist. Times have changed, and it's completely different from 20 years ago. Back then, the people here could rely on shovels and explosives to attack the supervisors and guards here and rely on their own strength to seal off this mine. But what about now? Sigmunds pointed above his head. The Duke relied on this to earn his wealth back then. Do you think he will let this happen again? You saw it when you came in previously. The guards here are elite bramble guards, and the supervisor is a magic chanter with the title of expert. What do you expect us to do? To throw our lives away? No, I wasn't asking about that, William replied. From the beginning to the end, I've been asking you if you can accept the current situation. Sigmunds fell silent. He only spoke after taking a few more turns in the tunnel. You asked me if I could accept it. We are ordered around like dogs, and we are whipped because we didn't add the word sir. If we die inside, our corpses can't even be buried in the cemetery to rest in peace. Of course, I can't F***ing accept it, but so what? Can this F***ing reality change? His tone was very calm. The other party's next words almost choked him. If the entire Silver Stream mine is handed over to you to manage, are you confident that you can manage it well? What? Sigmunds felt that he must have heard wrongly. I said, would you feel fine if I handed the entire mine to you? Why? This is because you don't have the experience of managing an elementium silver refinery. William gave a matter-of-fact answer, but it was obvious that that wasn't what he wanted to ask. So you're really from the royal family's faction and want to incite the miners to riot again? Sigmunds made it clear. I just want the ownership of this mine. There's no need for you to riot. I'm asking this because I need someone capable to help me manage this place, William said calmly. Is this what your superiors want? I don't have any superiors. This is my will. Sigmunds was stunned for a long time before asking. Therefore, we'll return to the previous question. Who are you? It's not time for me to say my real name, but you can call me presiding judge. Then, Your Excellency, may I ask what gives you the confidence to make the Duke hand over this mine and even the elementium silver refinery to you? Now, Sigmunds began to wonder if the person in front of him who claimed to be presiding judge was a lunatic. You've all been duped, the person suddenly said. How? Sigmunds asked. Didn't you say that mine number 7 was sealed off because of the excavation of a skull temple from the Blackwater Kingdom 2 months ago? As William spoke, he raised his voice so that the sound of those digging could still hear clearly. Therefore, we're excavating mine path number 9. Is there anything wrong? At this moment, they happened to turn a corner and walk into a wide area. William looked at everything in front of him and said coldly, but when I came in, I clearly saw the sign saying mine path #7. At this moment, they were outside an open hall. All the miners who had gathered outside had entered the hall from different forks. Everyone's eyes were lifeless as they mechanically excavated the rock walls. In the middle of the hall were countless fossilized skulls. More than 10 phosphorescent spirits floated in the air, and glowing threads extended from their bodies to connect to the heads of every miner. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of a shovel hitting the rock wall kept echoing. Sigmunds first looked at the strange scene in front of him with a matter-of-fact expression before looking strangely at William beside him. Isn't this mine path number 9? Is there anything wrong? N/O/Vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Pft. An ordinary straight sword had appeared in William's hand at some point. Before Sigmunds could react, the sword sank deep into the throat of the youth named Colt he had been holding. Everything happened too quickly. For a moment, Sigmunds didn't even know if he should rush over and fight the man to the death or try to save the youth first. You don't even know that you were sold to a lunar monster. With that said, William drew his straight sword, and Colt collapsed. Moon realm worship. Sigmunds pointed at the person in front of him with a trembling finger and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Don't worry. He won't die, William who had drawn his sword said calmly. As if to verify his words, the youth named Colt coughed. How did he? The remaining half of Sigmunds' sentence was blocked by the straight sword that had stabbed into his throat. The person who called himself the presiding judge looked down at him, and a faint silver light seeped out of his eyes. A magic chanter. This person is a magic chanter. It was a strange feeling to have an iron sword deep inside his throat. Sigmunds found it difficult to breathe, and the smell of blood spread in his mouth. What happened? The sword was pulled out of his throat. He subconsciously touched his throat, but he realized that there was no blood on his hand. A strange feeling of something crawling deep in his throat surged. Intense nausea made him kneel on the ground and vomit with both hands on the ground. Mixed with saliva, gastric juices, and blood, a palm-sized spider spat out from his mouth. The moment it fell to the ground, it curled up into a ball and trembled slightly. Soon, it stopped struggling. Cold, who had fallen to the ground beside him, was also coughing violently. Sigmund's turned to look at him. Amidst the youth's panting cough, a curled-up spider was also coughed out. "What's that? Look at where you are now," William said. Sigmund looked up and saw everything not far away. In his memory, this should be the narrow passageway in mine path number 9. But now, he was at the door of a hall. A small mountain of skulls stood in the middle of the hall, and more than 10 glowing spirits floated in the air. The tapping of the shovels had stopped at some point, and dozens of miners stopped what they were doing and looked at the 3 of them. And in front of the mountain of skulls were 3 goddess statues that emitted an indescribably foul aura. One was a statue of a voluptuous girl with a beautiful face, but her skin was festering. One was a statue of an empress wrapped in a tattered black robe with 8 spider legs on her back and a silver crown on her head, and the last was a statue of a dancer covered in a layer of alluring gauze. Half of her face was that of a wrinkled elder, and the other half was that of a young and beautiful girl. Mine path number 7? That ruin? How is this possible? I remember I was clearly in #9. Sigmund muttered to himself before his gaze landed on the spider he had spat out. Because of this, the soul-ingesting spider demon will occupy a place filled with conspiracies. Once it parasitizes a person's body, it can distort their understanding, William replied. In addition, you should be glad that you haven't been parasitized for too long. They haven't built a nest in your body. Otherwise, even Judgment 2 wouldn't be able to save you. As he spoke, he swung the straight sword in his hand, leaving a line of dark green liquid on the ground. Judgment 2 was probably referring to the name of the weapon in his hand. What a strange name. What are they? I've already said that they are soul-ingesting spider demons, a type of lunar monster. Have you heard of it? Sigmund shook his head. That's right. I didn't understand why you didn't know what a lunar monster was, but after seeing this temple, I have some idea. As William spoke, he took out a magical medium from the spatial rift. Why were all the other deeds related to William Kane and the Doomsday Watchers passed down, be it sealing the 7 calamities, repelling the expeditionary army of the Daemon continent, or purifying the tide of the undead which wreaked havoc across the continent, circulated to this day? But why didn't anyone know about his greatest achievements, leading the Doomsday Watchers to repel the Moon Realm's invasion 3 times? Even people these days didn't know what a lunar monster was. So that's how it is. The Lady of Starvation, the Whispering Empress, and the Lord of Nightmare. These 3 are the Void Sovereign's faith that once wreaked havoc in the Blackwater Kingdom. Their former temples should have been overturned by the Doomsday Watchers. Their former faith should have been wiped out, but they've been unearthed again and are now being worshipped. The man who claimed to be the presiding judge seemed to sigh with emotion. His eyes seemed to be recalling something very distant. Doomsday Watchers? Sigmund used to work in a tavern when he was a child, and he often heard bards singing epics of valor from ancient times. Therefore, he had naturally heard of the Doomsday Watchers, the name of the group of heroes who had saved the Vic continent many times. But what did they have to do with all of this? In the hall, the dozen or so spirit bodies landed one after another. They roughly maintained a human form, but wailing human faces constantly appeared on their bodies. The dozens of miners held their shovels and surrounded them warily. Hey, are they also controlled by those spiders? Also, what are those ghostly things? Will they attack us? Sigmund helped Colt up and kept retreating as he asked. You might not believe me, but the Moon Realm actually doesn't want to destroy Kura. The person went forward and said something baffling. What do you mean? Sigmund asked in confusion. The Moon Realm is the reflection of thoughts. They exist thanks to Kura. In other words, if all intellectual creatures in Kura are wiped out, they will also be destroyed. Therefore, what they pursue isn't simply destruction, but expanding the influence of their domain among mortals. For example, the Lady of Starvation will hope that there will be more hunger and abnormal rot in this world. Another example is the Whispering Empress's wish for mortals to have more schemes, betrayals, and assassinations. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. William tapped the staff in his hand gently. Other than a few natural destructive freaks who symbolize destruction, most of the rulers of the Moon Realm, the Void Sovereigns, don't like to personally participate in the conquest of Kura. They prefer to secretly manipulate other mortals to strengthen their domains. For example, the former Blackwater Kingdom was famous for scheming and assassinations and the study of necromancy spells back then. The root cause is the faith of the Lady of Starvation and the Whispering Empress that flourished back then. In fact, it wasn't just the Blackwater Kingdom. Back then, all the nobles in the Vic continent secretly idolized the Moon Realm, and all kinds of cruel black magic rituals appeared endlessly in upper-class society. The rulers might even deliberately wage war or artificially create a famine just to please the Void Sovereign they believed in and seek their favor. Using the suffering of his citizens in exchange for strength and the stability of his rule was much easier than working hard to become an outstanding ruler. Back then, the main plot of the early and mid stages of Doomsday Watchers was for the protagonist's team to travel between the 7 kingdoms on the continent and expose the Moon Realm believers hiding among the high-ranking figures for public judgment. The names of the 13 judges gradually became famous until the last day before the game's plot ended. Therefore, all the factions that the Moon Realm worshipped on the Vic continent were uprooted by them. And through the signing of the Grey Castle Agreement, the Void Sovereigns promised not to take the initiative to spread their faith in Kurura. And 1,000 years later, William saw such a scene in front of him. Statues of 3 Void Sovereigns hidden deep in the mine, the miners parasitized by soul-ingesting spider demons, and the nightmare evil spirits summoned from the vengeful spirits of the innocent dead. All of this told him that the Moon Realm faith had risen again 1,000 years later. Why was it that only his achievements in repelling and sealing the Moon Realm were wiped from history? This was the answer. At the end of the day, we are back at square one. William let out a long sigh and raised the magical medium in his hand. Lightning flashed over it. Then, won't I have to clear the levels again? I'll kill you. The magical medium struck the ground, and a crisscrossing net of lightning spread along the ground. Everyone who came into contact with the lightning kneeled on the ground as if they had suffered immense affliction. As for the evil spirit floating in midair, it was pulled to the ground by lightning. The lightning restrained everyone from moving. William slowly walked forward with the weapon in his hand. Judgment 2. Some people have been parasitized for too long. A portion of their body has been modified into the structure of a lunar monster. I can't guarantee that everyone can be saved, but I'll do my best. Halfway there, William turned around and spoke to the 2 people behind him as if he had recalled something. There were a total of 12 judgment arms, and all of them were personally forged by the Void Sovereigns. Every one of them had a special effect on lunar monsters, and the lunar monsters it killed weren't banished to the Moon Realm but left truly dead. However, because they were essentially Moon Realm in nature, these weapons couldn't injure the Kurura living beings. William had also relied on the nature of the judgment arm to pierce through Sigmund's and Colt's throats, killing the soul-ingesting spider demons in their throats without injuring them. William never expected his turning back to save the 2 of them. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket attacked the 2 people behind him. William hurriedly waved his magical medium, and a thick frost barrier instantly condensed, blocking the backs of Sigmund's and Colt. In an instant, dazzling silver lightning erupted, illuminating the entire Skull Temple as if it were daytime. The frost barrier was shattered by the lightning, but its might was completely negated. The frost fragments condensed from magic quickly dissipated into white mist. William waved the magical medium in his hand, and a weak wind blew away the mist. A person walked in from the tunnel behind. He wore an evil robe, had an iron whip at his waist, and held a twisted black staff. This person was the supervisor from before. I was almost fooled by you. What illusion spell did that piece of paper use that even an expert-level magic chanter like me was fooled? With that said, the person looked around the hall. He first confirmed that the 3 Void Sovereign statues in the middle of the hall were intact, then looked at the miners and evil spirits imprisoned on the ground by the lightning net. Then, he casually swept his gaze across the pale Sigmunds and Colt. Finally, he looked at William who had blocked his strike with a slightly solemn expression. A LV7 lightning spell, mute trap, and a LV6 frost spell, ice barrier. Coupled with an unknown illusion that can have an effect on me. Are you an expert sage from the astrology constellations? Are you a spy sent by the royal family or an executor of the Holy Spirit's Church? William shook his head and was about to speak when the other party nodded slightly at him. Regardless of whether you're a spy sent by the royal family or an enforcer sent by the Holy Spirit's Church, since you've seen the situation here, there are only 2 choices for you. Nov, L, B / JNN. As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers. First, try walking out of the mine tunnel behind me. Then, you will die in this mine due to the mine tunnel's collapse. Nobody will find out the truth behind your death. Second, turn around and make a secret oath to the 3 goddesses before leaving as if nothing had happened. This way, you will most likely be able to see the sunlight outside. Someone else who made me make such a choice last time has been dead for more than 7 days, William replied. The supervisor's lips twitched. Although he didn't understand what he meant, the rejection in the other party's tone was very obvious. Moreover, if you really wanted to let me go, you wouldn't have silently used a killer move at the level of Dragon Lightning Spear, right? As expected, his thoughts had been seen through. The supervisor sighed subtly. After he placed the newcomer in the mine, he felt that something was amiss. He kept feeling that there was something wrong with the transfer order he had just seen, but he couldn't recall what was wrong. To be precise, he couldn't even remember what was written on the transfer order afterward. The feeling of his mind being out of touch with reality was very similar to the experience he had when he was under the illusion spell calm. What happened in front of him clearly infuriated him, but he couldn't do anything about it. After sensing that he was in the right state, he immediately changed into a set of combat equipment and went down to the secret mine path number 7 to investigate. If the church or the royal family discovered that Duke Simon was secretly holding a moon realm worship ceremony in the mine, this matter would blow up. In the end, he happened to see the other party eliminate the Arachne in Sigmund's and Colt's bodies. His heart turned cold. Thankfully, he could make up for it. He just needed to burn him and the 2 people who had escaped the Arachne's control to ashes. Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 of them weren't paying attention to him, he released a LV7 lightning spell, Dragon Lightning Spear. The other party happened to turn his head and release a frost-type spell at an incomprehensible speed to block the strike. From the strength the other party displayed at that moment, he believed that he didn't have the confidence to defeat him. When the other party rejected his suggestion to negotiate, he fell into complete panic. He originally thought that he could suppress this matter. As long as he swore to the three goddesses, he would be able to make up for his mistake when he explained his dereliction of duty to the Duke and wouldn't be sent further away. From the looks of it, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only create an accident here and destroy all the evidence. So, are you really going to reject my suggestion? Let me first make it clear, if you accept my suggestion, only the 2 people who escaped need to die. The other minors will only be brainwashed with altered memories and completely forget everything that happened today. But if you resist stubbornly, all the minors in this hall will be buried with you. Are you sure you want these innocent people to die because of you? The supervisor tried one last time to persuade him and took out a demon sealing rune made of elementium silver from his robe. As long as he crushed this rune, he could inform his colleagues in the Rose Palace's Battle Mage Hall to provide reinforcements. At the same time, doing so would ruin his future with the Duke. However, the other party only shook his head gently. You're mistaken. Only one person here will die today. As the other party spoke, he pointed his staff at him. That's you? He didn't care too much about the other party's harsh words. Instead, he crushed the rune in his hand with a heavy heart. A teleportation nexus had long been planted in this hall. Reinforcements would arrive in seconds. He partially felt heavy-hearted about his future and partially felt confident about killing the person in front of him. The 2 of them stared at each other for about a minute. The reinforcements didn't arrive. 3 sovereigns. Why is this? The supervisor looked around. The lightning he had imagined from teleportation didn't appear. Finding it strange, William asked. Without waiting for the other party to answer, William appeared beside the supervisor the next moment. He gently placed a hand on the other party's shoulder. Didn't I say? You're the only one who will die here today. There's no need for you to get a few more people to send themselves to their deaths. Why? When? How? Cold sweat instantly trickled down the supervisor's forehead as he stammered. You. Wait a moment. I'm Duke Simon's palace mage. If I die, the Duke will quickly find out. When that happens, you will be on the wrong end of Thorn City. Oh, so. Before he could say anything else, the lightning in the hand on his shoulder pulsed. With a plop, his knees went limp and he kneeled on the ground. The lightning made him lose consciousness. Are you crazy? This is a palace mage sent by the Duke. Sigmunds finally came to his senses when he saw the person who called himself the presiding judge lay the supervisor on the ground. The other party's subsequent actions made his scalp tingle. A sharp icicle appeared in that person's hand and trembled slightly at the supervisor's neck. Too many things had happened in the mine today that exceeded his understanding. Be it this skull temple, the soul-ingesting spider demon in his throat, or the alterations to what he knew over the past 2 months. Previously, his mind had been in a buzzing state. Perhaps it was because those things were too distant from what he usually came into contact with, but even seeing them with his own eyes felt visceral. But when he saw that the presiding judge was planning on killing the Duke's palace mage, he finally found something he could understand and came back to his senses. He knew very well what it meant to kill a registered mage, especially a palace-registered mage. William turned his head and glanced at Sigmunds. The icicle in his hand didn't stop and stabbed through the supervisor's throat. Is there a problem? The person asked. Looking at the supervisor who was no longer breathing, Sigmunds trembled and took a deep breath. Every registered mage has a recording spell named Resound. That spell is connected to the astral lighthouse, and it will record the last scene he saw before his death. Duke Simon has the authority to check the records in the astral lighthouse. He will soon know that you killed a palace mage. When that happens, you will be wanted in the entire Blackwater province. A magic chanter was an extremely precious existence in this era. Due to the number of astral lighthouses and the density of the ether circuits built in the astral world, the total amount of magic power astral laws could guide into Kurura from the astral world was very limited. Therefore, the number of registered mages who could use that magic power was also very limited. According to the public data of the Platinum Ring Alliance, the entire astral laws system could only maintain the existence of about 20,000 mages at the same time, and there were only about 12,000 legally registered mages on the Vic continent. Compared to the population of Vic continent, those people could be considered 1 in a million elites. Bloodline, resources, talent, and diligence. Only people with multiple characteristics or even all 4 could become a true mage. It was precisely because mages were so precious and rare that the laws of the Empire clearly stipulated that killing registered mages was an absolutely unforgivable capital crime. Typically, the person who could kill a mage was often another mage. Therefore, there was an entire chapter in the astral laws about reducing the instances of mages killing one another. For example, it strictly stipulated the appropriate situation and combat rules for mages battles to minimize the number of casualties in a duel between mages. For example, when registering as a mage at the astral lighthouse, the awakening mentor would set up a spell named Resound in every mage's ether domain. Firstly, it made those who wanted to murder a mage think twice. Secondly, even if a mage was killed, the local law enforcement department could determine the murderer's identity based on the last scene they saw before their death. Interesting, but this isn't knowledge a minor should know, right? After hearing his explanation, the other party didn't seem very worried about accepting his fate of being wanted. Instead, he was a little curious as to why he knew so much about magic chanters. Where did you learn about the technique, Resound? Sigmund saw that the other party didn't panic at all and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I once had a magical affinity. I even attended the preparatory class at Offa University. What does once mean? I've never heard of magical talent disappearing. Sigmund smiled sadly when he heard that. Of course, it didn't disappear. It was bought. William's interest was piqued. I don't know how it happened either. My mother was seriously ill back then, but going to the church for treatment required a huge donation. A masked mysterious person approached me and asked if I was willing to sell my magical talent to him. Sigmund fell into his memories as he spoke. Because I was in urgent need of money, I agreed to it. He took out a transfer contract and got me to sign it with blood. Then, he used a serrated dagger to carve a mirror image of my constellation on my chest. He gave me 10 gold reals afterward. From that day onward, my perception of magic became worse and worse. About a year later, I couldn't sense the existence of any magic even in the astral lighthouse. It was also at that time that I was dissuaded by Offa University to continue and came here after many transfers. As the other party recounted his past, William used the spell, magic detection, to briefly detect Sigmund's mana fluctuations. Ordinary people's ether domains formed a human-shaped outline that wrapped around their bodies like mist, while the ether domains of magic chanters focused on the brain or heart before flowing with magic power to circulate in their bodies. However, Sigmund's ether domain consisted of a few stars on his chest that formed an inverted constellation map. Magic constantly dissipated from it. His perception of the astrological constellations was grafted to others, causing him to be unable to accumulate more magic power in the ether domain. It was like a constantly leaking bucket. In theory, if he relied on meditation to construct his own circuit in the ether domain and didn't rely on his fate to resonate with the astral laws, he could still recover his magical talent. However, he would completely lose his talent in the few spells in the fate constellation. Of course, this would also make him a so-called heretical mage. What happened later? With this in mind, William continued asking. What later? Sigmund asked curiously. What happened to your mother? Was she saved? Sigmund lowered his head when he heard this question. No. Back then, one of the patients sent in had bloodsucker fever. The priest didn't notice in time or carry out the quarantines, and that night, the patient acted up and killed all the patients. He ran away after completing the vampire's advancement ceremony. Have you ever regretted it? William looked into Sigmund's eyes and asked. What regret? Regret saving my mother. Regretting giving up the chance to become a magic chanter. Sigmund looked into William's eyes seriously and said. I do regret not having the chance to become a magic chanter, but it's not for any other reason. It's because I've forever lost the chance to kill that vampire with my own hands. Very good. William nodded, then patted the other party on the shoulder. What's good? William suddenly changed the topic and looked at the supervisor he had killed. Weren't you very curious about why I dared to kill this palace mage? To be honest, I didn't know about that spell named Resound before you told me about it. Doesn't that mean? Of course, even if I knew about this, I would still have killed him. This is because if I don't kill him, the thing hiding in his body won't be exposed. What is it? A stream of flames shot out from William's magical medium. Just as the nearly white flames were about to touch the supervisor's corpse, a black miasma suddenly spread out, dissipating the flames. The supervisor's originally silent corpse staggered to its feet like a marionette. So you've already sensed it? How boring. I originally planned on letting my children empty out everyone here after you left. A hoarse voice sounded from the supervisor's penetrated throat. Then, the corpse began to convulse and morph. It was as if something was treating the corpse as a cocoon that was about to hatch. With a heart-palpitating sound of flesh tearing, a lunar monster with a lithe upper body and 8 spider legs tore out of the corpse. A thick miasma spread around her, covering her private areas. The Whispering Empresses spawn Webweaver. Then, when you return, you will see them waiting for you calmly. Before you can heave a sigh of relief, everyone will suddenly shatter into pieces. When that happens, I guess your expression will definitely be very interesting, am I right? When I saw the soul-ingesting spider demon, I knew that there were definitely webweavers. They are like subdemons to stumbling demons. They are all fragments of the power of powerful lunar monsters, William replied calmly. The webweaver stretched its limbs, and the thick miasma condensed into a barbed spear in her hand. Gosh, I never expected someone to know the characteristics of a webweaver. I originally thought that all information related to the webweaver race had been destroyed after the astral laws were promulgated. Was that supervisor your contractor? William asked. The beautiful webweaver chuckled. Do you think that if he were, you would only need to destroy the statue of my master behind you to banish me back to the moon realm? I'm sorry to tell you that he isn't. My true contractor only wanted me to possess him as the last insurance to protect this temple. Sigmund felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. The evil being in front of him was actually summoned by Duke Simon, so everyone here today was doomed. Duke Simon wouldn't allow the secrets here to be exposed no matter what. There's probably something wrong with Duke Simon's head to sign a contract with the Whispering Empress, who symbolizes conspiracy and betrayal. You didn't escape despite seeing a high-level moon realm spirit. I think there's something wrong with your brain. William smiled and didn't comment before continuing. Therefore, what's Duke Simon's goal in digging up this temple? Since he dares to sacrifice to the 3 void sovereigns at the same time, I don't believe he's just digging up more elementium silver. The webweaver strolled around William. When she heard this question, she stopped and blocked the 3 goddess statues behind her. Are you trying to get information out of me? If you don't want to say it, you can choose to fight first. As William spoke, the magical medium in his hand lit up. He, you're really interesting. I'm a little curious about who you are now. The paladins from the demon burial machinery are all crazy, and the demon hunters from the obliteration tower don't even have personalities. There are only 2 organizations that have access to Moonrealm knowledge, but you don't look like one. Could it be that you're also a Moonrealm contractor? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. As it spoke, it smiled charmingly at William. Well, I swore never to reveal my contractor's goals. Therefore, although I want to tell you the full extent of my great undertaking and admire your terrified and despairing expression, it's a pity that I can't do it at all. So is that really the case? William sighed slightly. He felt that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Since there were 3 Void Sovereign statues here, it meant that Duke Simon definitely didn't just sign a contract with the Whispering Empress. Although he wasn't too sure what the so-called great undertaking he needed to complete by signing a contract with the 3 Void Sovereigns was, William had seen what the 3 of them could do together in-game. The 3 troublesome and petty goddesses had once joined forces to sink an island that housed hundreds of thousands of people to the bottom of the sea because they weren't willing to publicly believe in them. Therefore, dear, can you tell me which organization you belong to? Is it Demon Burial, Obliteration Tower, or another Moonrealm parish? The Webweaver stroked the spear and asked him. Is there a possibility that I'm actually a member of the Doomsday Watchers? The Webweaver chuckled. Ha 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 ha, you are a funny one. Doomsday Watcher? This happened 800 to 900 years ago, right? Have you heard too many bard stories? William raised the sword in his other hand, judgment to a weapon that could truly eliminate lunar monsters. Then, I'll be direct. I'm a Doomsday Watcher and a member of the 13 Judges. Webweaver and chess game. The Whispering Empress's Moon Realm domain was called the Nest of Threads. Legend had it that every mortal's conspiracy in Kurura would turn into threads there before finally converging into an endless spiderweb. The Whispering Empress entrenched herself in the center of the spiderweb, and all the threads gathered in her hand. She felt the trembling of all the conspiracies in this world, and then ordered the webweavers to constantly weave this net of conspiracies, allowing the conspiracies to all change according to her will. In the game, the Whispering Empress and her spawn always left riddles everywhere in an unfathomable manner as if everything was in their control. And when they did things, they liked to constantly introduce endless twists. All kinds of exquisite plans were interlinked, and they were as complicated and precise as the Rube Goldberg machinery. Moreover, they were gratuitous and useless. However, what made the Whispering Empress even more famous was that her seemingly perfect plans often collapsed at the last step due to a fatal mistake. Therefore, many players on the game forum mused that the Whispering Empress was the perfect example of having a plan work from beginning to end, only to crash and burn at the last step. Of course, according to the Whispering Empress herself, she only cared about the complicated process of plotting. She didn't care too much about whether the conspiracy could be completed. It could be considered an exemplary model that only cared about the plowing and not the harvest. However, William felt that she was saying this purely to save her reputation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why she would fly into a rage out of humiliation every time her plan was ruined. She would directly send more spawn to the battlefield, and sometimes, she would even personally take action. The webweaver in front of William didn't have the strange joy it usually felt when speaking in riddles, although it still had a polite smile on its face, from the fact that it was willing to stand up to him with its true body. He estimated that the other party's mind was on the precipice of collapse. After all, his appearance was definitely beyond the other party's expectations. Member of the 13 Judges. The webweaver's expression turned slightly solemn when it heard William's words. It wasn't strange for one to claim to be a member of the Doomsday Watchers. After all, their deeds back then had long sublimated to legend. Many organizations on the continent, including some Empire's official organizations, would claim to be legacies of the Doomsday Watchers. However, being able to name the 13 judges that had long disappeared from history meant something completely different. That was an existence that the 13 Moonrealm Void Sovereigns had once joined forces to wipe out Kurura. Even its most important quest on its trip here was to. It immediately asked when it thought of this. Where did you hear this name? Didn't I say? I'm a member of the 13 judges. Liar, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. As the webweaver that weaved a net of conspiracies for the Whispering Empress day and night, it had long understood the final outcome of the 13 audacious ones. Be it them or the heirs who were struggling to survive, it was impossible for them to come to this remote Thorn City. You don't believe me? I believe you. The webweaver smiled after saying that. In the next second, it charged at the other party without any warning. It was as fast as an afterimage. When it was less than 3 meters away from the other party, it suddenly leaped up and stabbed at his head from above. Clang! William swung Judgment 2 to block the strike. At the same time, he released the flame spear he had channeled on the magical medium. The leaping webweaver had no spot to gain leverage, so it was impossible for it to dodge the flame spear. However, under the reflection of the flame spear, its bewitching face revealed an expression that said, "You've been tricked." Its lower body's slender and powerful spider legs tapped gently, and the spider silk intertwined in the air emitted a faint glow in the flames. The webweaver stepped on a spiderweb that had been woven at some point in time and dodged William's flame spear. Then, it flipped over and circled to a blind spot in William's line of sight. There wasn't enough time for the webweaver to turn around. The miasma condensed into a pitch-black dagger in its other hand before it did a backhand stab. Although it couldn't confirm with its eyes, the dagger still stabbed accurately at William's neck. The feeling of a successful stab came to its hand, but before it could savor it, an intense pain came from its back. The webweaver turned around in surprise and couldn't help but widen its eyes. A spatial door shimmering with lightning appeared in front of the man's neck. Its dagger didn't stab into his neck but into the spatial door. The webweaver looked at the spot where the pain in its back came from. That person's magical medium was also pointed there, and another spatial door was opened. Its stab had gone through the spatial door, right back at itself. Before it could get angry, the magical medium in that person's hand blinked again, and another flame spear was ready. The webweaver immediately distanced itself before the spell took form. Before it could run a few meters, the flame spear whistled at its back. It stepped on the threads and raised a huge net to block the flame spear. Although the threads only blocked for less than 0.1 seconds before being incinerated, it gave it some time to react and dodge the strike. William looked at the other parties fleeing back and wasn't in a hurry to continue casting spells. Instead, he recalled the speed and strength of the other party's previous attacks. The webweaver was an assassin-type elite monster that was best at speed and attacking in-game. In terms of speed and attack power, it was much faster than the stumbling demon he had encountered previously. Even if he wanted to keep up with the other party's attack speed, he needed to be 70% to 80% focused. Therefore, he secretly equipped himself with many defense spells from the beginning: Mirror Folding, White Frost, Dragon Skin, Black Iron Body, and so on. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to change into a set of equipment with high defense. Shouldn't you finish the chat before fighting? You give off the impression of being very rude, understand? After seeing that the webweaver had distanced itself sufficiently, he spoke. His tone was so relaxed that it was as if the other party hadn't suddenly attacked him. The wound on the webweaver's back was slowly healing, but the soul erosion curse carried by the dagger had an effect on it. The pain of being bitten by many spiders constantly spread from the wound, causing it to grit its teeth. I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to tell me your goal for coming to Thorn City now and explain what those 3 Void Sovereigns are up to, I'll only exile you back to the Moon Realm. As William spoke, he pointed Judgment 2 at the ground. If you're unwilling to say it, say goodbye to your eternal life. Only then did the webweaver notice the ordinary-looking straight sword in his hand. Then, it looked in the direction the sword was pointing at the corpses of the 2 soul-ingesting spider demons. That's right, corpses. After all, when the lunar monsters died in Kurara, they should have turned into black salt crystals and dissipated. How could their corpses be left behind? Unless... Judgment Gear? What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a coincidence? 2 Judgment Gear appeared in the small city of Thorn? Could this person really be a member of the 13 judges? But which judge's heir could he be? Or could he be a judge himself? Could it be that he came to Thorn City for another set of Judgment Gear? However, the Whispering Empress had spent a lot of effort adjusting and weaving the entire net of conspiracies, ensuring that no variables could appear in this city. Looking at the sword in the other party's hand that could truly kill it, the webweaver gritted its teeth and made a decision. It would first use half-truths to calm the other party down before taking the opportunity to escape. Even if it had to commit suicide, he had to return to the Moon Realm and inform the Empress of the appearance of a new set of Judgment Gear. As long as it told her this information, the Whispering Empress would forgive it even if it had violated the confidentiality oath. Having made up its mind, the webweaver spoke. We are here because... Unfortunately, before it could finish speaking, a bright silver nexus appeared under its feet, and a powerful whirlwind appeared out of thin air and blew it into the air. At the same time, 4 glacier spikes stabbed out from all directions, pinning it in midair and preventing it from moving. It looked at William in panic. At this moment, 7 or 8 nexus of different colors appeared around him. Wait. Wind blade, thunderstorm, fire, ice spike. 7 or 8 spells with different elements smashed into the webweaver, causing it to explode. On its deathbed, the webweaver looked at the magic chanter walking in front of it and asked in confusion and indignation. Didn't you say that as long as I told you? Trusting a lunar monster that symbolizes conspiracy and betrayal to tell me the truth? Do you think I'm that stupid? With that said, William stabbed the dying webweaver. Can't I just ask your contractor about your goal? The glacier spike turned into mana and dissipated, causing the webweaver's corpse to collapse. William looked back at the completely stunned Sigmunds and Colt. I want to hire you and those miners to help me dig up a fortress. I'll pay you enough. Are you willing? In the reception hall of Rose Palace, Duke Simon was playing a game of chess king and rebel with a middle-aged man. He held king while the other party held invader. Are you giving up the castle just like that? The man removed the pawn chess pieces from the castle and replaced them with defectors. But your refugees were cut off by my knights. Duke Simon calmly pushed the knight 2 steps forward and blocked the other party's refugee. This way, even if your traitors occupy the castle, it will only be an isolated city. My forbidden guard will be able to snatch it back in the next round. The middle-aged man shook his head when he saw this. It was a dangerous move. Sometimes, we have to take risks, Duke Simon replied. Like now. Duke Simon put down the chess piece in his hand and asked the person. Do you know why I always choose king every time I play chess? The middle-aged man replied, because you're the king. As there are always winners and losers in this world, I hope to stand on the side of the successful and accept the challenges of others from the perspective of a king, the Duke replied. You're already a king, the king of Blackwater Province, the middle-aged man reminded. A king with a collar. Duke Simon shook his head and continued, I won't stop until I get back the authority of the Blackwater Kingdom. The middle-aged man sighed and stopped discussing this with him. He looked at the situation on the chessboard and thought for a long time. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. I'm afraid I've already lost this match. Duke, please allow me to take my leave. Please wait a moment. Vincent, you can't be here today just to lose a game of chess to me, right? Vincent von Bergman was a master-level sage from the astrology constellations and the chief palace mage of the Rose Palace's Mage Hall. He had been assisting Duke Simon before he ascended the throne and was his most trusted advisor. Your Highness, you understand what I want to ask. I also understand your answer through that game of chess. Vincent lowered his head and said, still harping on the Holy Sepulchre. You and I have been to the depths of the Holy Sepulchre together and have seen the warnings above. You should know that that's not a power we can use. But that's our only chance. Vincent, when did the warrior who once dared to fight the Empire's platinum ring become so cautious? Retaking the elementium silver industry and using the Holy Sepulchre's legacy are two completely different things. Vincent took a deep breath. You should remember that to stop that existence from awakening, the corpses of 2 judges were buried there. Then, you should also remember that it's written on the Holy Sepulchre that the remnant will of that person is about to be obliterated. Why do you think I waited 20 years to carry out this plan? Your Highness, please allow me to take my leave. At this point, Vincent didn't say anything else. Instead, he bade farewell and turned to leave. He was halfway there when the Duke suddenly asked, Is your daughter all right? I heard that she almost lost her life on an archaeological expedition. Vincent paused slightly. She has already returned to Offa University after her confinement. Previously, I transferred her away from the archaeology department. She can forget about coming into contact with ancient tombs and ruins for the rest of her life. Have you found the mage who saved her? The Duke asked. No, she hasn't been willing to say who he is, but that child has always been soft-hearted. I suspect that person is a heretical mage. Speaking of his daughter, Vincent's usually serious voice became less tense. The Duke nodded and sighed slowly. Sigh, Vincent, so all of this is because of your daughter. Vincent didn't say another word and left the Rose Palace without looking back. Nightmare made n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Do you think he noticed anything? After Palace Mage Vincent left, Duke Simon stared at the remains of the chess game in a daze. An indistinguishable voice suddenly echoed in an empty seat. If he didn't sense anything, he wouldn't be Vincent, the Sage of Scorching Scars, who's known as the #1 person below legendary. Moreover, isn't this part of the plan? The Duke replied and turned around to put away the chessboard, but a hand stopped him. A layer of dreamlike mist swirled around his hand. Its appearance constantly changed under the dense luster. Sometimes, it was as fair as a girl, and sometimes, it was as withered as an elderly. Duke Simon looked up. The owner of the arm was also wrapped in a thin layer of mist. Its appearance dynamically changed between ages as the mist swirled. The spawn of the Void Sovereign's Lord of Nightmare, Nightmare Maid. It was also one of the Moonrealm spirits who had signed a blood contract with him. He'll investigate the Holy Sepulchre himself. I know his personality, Duke Simon said. I originally thought that you would think differently in light of the times you spent together. After all, he has assisted you for 24 years. He's already old. He's only an old father who worries for his daughter. He's no longer the warrior who once dared to question the astral laws and resist the Empire's tyranny. A faint smile appeared on the Nightmare Maid's face when she heard that. But you still worked hard to make him a warrior, right? Otherwise, how did that stumbling demon's contract medium land in David Obies's hands? Duke Simon sighed speechlessly. The Nightmare Maid chuckled. I'm actually quite curious. If the heretical mage that came out of nowhere hadn't stirred up trouble and Master Vincent really became a warrior again because of his daughter's tragic death, where are you going to find another magic chanter close to the legendary domain to replace him as fuel for the king and rebel ritual? Duke Simon didn't say a word. Instead, he turned his head and looked through the window at the astral lighthouse. The Nightmare Maid first looked at the lighthouse in surprise before laughing uncontrollably. Its image rapidly changed with the laughter. Ha 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 ha, that's really interesting. You actually planned on using the astral lighthouse's lampkeeper as fuel for the ritual. It's not only the Empire's royal family, but you even treat the Astral Council which runs the astral laws as an enemy? Looks like I have to sincerely thank that unknown heretical mage for saving his daughter. It's not that, Duke Simon replied. Once the plan goes into motion, it's only a matter of time before I fall out with the Astral Council. If the Blackwater province wants true independence and wants to restore the glory of the Blackwater kingdom back then, it doesn't just have to be independent in a secular sense. It also has to completely escape the Empire's control at the extraordinary and faith levels. More than 800 years ago, the reincarnation of the great hero William Kane, Terra I, conquered the entire Vic continent militarily and established the Riel Empire. There were countless factions that dared to challenge the Empire's authority. There were indeed examples of independent success in history. However, these factions only lasted for a short period of time before helplessly returning to the Empire's territory a few years later. The reason was that the secular regime was only a part of the Riel Empire. This behemoth called the Empire was simultaneously formed by the royal family, the Astral Council, and the Holy Spirit's Church. These three pillars symbolized the secular, extraordinary, and faith. Duke Simon understood that if he wanted to fulfill the family's 800-year-old wish, he had to rebuild his 3 pillars. The heritage of the Holy Sepulchre was his only hope. After the ritual is successful and I control that army, I will reproduce the faith of the 3 goddesses in the Blackwater Kingdom and open up the Moon Realm's contract magic to replace the astral laws as the new magic foundation. The Nightmare Maid didn't answer the Duke. Instead, she gently pushed the piece that symbolized the sage away. King and rebel, the rebel army can only become the new king after committing regicide. If you want to inherit the inheritance of the Blackwater King, you have to truly act as a rebel. How's the preparation at the Silver Stream mine? Duke Simon smiled. Don't worry, I'll leave everything there to the webweaver. Halfway through his sentence, the Duke stopped. His expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself. How did this happen? The Nightmare Maid asked. What happened? The webweaver just disappeared from my ether domain. Before he could continue, the door to the reception hall was suddenly pushed open. Your Grace, the Astral Lighthouse has sent an urgent report. The Mage Hall's Resound spell was activated. It's the one you sent to the Silver Stream mine. A herald rushed in and saw the Nightmare Maid who was constantly changing her form sitting beside him. Sir, this is. Come here. The Nightmare Maid hooked her finger at the young herald, and the person walked towards it uncontrollably. Tell me, what did you see? In the herald's eyes, the image of the woman shrouded in mist kept changing. Sometimes, she was young and beautiful, and at other times, she was old and ugly. Finally, her image changed to that of a noblewoman he liked. I see, the herald held its hand and said in a daze. The next moment, the woman turned into a terrifying rotting corpse. It pulled the other party into its arms, opened its venomous mouth, and kissed him. With a smack, the herald turned into a pile of foam and disappeared, leaving behind clothes on the ground. After doing all of this, the Nightmare Maid bent down, picked up the person's clothes, and threw them into the fireplace. Mind if I do this without your permission? Now isn't the time to talk about this. How can the webweaver suddenly? The Duke said anxiously. How about letting me take a look? The Nightmare Maid flipped the herald's clothes with a fire poker and asked. No, it's already troublesome enough for a Moon Realm spirit to appear in the Silver Stream mine. I don't know who did it now. If it's a spy from the church or the royal family, I must not make myself any more suspicious. I'm different from that woman who only knows how to play tricks behind people's backs and who shows all her flaws when her schemes are exposed. No one will be able to see through my disguise. Duke Simon pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No matter what, the other party has the strength to defeat the webweaver. It's too risky for you to go. Control the Kingslayer first. I have to ensure that the ritual can proceed as usual even in the worst case. Then who do you plan on sending to the mine? The Duke frowned and thought for a while before saying, follow the plan of the Silver Stream mine riots and send 3 squadrons of Bramble Guards and 5 battle mages to quell the riot. Master Vincent will lead the team. With that said, Duke Simon sighed. Old friend, this is the last chance I'll give you. Mason order. Those people said they didn't want to go with you. Sigmund said to the person who called himself the presiding judge uneasily. Why? Are you dissatisfied with the remuneration I'm offering? That's not it. Or do they not believe what I said is true? How is that possible? They saw the monster's corpse. After William killed the webweaver, the soul-ingesting spider demons in the miners' bodies were vomited out by them. A few miners with severely parasitic limbs had been modified into lunar monsters, and their modified limbs turned into black salt crystals and dissipated with the webweaver's death. Fortunately, no one died from this. The few people with the deepest parasitism only became disabled. The huge disparity between what they knew over the past 2 months and the current situation threw them into chaos. Many people couldn't calm down enough to understand anything until William released wide domain serenity, allowing them to calm down. After a simple explanation, William arranged for Sigmunds and Cole to comfort the miners while he wiped out the imprisoned wraiths. Then, he walked to the small mountain of skulls for an inspection. He was very familiar with the way this skull was stacked into a temple. Back then, before he completely eliminated Moon Realm worship in the Blackwater Kingdom, this skull temple could be considered a semi-public Moon Realm worship altar. In the past, faith in the 3 Moon Realm goddesses was widespread in the Blackwater Kingdom. Many of the customs and habits that had been passed down to this day were also formed at that time. For example, burial and ancestral worship. This was because true necromancy spells existed in this world. To prevent zombies, ghosts, or water ghosts from wreaking havoc, cremation was popularized among the various races in the Vic continent a long time ago. Only the Blackwater Swamp insisted on burials to this day. This was because the people here firmly believed that cremating the corpses of the dead would dissipate the souls of their ancestors and prevent them from communicating with them. Even though the Doomsday Watchers later exposed that this custom was largely a plot by the Lady of Starvation to expand her domain, and many of the so-called ancestral soul manifestations were just a disguise the Whispering Empress used to weave a web of conspiracies, most of the ancestral dreams were also a means for the Lord of Nightmare to use dreams to absorb the intense emotions of mortals. However, the practice that had lasted for 1,000 years couldn't be changed so easily. Previously, when William was strolling around Thorn City, he realized that although the Holy Spirit's Church could provide a full package of cremation and requiem ceremonies, most local residents would still choose to bury the dead in the graveyard outside the city. The temple made of skulls in front of him was a manifestation. Back when a natural disaster or war happened in the Blackwater Kingdom, when a large number died without having the time to be buried, they would choose to bury only the heads and cremate the bodies to prevent an epidemic. As for a place like this where skulls were piled up, it was easy for the Moonrealm Parish to use it for rituals. But why did it appear under the Silver Stream mine? More importantly, what was its goal here? William walked to the statue of the three goddesses, wanting to find some clues there. At this moment, Sigmunds walked over and told him that some miners weren't willing to accept his hiring conditions, excavating the ruins at 3 times the market price. Then why? I don't think they have the right to refuse. William's words made Sigmunds's expression change slightly. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Presiding Judge, everyone here is very grateful to you for saving them. They all believe that you're a benevolent person. William turned his head when he heard that. Do you mean that you think I'm using kindness to hold them hostage, or that I'm threatening them with strength? Definitely not. Moreover, about half of the miners, including me, are willing to accept your commission, but the rest, I understand. William sighed. They don't dare to follow me because they're worried that having killed a palace mage, I have completely angered Duke Simon, right? Sigmunds nodded slightly. As long as one remains in the Blackwater province, nobody will dare to disobey Duke Simon. Even if he deceived us and cast that unknown spell, he's still an overlord with the power to decide life and death. Those people believe that leaving with you, the person who killed the Duke's palace mage, is a completely different matter. Do you know why I said they don't have the right to refuse? Sigmunds shook his head. William sighed softly. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. They won't survive if they don't follow me. As he spoke, he looked at the miners who weren't willing to be hired by him. They gathered together and discussed amidst whispers. When they saw William look at them, they lowered their heads and bowed with fawning smiles. He shook his head deep down. It's easy to remove the shackles in the body, but it's impossible to remove the shackles buried in the soul. William sighed and looked at Sigmunds. What about the rest who are willing? Including those who are already injured and those who are willing to go to other provinces to make a living after this business. What about you? Are you also planning to earn a living in other provinces after this business? Sigmunds shook his head. Presiding Judge, I heard you claim to be a Doomsday Watcher, one of the 13 judges. Although I don't know what the 13 judges mean, from the monster's reaction and the strength you displayed, I don't think it's something trivial. So, this might be my only chance. A chance to make a name for yourself. A chance for revenge. Sigmunds enunciated each word. Then, he gritted his teeth and continued. And a chance to embark on the path of magic again. William nodded, then took out 6 azure gems from his pocket. Many years ago, the Doomsday Watchers had a branch that specialized in forging weapons and building fortresses. It gathered the most outstanding architects, blacksmiths, enchanters, and alchemists on the continent. The fortress ruins you're going to excavate next were also made by them. With that said, William threw the 6 gems into the air. They floated in midair, and sparking lightning connected them into a hexagon, outlining a rippling portal. This branch's name is the Mason Order. I've asked around previously. This organization was disbanded by the Empire after Terra's conquest and no longer exists. Seeing a portal suddenly open, the miners not far away exclaimed. As for Sigmunds, he couldn't help but fall into a daze as he looked at the dilapidated and ancient fortress on the other side of the portal. Sign Mons, bring those who are willing to go through this door, William said to the stunned Sigmunds. Without waiting for him to answer, he raised his voice and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. However, as long as you pass through this door, it means that the contract between us is signed. Plan. Contract? Sigmunds asked. For some reason, he felt his voice tremble. I want to rebuild the Doomsday Watchers, so the Mason Order as the logistics department naturally has to be rebuilt. I'll give you a month. If you can lead these people to completely excavate the Twilight Fortress in a month, it will prove your value. When the time comes, I'll personally confer you the title of Mason-in-Waiting. Rebuilding the Doomsday Watchers? Who in the entire Vic continent had the right to say this? Sigmunds didn't dare think too deeply, but a certain possibility made him tremble. Although he didn't know what kind of organization the Mason Order was, nor did he know what title Mason-in-Waiting was, he knew that crossing this portal today was probably the greatest choice in his life. But was there a need to choose? He strode through the portal. The moment he crossed over, Sigmunds felt a slight prickling sensation that made his hair stand on end, but it was fleeting. Then, unlike the turbid and dull environment under the mine, a gust of fresh air assaulted his face. He found himself at a mountain pass. The dilapidated and majestic fortress stood not far away. He turned around and waved at the crowd on the other side of the portal, indicating that he was fine. When the other miners saw this, they also walked through. However, the presiding judge stood on the other end and didn't budge. After a while, when everyone walked over, he raised the magic medium in his hand, and deep darkness passed through the portal and landed in the empty space in front of the crowd. 3 pitch-black nexuses appeared in the open space, and 3 tall knights rose from the nexuses. They were wrapped in heavy armor. One held a huge sword, one held a halberd, and the other held a huge axe. They stood still like statues and emitted a faint red light under their visors. Terror erupted from the crowd when they saw the 3 knights who suddenly appeared. Legendary summoning spell, Netherworld Knight. There's no need to be afraid, the presiding judge said. They are my servants. They will be your guards for the foreseeable future. If you encounter enemies, they will risk their lives to protect you. The presiding judge's voice sounded through the portal. Then, he threw something at Sigmunds. Sigmunds caught it. It was a bundle packed to the brim. Perrin or Elven compressed food. 1 slice can last you 3 days. This is probably enough for all of you to eat for a week. I will subsequently open a special portal to transport supplies to you. Sigmunds opened the package, revealing several exquisite boxes of food. He had heard of Perrinor. It was a high-end luxury item for the forest elves of Emerald Province. It was even included in the tributes to the royal family every year. It was said that its flavor and taste would change according to the consumer's mood on the day. This was truly noble food. Even a small piece of Perrinor could be sold for dozens of gold real in the Thorn City black market. If these boxes of Perrinor were real, the value of these things was enough to hire them for 10 years. Sigmunds weighed the box in his hand and only had one thought. He had made the right choice. If there's anything else you need, bring it up now, the presiding judge on the other end of the portal said. After William closed the teleportation door, he turned around and looked at the remaining miners. It's not too late if you want to join. In fact, if he only wanted to excavate ruins, there was no need for him to hire these miners. He only needed to spend more effort and time summoning various elemental souls to complete all of this. More efficient, fewer resources invested, and safer. However, he couldn't always do everything alone. Before coming to the Silverstream mine, he had experienced 3 days of life in Thorn City. What he had seen in Thorn City over the past 3 days forced him to admit that he wouldn't be able to use his William Kane identity for a long time. He had actually vaguely sensed this after learning that he had transmigrated 1,000 years to the future, but he subconsciously refused to admit it. As the Doomsday Watchers leader, the presiding judge of the 13 judges, the commander-in-chief of the Salvation Coalition, the Moon Realm's Calamity, the sealer of the 7 calamities, the Magic Revolutionary, the Holy Spirit Guardian, the honorary lord of the 7 secular kingdoms. I actually have to carry things out while concealing my identity? It had to be known that back then, the Emperor of the Kos Empire had to lower his head and bow in respect when he saw him. Even the Void Sovereign's incarnation called him the greatest obstacle to conquering the Vic continent. It was precisely because of this mentality that he didn't think for long before announcing his name when Liliana asked for his name. Now that he thought about it, he had indeed been too hasty back then. He had only received a one-sided story from Liliana. It wasn't until he strolled around Thorn City for 3 days that he truly felt the weight of the name William Kane N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. From the scriptures preached by the priests in the Holy Spirit's church and the religious paintings on the stained glass of the churches to the witnesses to the blessings on the doors, and the words the commoners used when they swore, he would hear or see his name almost every few steps he took in Thorn City. It was also because of this that when this name became a symbol, a custom, or even a belief, it had nothing to do with William Kane himself. As long as someone acted under his name, they would reinterpret the meaning of his name again according to their understanding. In the past 1,000 years, there had never been a lack of people committing deeds under his name, the founding emperor who claimed to be his reincarnation, countless failed rebels who claimed to be his reincarnation, the various sects of the Holy Spirit's church who had never stopped arguing after his name was promoted to Holy Spirit, the bards who continued to embellish the multi-hand legends, and the countless living beings who grew up listening to those legends and treated him as a form of sustenance. The name William Kane could represent everything now, but it couldn't represent him. Similarly, he couldn't regain his former identity and authority through this name. Even though the church was promoting its teachings in his name, and even the empire's royal family had to claim that they had his bloodline to reflect the legitimacy of their rule. But that had nothing to do with him. If the royal family and the church really knew that he had returned, the first thing they would do wouldn't be to offer him the crown and scepter, but to kill him at all costs. What they wanted was the name itself, not a living person. William believed that he was very strong, but it wasn't enough to rely on pure strength to regain his original identity. There were ultimately limits to one's strength. He needed new followers. He needed a faction to support him. He needed to rebuild the Doomsday Watchers from scratch, taking in the dozens of miners and taking over the entire Silverstream mine, controlling the entire Elementium silver industry, and even the entire Thorn City was only the first step in his plan. King and rebel conversion. Just as William thought, the miners rejected his suggestion. They were terrified and humble, but their attitude was firm. After repeated reminders failed to change their opinion, William felt that he had done his best. There were some things that couldn't be persuaded. Relying on force would only leave latent risks for him. But why are you here too? William turned to look at the youth named Colt and asked in confusion. The youth who had been whipped by the supervisor because he was dozing off stayed beside William. He didn't pass through the portal to the Grief Mountains, nor did he return to the surface with the remaining miners. Nov. L. B/JNN. My father needs someone to take care of him. He can't leave Thorn City yet, Colt replied. Then why don't you go up with them? William pointed to the path that led to the mine elevator. It's safer to stay by your side. A wise choice. As William spoke, he walked to the statue of the 3 goddesses. But I don't have time to send you home. When the time comes, you can think of a way to bring your father out of Thorn City after you leave the mine safely. As he spoke, he carefully examined the 3 goddesses' statues and confirmed that they had no other special uses other than being the initial anchor point for summoning lunar monsters. After casually smashing the statue, he simply checked the skull temple behind it. Inspecting this was just a precaution. This skull temple was essentially a magic furnace that used the souls of the dead as fuel. Its function was basically to provide fuel for large-scale rituals. Indeed, there were no clues there. Then, the only thing left was that the place the miners had excavated on the rock wall might be the true body of this ritual. William walked in front of the rock wall and stroked the marks left behind by the excavation. As he had expected, the controlled miners had previously chiseled out a pattern along the elementium silver mine. Elementium silver was a metal medium with an extremely strong affinity for magic. Even raw ores that hadn't been mined and refined had the properties of sealing magic in them. William pressed his hands on the mineral vein and used the entire mineral vein as a casting medium to cast illumination. A faint silver light lit up along the elementium silver mine's rock walls. An incomplete complicated painting gradually circled the hall. It was a pattern of a dragon and a snake biting each other's tails and constantly devouring each other. What's this? Colt circled the glowing pattern as if he couldn't believe that they had dug up something like this. William was stunned when he saw this pattern. After a while, he said solemnly, "King and Rebel ritual. So that's how it is." In the game's lore, other than the ritual used to communicate with the Moon Realm, all the other ceremonial magic was essentially a method to influence the present by imitating the myths and legends of the past. The King and Rebel ritual was a typical example. This ritual was first taken from a famous myth in the primitive beliefs of the Blackwater Swamp King and Rebel conversion. This story was close to a fable. The God King of Heaven and Earth was very cruel. Under his rule, people were plunged into misery and suffering, and the souls of the dead were so many that they almost filled the entire underworld. Death of the underworld rose up as a rebel because he was dissatisfied with the God King's tyranny. After Death killed the God King through various trials, he was crowned as the new God King and imprisoned the soul of the old God King in the underworld, making him the new Death. Later on, the new God King became intoxicated by power and gradually became tyrannous. As for the imprisoned new Death, he gradually became virtuous because of the companionship of the souls. Therefore, the king and the rebel swapped positions and thus, a new cycle ensued. The snake that represented death and the dragon that represented the God King devoured each other and turned into each other. This was what the people of the Blackwater Swamp in ancient times understood about reincarnation. The so-called king and rebel ritual was to recreate the key nodes in this story through imitation. Coupled with all kinds of cumbersome preparations and a huge amount of magic power as fuel, if one successfully resonated with the previous myths and legends, one could obtain the corresponding power and authority in the myths. What's the king and rebel ritual? Colt asked. To put it simply, a ritual that allows one to step into the divine realm. After giving a response, William thought of a key question. In Thorn City, where was Duke Simon going to find a king with a higher status than him to be overthrown with him as a rebel? On the elevator, the miners who had rejected the mysterious magic chanter fell into a subtle silence. After a while, one of them finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke. "I say, why don't we go down and find that person now? Are you mad? Do you think a magic chanter can protect you if you leave with him? This is Thorn City, Duke Simon's Thorn City. No matter how strong he is, how many can he defeat?" Another person immediately retorted. "But the Duke cast something on us. Then let me ask you, are you dead? Is anyone here dead? But if the magic chanter hadn't killed that monster and made them stop parasitizing us, perhaps in the future." That's just what he said. The person interrupted him and continued, "Moreover, you said that it's only perhaps, right? But if we leave with the person who ruined the Duke's plans and excavate that fortress, we will definitely die. Do you understand?" A few miners nodded when they heard his words. Duke Simon's authority in Thorn City was absolute, and no one doubted it. "Then, when we encounter the Duke's men later, what should we say about what happened below?" someone asked. "Just as we discussed previously, we tell the truth about what happened before we fainted. As for what happened after that, we said that we don't remember anything after waking up." The miner who spoke earlier replied, "The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Say that you don't remember anything, and they can't verify it." Everyone nodded to themselves. About 5 minutes later, they followed the guidance of the magic crystal lamps and walked out of the Silver Stream mine. What awaited them outside was a black mass of bramble guards. Seeing them walk out, the two front rows of black armored guards drew their swords with a clang. All the miners raised their hands and stopped. After seeing who was leading the team, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Vincent von Bergman. He was the chief battle mage of the palace and known as the #1 person below legendary. It was said that he had once challenged 3 Inner Circle members of the Platinum Ring to a mage duel in a row and defeated the 3 famous battle mages one by one. Later, he even used lightning to carve incurable scorch marks on each of their faces as humiliation. As a result, he obtained the title of Sage of Scorching Scars. For a moment, everyone was stunned in their spots. They never expected the matter in the mine to be so serious that it actually alarmed someone of this importance to deal with it. Execution and surveillance. Vincent and an adjutant beside him walked in front of the miners. Electricity flashed in the air around him, and an indescribable pressure made everyone who faced him involuntarily lower their heads. Some of their knees went limp and they almost knelt. "Where's the person who killed the supervisor?" Vincent went straight to the point and asked in a very calm voice. The leader replied in fear, He's in the mines. Are all of you here? About half of them aren't around. Where are they?" That magic chanter opened a portal and let them escape. At this moment, under the powerful pressure of this master magic chanter, these miners forgot all the strategies they had discussed before speaking. Basically, they answered whatever the other party asked. Vincent pondered for a moment before speaking to the adjutant beside him. Lock them up in the dungeon. However, the adjutant shook his head. Before we came, the Duke instructed that bramble regulations are to be enforced here according to the mine riot plans. Nov. L. B /JNN. Vincent looked at the adjutant and said without changing his tone, "Do as I say. Take them to the Rose Palace's dungeons and lock them up. I'll talk to the Duke." The adjutant hesitated for a long time before finally lowering his head slightly and replying, "Yes, by your orders." Then, he looked up and asked, "Then what should we do with the heretical mage in the mines?" A deep rift that flickered with lightning opened beside Vincent's hand. He took out an ebony staff embedded with a blue gem. "I'll go down alone." He held his staff and said, "Why?" the adjutant asked in surprise. "These miners just said that the other party activated a portal to let the remaining people escape. If too many people go down and make the other party find it difficult to resist, he can just activate a portal again and escape. Moreover, the mine is narrow, so it's not suitable for the bramble guards to form a formation. Having too many people will only be a burden." As he spoke, the blue gem on the staff lit up, and circles of ripples that stirred space spread out. The adjutant glanced at the ebony staff in envy. He and Vincent were both sages of astrology constellations. The magical medium made of void crystal in Vincent's hand was definitely something that all mages who focused on lightning spells dreamed of. "If there's a problem, I'll contact you immediately through spatial spells." Vincent said this and walked deeper into the mine without looking back. The adjutant bowed slightly at his back. "Good luck." When his back completely disappeared into the depths of the mine, the adjutant who had been humble suddenly straightened his back and revealed a mocking and regretful expression. However, this expression disappeared in an instant. He turned around and called for a mage whose robe was embroidered with a golden rose badge. "Go back and inform the Duke that Master Vincent's choice is as he predicted." The person nodded and looked at the miners surrounded by the bramble guards. "Then, what about these people?" "So we escort them to the dungeon as per Master Vincent's instructions." The adjutant smiled and shook his head. "No." Then, he raised his voice. "Carry out the Blackthorn regulations." His voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the black-armored guards to hear. Then, screams and blood splattered endlessly. "Speaking of which, I've always wanted to ask why you appeared in the Silver Stream mine that day." Cass wore a black cloak and stood in an alley opposite an enchantment shop. His face was hidden under the hood of the cloak, and he unhooked the huge sword that was as exaggerated as a door and leaned against the wall beside him. He was drinking a bottle of berry wine to ward off the cold while staring at the enchantment shop not far away. The fairy named Liz sat on his shoulder and played with the stray threads on the cloak in boredom. Upon hearing Cass's question, she slowed down. He had previously learned from his interactions with Liz that fairies were extraordinary creatures that needed to live on ambiguity and mystery. Mist, forest, dawn, dusk, dreams. They could only be replenished by magic in places with ambiguous elements. Correspondingly, fairies hated places with specific rules. They definitely wouldn't take the initiative to approach a mine like the Silver Stream mine that was close to the embryonic form of a company. I'm not sure either. I remember falling asleep in the forest that day. When I woke up, I realized that there was fog. Then, as I flew, I found myself at the Silver Stream mine. Sigh, speaking of which, was there fog in the mine that day? As Liz spoke, she picked up the bow she had tied out with the thread and looked disgusted. "I didn't notice it after I entered the mine with my teammates, but doesn't fog happen in mines? Or did someone deliberately arrange it?" Cass asked with a frown, but Liz didn't answer his question. Instead, she continued tussling with the bow. Cass sighed softly. This seemed to be the case with fairies. They were born out of ambiguity, so they weren't interested in anything that needed logical analysis. Everything they did naturally depended on their mood. Whether they could use magic or not, and the effects they produced would change according to their mood. The door of the enchantment shop opened from the inside, and a man and woman walked out. The two of them were wearing off a university's uniforms. The woman was about 16 or 17 years old. She was looking at the ancient pendant in her hand in confusion, and the man was in his 20s. He lowered his head and said something to her with a warm smile. Cass, who originally wanted to ask more, gently patted Liz's head. Liz came back to her senses and put down the bow. Her eyes lit up with a faint purple light. "Yes, it's that man. I saw the aura of parasitism on his body previously." She pointed at the smiling young man. "It's really a magic chanter this time." "What about the woman beside him?" "There are no signs of parasitism, but it looks like the two of them are classmates. I suggest you wait for the two of them to separate before going over. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain yourself," Liz suggested. "If I don't follow her, that woman will probably be parasitized tonight." As Cass spoke, he tied the huge sword to his back again. "As usual, return to that wooden hut and wait for me." "No way." Liz suddenly flew in front of Cass and stopped the man. "The host this time is a magic chanter. I can save you if something happens." Cass fell silent for a moment. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, he nodded gently. Pendant and ambush. This is already the 6th enchantment shop, Liliana thought. Due to the development of the elementium silver industry, Thorn City could be said to be the most prosperous city in the entire Vic continent other than the Empire's capital, Platinum City, and Alpha Capital's Ring City. However, even though she visited 6 famous enchantment shops in a row, she still couldn't figure out the origins of the ancient sunbird pendant. Even the owner of the old enchantment shop that claimed to have a 200-year history ransacked the basement for half a day before finding some fragmented clues from a moldy ancient book. Phoenix, the Twilight Kingdom, which is also the immortal bird of the current ancient faith in Quicksand Province, symbolizes the sun and the sky. The shopkeeper pointed at the awkward ancient text on the book and said to her, I can only confirm that the appearance of this pendant should be the faith totem of the ancient Twilight Kingdom. As for the runes and enchantments engraved on it, I don't understand them at all. However, I can confirm that the enchantment circuit on it doesn't work using the same principles as the current enchantment system. It's even incompatible with the charging interface. The shop owner hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice and asking her, where did you get this pendant? I even suspect that it relies on a human soul to recharge. There were usually only 3 ways for magic chanters to obtain magic power in Kurura: the astral world, the moon realm, and the soul itself. After the astral laws were established, the astral world became the only legal way for magic chanters to obtain magic power. Any mage who used the moon realm and the soul as a channel for magic power was considered a heretic. If the shop owner hadn't seen the 2 people entering the shop wearing Offa University's uniforms, he would have informed the church to arrest the heretics immediately. Having failed to gain anything from the 6th enchantment shop, Liliana decided to try her luck at another enchantment shop. However, her senior, Rod Wilson, gave her another suggestion. Liliana, since the shop owner said that this pendant might need a human soul to replenish its magic power, should we go to some less formal places and ask? Perhaps the people there know more. After Liliana was released from her confinement at home, she found her friend from Offa University's enchantment department and hoped that he could help appraise the pendant given to her by the person who called himself William Kane. However, after fiddling for a while, other than using up all the magic power stored in the pendant, he didn't obtain any useful information. He didn't even know how to recharge it. Fortunately, Rod Wilson's family was in the Elementium silver refinery industry, so he was very familiar with the layout of Thorn City's enchantment shops. Therefore, he offered to bring Liliana to a few enchantment shops that could provide high-quality appraisal services. After 6 consecutive failures, he came up with a new suggestion: the black market. Liliana frowned when she heard her senior's words. If it were a few weeks ago, she would definitely be looking forward to that place. However, after experiencing the series of events from before, she didn't have a good impression of the black market. However, if she wanted to figure out the true identity of the magic chanter who called himself William Kane alone, it seemed that this was the only clue she could investigate. Fine. Their footsteps echoed in a damp tunnel. Occasionally, the sound of bats flapping their wings and rats scampering could be heard from the corner. Rod held a lit magical medium and led the way, with Liliana following closely behind. According to Rod, this black market was established deep in the tunnels of Thorn City. That used to be the gathering place of the Thieves Guild, but after Duke Simon took office, in order to combat the smuggling of Elementium silver, he eliminated all the factions of the Thieves Guild from the Blackwater province. Then, Thorn City's Elementium silver smuggling channels are almost monopolized by the Duke himself. Rod spoke as he walked. The tunnel was deep and winding, but it was eerily quiet. Perhaps because she was a little afraid, Liliana, who originally wasn't interested in such topics, raised her voice and asked, since the entire Thorn City's Elementium silver industry belongs to the Duke, why smuggle it yourself? This is because the smuggled Elementium silver doesn't need to pay the Empire's trade taxes. Rod turned around and smiled at her. Perhaps it was because the tunnel was dim, but his genial smile, which looked no different from before, made Liliana's heart tingle. The Elementium silver on the black market has a very high premium. As for the mining thieves, they bribe the law enforcers of Thorn City for the duration of the mining. The Duke also takes another cut during their exports. Overall, smuggling earns about the same through official channels. Furthermore, all of this is under the Duke's control. There's no need to heed the royal family. Liliana nodded as if she understood. After walking in the maze-like tunnels for a few minutes, Liliana thought of something and asked, Rod, I remember that your family is also in the Elementium silver refinement business, right? Then, will this smuggling affect your family? Be it smuggling or formal channels, it's actually to ensure the Duke's interests. Do you know which mine provides the Wilson family with raw ores? Which one? Silver Stream Mine. I'm not too sure. Is there anything special about this mine? It doesn't matter, he just needs to be the only person to know. As Rod spoke, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Liliana almost bumped into his back. At this moment, they arrived at a slightly wider fork in the tunnel. Rod, what do you mean? Liliana hurriedly asked in panic when the other party suddenly stopped. Rod turned his head 180 degrees and said to her face to face, the person who has been following us since the beginning. No, should I say 2 people? As he spoke, he still had a warm smile on his face. Liliana finally understood why she felt her hair stand on end when she saw his expression. Rod, or rather, the thing that looked like Rod, had a frozen smile on its face as if something was talking while donning Rod's skin. Liliana wasn't sure if she screamed. She only knew that when she woke up, she was already sitting on the dirty ground. Between her and Rod was a tall man wearing a black cloak and holding a door-like sword. This person had apparently saved her. Were you hinting that the monsters below the Silver Stream mine are related to the Duke? The man asked, trying to conceal the rage in him. As for Rod, he only laughed and said, hello, Castorant, and that little pet of yours. It was our dereliction of duty to let you escape previously, but we won't give you a chance this time. Cass warily glanced around. 7 or 8 skeletons in half armor and wrapped in mist walked out of a few forks in the tunnel. The weapons in their hands constantly changed color as the mist swirled. I promise that you will be reunited with your friends and /o/vel/b/in.c//om. Fairy Fog. Cass Durant. Liliana had heard of this name a few days ago when she returned to Thorn City. For some reason, the former chief of the Bramble mercenaries had become a lunatic who killed innocent citizens indiscriminately. In just 2 months, he had killed 28 people and was currently wanted in the entire Blackwater province. Liliana looked past the Black Swordsman and at Rod, whose head had turned 180 degrees. Was this the truth? Was the Black Swordsman hunting monsters disguised as humans? Can you stand? Cass asked anxiously as he glanced at Liliana, who was sitting on the ground from the corner of his eye. The monster in front of him was on a completely different level from the opponents he had killed previously. Coupled with the 7 or 8 skeletons wearing half armor and shrouded in mist, he couldn't divert his attention at all. Liliana stood up using the wall for support. Only then did she realize that her shoulder had been sliced open, and blood was flowing non-stop. No problem. Liliana held her wound and said through gritted teeth. Then, she chanted a healing spell, and a green light emitted from her palm healed the wound slowly. What a pity. The monster turned its stiff neck when it saw this. If only you had hesitated for a moment. In that case, my lovely junior's neck would have been snapped like a pole. What a pity. I still want to take that Coast Dynasty pendant back and study it. You knew I was following you? Cass asked. Ever since that pet of yours followed me all the way yesterday, I knew that you would come looking for me in the next 2 days. The monster sneered. Could it be that you took the initiative to take me to the enchantment shops and then the underground black market to lure him out? Liliana, who had stopped the bleeding, asked while enduring the pain. That was just by chance. After all, I really want to figure out the origins of this pendant. After all, the enchantment on it is a defensive barrier specially targeted at Moonrealm spirits. The monster kept its face facing them while slowly turning its body around. You're a lunar monster. Liliana's eyes widened. Lunar monster, what a nostalgic term. Who taught you this? The owner of this pendant. As the monster spoke, his face still had a stiff and warm smile. Liliana's heart sank. She had seen how powerful the lunar monster named Stumbling Demon was. Even if this monster in Rod's skin was a few levels weaker, it wasn't an existence she could resist. Do you know what they are? The Black Swordsman in front of her suddenly asked. I know a little. I've heard a heretical mage mention it before, Liliana replied hesitantly. Run, the Black Swordsman ordered. Liz, use Fairy Fog to bring her out to the usual place. She knows clues about these monsters. Before Liliana could ask who Liz was, a palm-sized girl with dragonfly wings on her back flew out of the Black Swordsman's chest pocket. She flew to Cass's head and tugged at his ear. Fairy Fog can only bring one person out, so cut the big talk. Don't try to act cool by covering the retreat. If you want to run, run together. There's too many. I can't protect her here. Cass looked at the 7 or 8 half-armored skeletons that were gradually approaching and hastily said, Take her first. I'll knock them all down here before returning. Before he could finish speaking, the 3 skeletons closest to him had already rushed forward. As the tunnel was narrow, Cass couldn't swing the door-like sword in his hand to his heart's content. Therefore, he held the sword horizontally in front of him as a shield, blocking the 2 skeletons' thrusts. Then, he leveraged the sword as a pivot before flying up and kicking the 3rd skeleton to the wall. With a whoosh, the skeleton scattered into bones on the ground. Go. Cass took this opportunity to turn around and shout at the 2 of them. With that said, he raised his huge sword and swung it at the next skeleton. Liz watched Cass rush out and cursed him for being an idiot before flying in front of Liliana. I'm taking you out. Remember not to speak during this process, and don't try to think about what happened. In fact, don't think about anything. Just empty your mind. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out of the fog. Looking at the fairy in front of her whom she had only seen in textbooks, Liliana subconsciously nodded, but Liz still seemed a little worried. Why don't I let you sleep first? Nothing will go wrong that way. Wait a minute. Before Liliana could finish speaking, Liz suddenly flapped her wings, and some purple and black scale powder scattered over her face. Then, irresistible drowsiness surged into her heart, and she fell asleep in seconds. Sorry, I'm in a bad mood now. You'll probably have nightmares later, but there's nothing we can do about it. With that said, Liz flew into the air and danced as if no one was around. As she danced, a fog emitted from her. This fog resembled the fog from the fields in the morning or the forest at night, giving off a dubious feeling. When the fog was thick enough to envelop the 2 of them, Liz stopped and grabbed Liliana's hand. The human and fairy gradually became ethereal and dreamy in the fog as if they would disappear at any moment. With a last gust of wind, the 2 of them disappeared into the dubious fog. Fairy Fog was the only displacement spell that didn't require the use of lightning spells to tear through space and perform teleportation. The fairies could temporarily vanish from the world by blurring their existence in the fog, and then use dubious memories to reappear in Kurura. This was also the reason why many rural legends said that children who ran into the forest's fog would be captured by the fairies. In fact, many children were only lost in the dubious fog created by the fairies and forgot their existence. It might only be a fleeting moment for them, but by the time they regained their memories, it might be dozens or hundreds of years later. After shattering the last skeleton, Cass raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the monster. Quite impressive. No wonder you could send so many of my compatriots back to the moon realm, the monster praised sincerely. It's your turn to die next. Die? We won't die. Don't misunderstand. With that said, its hand bent into a few sections like an arthropod. Its palm bloomed like a flower of flesh and blood, and a sharp chitin bone blade extended from its wrist. Of course, it's indeed quite troublesome to have our bodies destroyed in Kurura. After all, the contract over Kurura's seal hasn't expired yet. We can only come here through loopholes. A single banishment might mean decades before we can come here again. Cass ignored the other party's deliberate stalling and charged forward to slash at its head. Clang! The monster crossed its arms and blocked the strike with its bone blades. Its face revealed a pleasant smile under the shadow of the huge sword. Don't be anxious. It's still early. As it spoke, it thrust its hands up, forcing Cass to take 3 steps back. Then, its entire body began to expand. With the sound of flesh tearing, the human skin covering its true face fell off. A moment later, a monster about the height of 2 people with 6 sharp spider spears on its back stood in front of Cass. Its entire body was covered in a shiny chitin shell, and it had compound eyes and a proboscis. It spread its arms as if it was making a declaration. Now, Bramble's last swordsman, it's time for your long hunt to end n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. As for Cass, he assumed a charging posture. It won't end until I kill all of you bastards. Kill us all. Although it no longer had a human face after ripping it off, Cass could tell that the monster's expression was a mocking smile. Crack, crack, crack. The skeletons that had been shattered by Cass reassembled as if time had reversed. Around Cass, the skeletons shrouded in mist stood up one after another. He was surrounded in the middle. This was the real trap meant for you. Judgment Bloodline. Cass dodged the first wave of attacks at the cost of 3 wounds on his body. Years of combat experience allowed him to avoid being injured in his vital spots. Although the 3 deep wounds bled profusely, it didn't affect his combat strength for a short period of time. He quickly distanced himself from the skeletons. Although the narrow terrain in the tunnel prevented him from fully unleashing the advantage of the huge sword in his hand, it also prevented him from facing more than 2 enemies at a time. Although the skeletons shrouded in mist looked strange, they weren't a match for him. Cass suspected that even if he didn't swing them with all his might, the weight of the black iron sword alone was enough to shatter them to pieces. The troublesome thing was that despite scattering them, they would reassemble and continue attacking him persistently. Perhaps it was better to say that their fragile and unstable bone joints made the power of every attack easily negated as if he had punched a puff of smoke. Under such circumstances, he could only scatter the enemies, he couldn't reduce them to bone powder that couldn't be pieced back. If this continued, his stamina would sooner or later be exhausted by these unkillable skeletons. With this in mind, Cass took a deep breath and looked at the half-human, half-spider monster. It was better to ignore those brainless monsters and kill the fellow who was enjoying its front row seats. Cass judged the situation. He didn't believe that the monster's head could be pieced back together. After visually estimating the width of the passageway, Cass swung his huge sword to the greatest extent without flicking his blade. The skeletons blocking him from the spider monster were minced into pieces. He directly leaped across the fragments that had begun to reassemble and rushed forward to fight the spider monster. Sparks constantly flew from the collision of the chitin bone blades and the black iron sword in the dim tunnel. Chinks sounded incessantly. Occasionally, there would be the crisp sound of bones cracking and muffled groans. Clang! Another collision caused Cass's breathing to become a little chaotic. He couldn't help but take half a step back, and his palm felt numb from the impact while gripping the hilt. However, before he could catch his breath, the 2 mist-covered skeletons behind him reconstituted their bodies and attacked him. The narrow space in the tunnel prevented him from directly splitting the 2 skeletons in half. He could only half turn around helplessly and use his sword as a shield to block the other party's attack. Then, he raised his huge sword and stabbed forward, pinning the 2 skeletons to the wall and shattering them into bones. However, before he could pull out his sword, the mist stirred, and the shattered skeletons began to tremble slightly. Under the guidance of a certain force, they were about to reassemble. Are you done? Cass, who was surrounded by enemies, steeled his heart and twisted the hilt of his sword. He no longer attempted to conserve strength. With a soft crack, the mechanism on the hilt lodged, and the demon sealing runes buried in the hilt were activated, releasing the magic power sealed inside. Crimson fire runes swarmed over the sword, and the entire black iron sword turned red like a branding iron. The temperature in the tunnel rose rapidly, and the shattered bones on the ground were burned into flying ashes in a few breaths. Level 6 fire spell, Breaking Dawn. When he was in the Bramble Mercenaries, he spent a lot of money to get an enchanter to engrave the trump card in this weapon. Cass wasn't a magic chanter to begin with, and because he was wanted, he couldn't recharge the magic power in the demon sealing rune after it was depleted. Therefore, this enchantment could be said to be a trump card that could only be used once. Enchanted runes. The half-human, half-spider monster looked at the flaming sword in Cass's hand, and for the first time, his voice carried a hint of seriousness. But you're not a spellblade. How long can you rely on the magic power in this sword? 2 minutes, 1 minute. It's enough to kill you. The flames of the huge sword formed a curtain of fire that attacked it. Even the monster didn't dare take this powerful strike head-on. The 6 spider spears on its back stabbed into the stone wall as it crawled higher. However, Cass didn't give it a chance to climb up. The flames on his sword transformed into a crescent-shaped flying blade as he brandished it, severing the 3 spider spears on its left. With a crack, it slid down the wall a few meters and barely managed to stabilize itself with the other half of the spider spear, but this distance was enough for Cass to deliver a strike. Seeing the crimson sword slash over, it raised its bone blade to receive it. This time, the chitin bone blade was sliced open like butter. Under the terrifying heat, the sound of cracking came from its appendage-like hands, and an unpleasant charred smell filled the air. Seeing that Cass was about to chop off its head, the monster suddenly shouted, "Mist Nightmare, if you don't make a move, the 2 of us will return to the moon realm together." With a snick, Cass felt something pierce his body from behind. A strange slippery feeling came from his abdominal cavity. He lowered his head and found that a hand filled with mist had penetrated his stomach. It was the mist on those skeletons. Cass thought as the taste of blood rose in his throat. He turned around. The skeletons from before had scattered and piled up on the ground. The mist that originally enveloped them gathered, forming a blurry humanoid behind him. No wonder they could resurrect infinitely. That layer of mist was the main body of those monsters. Skeletons were just puppets under its control. Cass swallowed the blood in his throat. It was too late to turn around. He planned on beheading the monster in front of him while the enchantment effect was still active. But it was already too late. The other party's severed limb struck his wrist. Coupled with his severely injured abdomen, Cass's hands lost all strength, and the huge sword fell to the ground with a clang. Without his will, the enchanted runes on the sword instantly extinguished, and the black iron sword quickly turned cold. The hand that had pierced him retracted, and Cass's knees buckled as he knelt down. He placed his hands on the ground and panted heavily. "Did you have to wait until now to attack? Didn't you say that you could deal with him alone? The information you gave didn't say that his weapon is sealed with a fire spell specially used to counter demons. I've never seen him use it. How would I know? Forget it. Have you found the 2 who escaped? I marked that woman's dream. I've already gotten my subordinates to go over." The 2 voices seemed to come from afar. Cass, who was gradually losing consciousness, understood their conversation with difficulty. He felt that he couldn't collapse now. He struggled to reach out for the huge sword that had fallen to the ground, but the sword was already too heavy for him. Something slipped out of his chest pocket in his efforts. It was a demon sealing rune that flickered with lightning. "If you feel like you need help one day, crush it." He recalled the words of the gray-haired and silver-eyed mysterious magic chanter. He reached out and pressed down on the demon sealing rune. However, before he could crush it, a sharp sound tore through the air. Whoosh! A silver arrow pierced the spider monster's neck. Before Cass could react to what was happening, the sound of a few more arrows tearing through the air reached his ears. Compound eyes, proboscis, joints, neck, heart. Every silver arrow accurately nailed the monster's vitals. It didn't even leave a word before turning into black salt crystals and dissipating. Cass turned his head. Not far away was a tall blonde woman wearing a triangular hat and light leather armor. At this moment, she was half kneeling on the ground as she aimed an exquisite repeating crossbow in his direction. Seeing that the spider monster had already begun to dissipate, the woman turned to shoot at the blurry mist humanoid. N/O/vel/B/C/om. However, the arrow only penetrated the wall behind it and didn't cause any effective damage. Upon seeing this, the blonde woman decisively threw down the repeating crossbow, drew the silver rapier she wore at her waist, and rushed over in her long leather boots. The misty humanoid transformed its hands into 2 sharp short swords as it charged forward. "What are you?" The woman ignored the misty figure's words and elegantly dodged the other party's attack like a swan. Then, she slashed with her sword, leaving a faint silver trajectory with the rapier. The moment the human-shaped mist touched the silver light, it dissipated like the morning fog seeing sunlight. With just one strike, the misty humanoid disappeared without a trace. The blonde woman nimbly retracted her sword and extended her hand to Cass. "I'm sorry I'm late. It's an honor to meet you. Who are you?" Cass asked hoarsely. He had never seen such a person if his memories hadn't failed him. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is your identity." The woman's voice was very cold and straightforward. "Identity? Do you mean as a mercenary or a wanted criminal, or a person who is about to die?" Cass forced a laugh. The woman shook her head, her expression unchanged like a puppet. "We've been looking for you for a long time, Cass Durant, the last bloodline of Blake Saba." Cass asked with blood in his mouth, "Whose bloodline?" "Blake Saba, 4th of the 13 judges' bloodline of the Black Swordsman. Sage of Scorching Scars." The dim light, the turbid air, and the quiet environment where only his footsteps could be heard. Every time he came to the mine, Vincent would recall something from a long time ago. "Look at them, Vincent. Take a good look at them." At that time, Simon Wald, who hadn't become the Duke of Thorn, stood on a high spot and pointed at the miners working below as he spoke to him, who was still an expert mage back then. They toil in the dark mines for more than 10 hours a day with no safety measures. What can such hard work be exchanged for? Is it only enough for a living, one that plagues them with illnesses? Simon's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. As they breathe the air in the mine, most of the miners who have worked here for more than 20 years will suffer from silver lung disease because they inhale too much elementium silver dust. It's said that their chests will feel as if they're burning painfully every time they breathe. But guess what they call this? There was no trace of a smile on Simon's face. Inheritance. This is because after they die, their family members can sell the lungs to the black market's alchemists at a high price. They can extract crystallized elementium silver from them. Even so, the Thieves Guild that controls the black market still takes a considerable commission. What's their mantra? There's a moral code among thieves. With that said, Simon Wald covered his face and laughed maniacally. Why are you telling me this? Vincent waited until Simon was out of breath from laughing until he started a fit of coughs before slowly asking, "Help me?" Simon suddenly calmed down and extended his hand to Vincent. "Help me become the next Duke of Thorn. Help me regain the elementium silver industry from the Empire, and help me make the Blackwater province eternally free from the restraints of the royal family, the Astral Council, and the Church." Even today, he didn't regret his decision that day. He cursed the Duke's heir, barged into the Holy Sepulchre where his ancestors rested to seek strength, expelled the Empire's envoy, and fought a platinum ring battle mage. Even though he violated the astral laws because of this, causing him to never advance to the legendary domain in his life, and even though his methods were too tyrannical, causing his wife to be assassinated by the conservatives, he never regretted it at all. All of this is a necessary sacrifice. The man sitting on the Thorn Throne who was becoming colder and colder had said this to him. Nov. L. B//JNN. He took back the elementium silver industry, but he squeezed the miners even harder than the Empire. He expelled the Thieves Guild, but he created an even crueler underground black market. In order to fulfill his ideals, he had almost gone in the opposite direction of his former ideals. In order to resist the Empire, he had to firmly hold power in his hands and squeeze out the last bit of power in Blackwater province. But compared to the Empire's 800-year heritage, that strength was still insufficient. He could understand Vincent. However, even he began to wonder if the price he had to pay for that dream was too heavy. Holy Sepulchre. If the Duke really wanted to master the power of the Holy Sepulchre and awaken the millions of corpses buried in the cemetery for thousands of years as his army, would it really be an ideal country to rule? A country filled with the dead? More importantly, how could he guarantee that he could truly control that power? The rotten moon tide of the undead 1,000 years ago was the Blackwater King's failed attempt back then. The final outcome was a natural disaster that could have destroyed the entire Blackwater Kingdom. If not for the Doomsday Watchers at their peak and the hero William Kane killing the out-of-control Blackwater King at the critical moment, the entire Blackwater province would probably be a silent kingdom of the dead. Vincent thought about it and turned the last corner. Then, his vision cleared up. It was an overly wide hall compared to the narrow mine from before. There was a small skull mountain in the middle of the hall. There was a pattern of a dragon and snake devouring each other on the rock walls around the hall, emitting a faint silver light. However, his gaze was completely drawn to the gray-haired, silver-eyed man in front of the skull temple. Hello. The person wore a miner's uniform and held a purple-robed wooden magical medium. Beside him stood a thin youth. The person greeted him politely when he saw him walk in. Vincent couldn't tell the level of the person in front of him. As a magic chanter whose mental strength had been tempered to the threshold of the legendary stage and yet not seen through the other party's level, this was enough to determine the other party's level. Peak master? Or legendary? But as a heretical mage who can't obtain magic power from the astral laws, where can he obtain enough magic fuel to maintain his level? As his thoughts raced, Vincent asked, "Were you the one who killed the supervisor and took away the other half of the miners?" "Yes," the other party nodded and replied without any hesitation. "Then, you didn't choose to leave with them. Can I take it that you're provoking the entire Thorn City?" Vincent asked. "Then, can I take it that you're provoking the entire Vic continent by setting up a shrine worshipping the Moon Realm here?" The other party knew about the Moon Realm, so his magic power fuel came from a Moon Realm contract? According to the information revealed by the other party's words, Vincent adjusted his countermeasures in his heart. The 3 moon goddesses have always been the faith of the Blackwater swamp. She's even older than the 7 holy spirits, he replied. So those miners willingly let the soul-ingesting spider demon parasitize their bodies. As the person spoke, he pointed his purple yew staff at the webweaver's corpse in a corner. Only then did Vincent notice the dead webweaver's corpse. Corpse? Why would a moon realm spirit leave behind a corpse after death? Something incomprehensible had happened. Why did it leave a body behind? The person responded expressionlessly. Of course, it's because it's already dead. That's impossible, Vincent blurted out. Lunar monsters were essentially a thought, a concept, or something metaphysical. It was impossible to kill them with magic and swords. But as you can see, this has already happened. Let's not talk about this first. You're a little stronger than the people I've seen before. Even among the people I know, you can be considered third-rate. I believe you have some status in this city, right? My name is Vincent. Do you understand now? Who? Vincent fell silent. Did the other party not even know who he was? Then, how did he turn the Silver Stream mine upside down alone? Vincent wasn't someone who cared about his reputation. Be it the titles of the number 1 person below the legendary stage or Sage of Scorching Scars, they were all given by the nosy. However, he wasn't against those titles. Many times, a resounding title was much easier than teaching a fool a lesson. But the person in front of him, Vincent von Bergman, Duke Simon's chief palace mage, he added. This time, a change in expression finally appeared on the other party's face. That last name. Who's Liliana to you? Divine Realm. Who's Liliana to you? In fact, William already had a rough answer before he asked this question. However, he still wanted to hear the person in front of him say it personally. The other party fell silent for a moment, and the expression on his face kept changing. Finally, he replied, "She's my daughter." "Where did you learn this name?" As expected, William couldn't help but have the urge to laugh when he sensed the vigilance in the other party's words. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. He said to the middle-aged man who called himself the chief palace mage and claimed that the three moon goddesses was an ancient belief of the Blackwater swamp. "Then, are you aware that your daughter was almost eaten by the spawn of the three moon goddesses about a week ago? What were you doing back then? Worshipping the statue of the Lady of Starvation in this mine? I was searching for her back then. I didn't know that she had encountered a newborn goddess's dependent." Vincent was silent for a moment before answering. The newborn goddess was the Lady of Starvation in the Moon Realm worship of the ancient Blackwater Kingdom. Similarly, the Whispering Empress and the Lord of Nightmare were respectively called the Goddess of Transformation and the Goddess of Art. "In that case, you know that the Lady of Starvation's spawn eats humans?" William asked. He waited for a while and continued when Vincent didn't say anything. "Then, you treated them as your faith and worshipped a man-eating deity." Vincent shook his head at William's words. "Strength is strength. How to use it is only related to the user's will. The same power can be used to kill or save people. My daughter is in danger because that magic chanter wanted to kill her, and that's not the will of the newborn goddess." This familiar explanation again. William had the urge to facepalm. In-game, every time he questioned Moon Realm worshippers who could still communicate normally, they always gave the same answer. He didn't expect them to remain the same more than 1,000 years later. Their gods weren't in the wrong, but the believers who had chanted the wrong scriptures and abused their powers. William scoffed at this. "There are many ways to obtain strength," he said. "Be it tempering one's skills, practicing magic, or establishing a faction, these powers belong to yourself after obtaining them. No one can snatch them from your hands. However, the powers obtained from trading with the Moon Realm aren't like this." As William spoke, he looked at the corpse of the webweaver. "No matter how powerful or convenient that power is, the power from the Moon Realm is something the Void Sovereigns lend out. Those things will never belong to you. Furthermore, one day, they'll make you spit them out with interest. You didn't come here to destroy the altar and take away the miners just to give me a lesson in faith, right?" Vincent interrupted William's preaching and continued. "You're the heretical mage who saved my daughter in the Grief Mountains, right? I asked her about your identity and whereabouts, but she refused to say anything. She only said that you're a wandering heretical mage and didn't want to cause too much trouble." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the ruined temple. "She probably didn't expect you to cause such trouble here. However, no matter what your goal is, please accept my gratitude for saving my daughter." As Vincent spoke, he bowed to him solemnly. "If you're willing to leave here, I guarantee on my reputation that no one will fault you. Although that's what I would like to say, your choice of staying despite being able to use teleportation means that you have something to discuss with us, right?" William nodded. "That's why I need to confirm if your status in this city is worth talking to," Vincent replied bluntly. "Tell me what you want." William looked at the picture of the dragon and snake devouring each other and replied, "Put what I want aside for now. Let me tell you what you want first." William stared into Vincent's eyes and said, "You want the Blackwater swamp to become independent from the Riel Empire." Upon hearing the other party's words, Vincent said with a calm expression, "Only a lunatic would have such thoughts." William shook his head and pointed at the rock wall. "Do you know what this pattern on the rock wall represents?" Vincent looked at the pattern on the rock wall that was gradually dimming and replied, "The Bronze Age's primitive faith totem in the Blackwater swamp, the dragon god Oka who symbolizes royalty, and the snake god Vera who symbolizes death. This painting of tail devouring shows that they are undergoing an eternal battle." Vincent paused and continued, "However, these myths have been proven to be partly the truth of real myths since the creation model of the 7 Holy Spirits was proposed. No one will believe this now, so why are you asking me this? Are you sure you want to continue your act in front of me?" William asked. Vincent hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "The King and Rebel ritual allows the executor to obtain the power of legends by reproducing the mirror image of an ancient myth. I'll be straightforward. This ritual isn't enough to free you from the Empire's control. The strength of ceremonial magic is closely related to the extent to which the executor restores the myths. Otherwise, wouldn't I be able to obtain the mighty power of the mythical god King if I joined an underground gang and killed the gang leader, the king, as a rebel? The world isn't that simple. Let's not talk about the power of the legendary god King. Even if you want a person to directly step into the divine realm, the materials for your ritual might require the assassination of the current emperor to satisfy the conditions of the ritual. And if he could publicly kill the emperor of the empire, why would he need a king and rebel ritual to obtain strength? What are you trying to say?" Vincent frowned and asked. "I can help you become independent from the empire, but I need you to give me the corresponding remuneration." "You? What makes you say so?" With this, as William spoke, he slammed the magical medium in his hand on the ground. An extremely complicated blue clock pattern unfolded around it, encompassing the entire temple hall. It was as if a bell was chiming from afar. Vincent felt a ridiculously powerful magical power infuse into the clock pattern through the magical medium before spreading to every corner of the hall. Then, the pattern disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. However, Vincent felt that a great spell that might require several magic choirs to cast had taken effect. He observed his surroundings, but there didn't seem to be any special changes. "What did you just do?" Vincent asked solemnly. The other party didn't answer him. Instead, he bent down and picked up a handful of slag before scattering it into the sky. The slag stopped in midair. Time stopped. Frost-type Divine Realm spell, 0 entropy. The magic chanter in front of him had already reached the Divine Realm. Everything. What was magic? According to the theory of the Zhou Mu Church, the founder of the classical magic system, and the creation model of the 7 holy spirits built by the first crown in the first year of the Platinum calendar, magic was a transformation from unresolved possibilities to confirmed facts. The material world in Korra was a confirmed reality, so ores were ores, steel was steel, and swords were swords. If one wanted to turn ores into swords, one had to burn and smelt them into steel. Then, they had to forge steel into swords. Not one step could be missed. However, for magic chanters, they could skip all the steps. A mage proficient in transformation could transform ores into swords, and a powerful illusion mage could even draw a sword from the void. This was because in the eyes of a true magic chanter, be it ores, steel, or swords, these observable substances were only embellishments. Their essence was solidified magic power. Everything is magic. This was the core of the Zhou Mu Church's theory. At the same time, it was the cornerstone of modern magical theory. Everything, including the operation of the astral laws, had to follow this ironclad rule. In the Zhou Mu Church's framework, the original world was a place with only light, and light was endless magic that contained infinite possibilities. In a huge event called creation, a portion of magic power left the realm of light and sank and solidified, turning into this solid and certain physical world. This concept inspired Proteus to propose a model of the creation of the 7 holy spirits, ultimately creating the Holy Spirits Church that unified the entire Vic continent's mythological system. Of course, this was all in the future. Matter was solidified magic, or it could be said to be the magic of death. Therefore, magic chanters couldn't use them to change reality. At most, they could only use them as a medium. All the magic chanters could use were active magic power from the realm of light that had never participated in the creation of Korra. They used the astral world, the moon realm, and everyone's souls to flow into the world, turning them into the constantly changing power of the physical world. Otherwise, all of Korra would be a rigid specimen. Therefore, when magic chanters used magic, even if it was only a level 1 trick, it was essentially a miniature Genesis. The magic chanters were like the 7 holy spirits of creation. They guided the magic power of the light realm to Korra and used the concept in their minds to transform the infinite possibilities of magic power into solid reality. From this perspective, there wasn't much difference among magic chanters. After all, what they did was use magic to reconstruct reality. The things that truly divided their strength were easier. The scale and depth of power. Scale was very easy to understand. It was obvious at a glance who was stronger between a mage who could only blow leaves and a mage who could stir up a storm. Vincent had seen many people constantly study and explore the scale of magic. Even the current Astral Council regarded the scale of strength as the most important quantitative standard for mages. However, after reaching Vincent's level and status, he gradually understood that the true standard to determine the strength of a magic chanter should be the depth of their strength. True magic should be a miracle, not a tool. It was very simple to light a branch. Even mortals without magic could rely on drilling wood to light it up. It was not a big deal even if an entire forest was burned to ashes. Even without using magic, just letting a spark land on a withered branch at the right time could do the same deed. Anyone could do it. This was because wood burning was a part of Korra's laws. Using magic only compressed the preparations needed to light them. The depth of strength was the level that magic had come into contact with the rules of Korra. Ignition of the forest didn't reflect this. Letting steel, rocks, or even water or frost burn, creating miracles that couldn't have happened, was the embodiment of the depth of strength. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Stopping time involved the deepest and most basic rules of Korra. Among all the creation gods, time was always the first thing to appear. Or rather, the concept of sequence originated from the appearance of time. Changing time was a miracle that only magic chanters who had reached the divine realm could complete. However, how is this possible? Vincent asked. His tone was more indignant than puzzled. How can anyone step into the divine realm under the tyranny of the astral laws? Now, even if he wanted to advance to the legendary stage, he had to obtain the approval of 2/3 of the Astral Council members. Those spots had basically been monopolized by the royal family and other noble families. This was also an important reason why he followed Duke Simon and sought the independence of the Blackwater province. He was even willing to indulge his colleagues' moon realm beliefs. As long as the astral laws continued hanging above every magic chanter's head, one had to obtain the Astral Council's approval to open up the path to the astral world for advancement. Without the authority to enter the astral world, one would be like Vincent. Even if one's mental strength had long crossed the threshold of the legendary stage, one would not be able to obtain enough magic power to support the scale and depth of their strength. They would only have the title of the number 1 person below the legendary stage. If he wanted to bypass the astral laws to obtain enough strength without killing the innocent and using a large number of souls as his magical power fuel, he could only do it through the moon realm or ritual magic. If this was the case at the legendary level, there was no need to mention the legendary divine realm. It was said that because the amount of magic power required by Divine Realm magic chanters was too large, the magic power pathways built in the astral world might be consumed because they couldn't withstand their power. Therefore, there were less than 5 Divine Realm magic chanters in the entire empire. Moreover, they had to suppress their realm to the legendary level all year round to avoid destroying the astral laws. Here was this man in front of him, whom he had never seen before, casually using a Divine Realm level spell. This was unacceptable to him. The person said, "This power is more reliable than trading with the Void Sovereigns and going through an incomplete king and rebel ritual, right? Who are you?" Vincent asked in a deep voice. The other party's words were filled with disdain for the Moon Realm. Unless this attitude was fake, it was impossible for his strength to come from the Moon Realm. If he wanted to reach the Divine Realm by extracting the souls of mortals, he had to imprison at least half of Thorn City's population's souls as a source of magic power. Therefore, the man's magic power could only come from the astral world. However, he wasn't restricted by the astral laws. How was this possible? Unless he was a magic chanter who had reached the Divine Realm before the astral laws were established. Vincent shook his head in his heart. No mortal could live for so long. You can call me presiding judge. If you agree to my conditions, I'll be the person who can fulfill your long-cherished wish, the person said. The slag that stopped in midair landed with a faint rustling sound. Vincent asked, "Then what are your conditions? What do you want?" "What I want is..." As the other party spoke, he opened his hand before clasping it tightly. "Everything. Puppet." The game, Doomsday Watchers, had a total of 4 endings. The best outcome was the full moon ending. After the heroes of the Doomsday Watchers sealed the Moon Realm crack, they undid their armor and returned to the fields, becoming legends. William's transmigration followed on from this perfect ending save. The normal ending was the new moon ending. Although the protagonist had repelled the Moon Realm's invasion, the largest crack couldn't be closed. The Doomsday Watchers activated the Eternal Watch at Twilight Fortress. Then, it was the ending of the waning moon. The protagonist sacrificed his soul and transformed into the incarnation of the 7 Holy Spirits, returning the 3 Void Sovereigns who had already stepped into Kurra to the Moon Realm. However, after the protagonist sacrificed himself, the next invasion was already brewing in the Moon Realm. The darkest ending was the Eclipse ending. The protagonist betrayed the Doomsday Watchers and turned into the 14th Void Sovereign. Together with the other Void Sovereigns, he used Kurra as his chessboard to control mortals' fates. William was dissatisfied with every outcome, especially the last one. If it weren't for the sake of collecting all the achievements, he wouldn't have touched that outcome. The reason was very simple. The Void Sovereigns who addressed others as mortals in-game and casually played with the fates of others were disgusting. As for the game developers, they didn't design an outcome that allowed the gamers to charge into the Moon Realm and chop off the heads of those Void Sovereigns. In fact, the Void Sovereigns didn't even show their health bars in-game. The protagonist could only fight their incarnations. William didn't know if he would have a chance to beat up the Void Sovereigns if this game released a sequel. But since he had transmigrated here and wasn't suppressed by the developer's plot framework, he had a chance to make up for that regret. It was just like an extremely controversial game from the beginning of the century. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't such an option in-game, he would definitely have personally killed the enemy, who had blown up his adoptive father's head, with a golf club instead of choosing to forgive her. Of course, dealing with the Moon Realm was a war, not a simple RPG adventure. Therefore, he had to seize power first. Everything? What does everything include? Vincent asked solemnly. What is included doesn't matter, William said. Everything is everything. This mine, the entire Elementium silver industry, Thorn City, Blackwater Province, and most importantly the people under your rule. You want to be the king of Blackwater Province. I will choose a more suitable person to be the king of Blackwater Province, but that person won't be me. If anyone else said this, Vincent would only treat them as lunatics. However, if a magic chanter who had reached the Divine Realm said this, it was spoken with a completely different weight. Many people said that at least half of the reason why Duke Simon could sit firmly on the Thorn Throne despite his tyrannical rule was that he had a trump card. The number 1 person under the legendary stage was loyal to him. Vincent didn't completely agree with this, but he had to admit that his existence gave Duke Simon a lot more confidence when making radical changes. If Duke Simon's political enemies had a magic chanter of the same strength as him, the balance would definitely have been broken. And this was only at the peak of the master domain. What about the legendary domain? Nov. L. B//JNN. What about the Divine Realm? Vincent had no doubt that the person in front of him had the ability to turn the entire Thorn City upside down, so he didn't question it and said directly, "You choose a king and make that person a puppet you control? Sir, we seek independence from the Empire to prevent our fate from being controlled by others. Therefore, you chose to let your fate be controlled by the Void Sovereigns? That's really a good choice. So you don't deny that the new ruler will become your puppet. That person will agree with my philosophy and won't have a relationship with the Moon Realm. If you think this is my puppet, I have nothing to say. What's your philosophy?" Vincent stared into William's eyes and asked. The other party pondered for a moment before answering. Humans will never have their fates controlled by deities. The words he had said previously weren't even half as arrogant as this sentence. For a moment, Vincent didn't know how to reply to him. Vincent muttered after a long time, "This is impossible. Even someone as powerful as William Kane couldn't sever the connection between the Moon Realm and Kurra. That's because he didn't have that condition previously, but he does now. The person didn't elaborate on the specific conditions and continued speaking. I'm willing to tell you all this because I know your daughter and she more or less helped me previously. Vincent couldn't help but feel a headache when he heard William's words. You've done well, Liliana, Vincent thought. However, what right did an apprentice-level magic chanter like her have to help a mage from the divine realm? William ignored the other party's strange expression and continued. On the other hand, it's because I've noticed that you don't have the aura of the moon realm on you since you came in. Therefore, although you claim to be a believer of the moon realm, you haven't really made a deal with the moon realm so far, right? Vincent nodded slowly. Using the ancient faith of the three goddesses to replace the 7 holy spirits was the Duke's plan. In fact, he had been against it from the beginning. As for the reason, it was just as he had said. Handing their fate from the Empire to the Void Sovereign might not be the right choice. However, they were both controlled by others. The gods might not be merciful, but the price of mortal greed was greater than the gods. After retrieving the Elementium silver industry, the Empire tightened its taxes on Blackwater Province year after year, increasing its support for adversarial families, reducing the allocation of spots for the Blackwater Province's magic chanters, and mobilizing many legions at the border between Blackwater Province and Platinum Province for various reasons. These practical pressures couldn't be ignored. In addition, the Holy Sepulchre, which Duke Simon used as his final trump card, needed the help of the three goddesses to awaken the power there. Therefore, even from the most pragmatic point of view, replacing the 7 holy spirits with the three goddesses' faith was imperative. Just like many other choices, these were necessary sacrifices. However, Vincent only believed in his strength. Therefore, he had never chosen to embrace the power of the moon realm like his fellow mages. Even though the Duke had found him a powerful moon realm spirit that could allow him to break through the limits of the legendary stage, he chose to give up that opportunity. On this point, he held the same opinion as the mysterious magic chanter in front of him. He just couldn't agree because of his standpoint. Strength is yours. Others will never be able to snatch it away. Power borrowed from elsewhere ultimately doesn't belong to me. So what do you mean? Vincent asked when he thought of this. Didn't you say that becoming the king of Blackwater Province with my help would only make you my puppet? William smiled and said, then, if you have enough faith in your will, you can be this puppet. What do you think? Judgment 4. When Cass woke up, he found himself lying in a simple tavern guest room. The air was filled with the faint smell of herbs. He shuddered and wanted to sit up, but a cold hand pressed down on his chest and pressed him back onto the bed with a force that didn't match her slenderness. Don't move. Your wound hasn't been treated. A cold female voice sounded. Cass turned his head. Sitting beside the bed was the blonde woman. She wore a triangular hat with white feathers and tight leather armor that allowed her to move easily. At that moment, she was focused on applying some green ointment to his abdomen. This person was the woman who had saved him from the mist monster. Cass noticed that there was an upward sharp horn symbol on the chest of the other party's leather armor that consisted of 2 rough straight lines. Cass recognized this symbol. It was the symbol of the 8th Order of the Holy Spirit's Church. The symbol of the Holy Spirit's Church was a heptagram. Every corner symbolized a Holy Spirit worshipped by the Church, representing Father, Mother, Elder, Lady, Youth, Child, and the Dead. However, the 8th Holy Spirit, Hermit, wasn't included in this symbol. Back then, after Terra I completed his great undertaking of unifying the Vic continent and ascended to the 8th Holy Spirit as a mortal, the Holy Spirit's Church had debated for more than half a century about how the additional 8th Holy Spirit should belong to the Holy Spirit canon. Some people believed that the 8th Holy Spirit wasn't included in the creation model proposed by the First Crown. Terra I was only another prophet. Some people also believed that the creation model of the 7 Holy Spirits wasn't perfect and needed a Holy Spirit that had been elevated from a mortal to make up for the last missing piece. Finally, in the 8th amnesty decree issued by the 66th Holy Spirit Pope, the Pius Palatu, it was clarified that the 8th Holy Spirit, Hermit, existed as a hidden Holy Spirit and couldn't be mentioned at the public Mass of the 7 Holy Spirits. Its symbol wasn't included in the 7-pointed star symbol of the Holy Spirit's Church, but changed to a separate sharp horn as a symbol. From then on, the 8th Order became semi-independent from the Holy Spirit's Church. Compared to the Holy Spirit's Church, it was closer to the Empire's royal family. Are you from the Church? Cass asked. The other party grunted as a reply. Can you tell me your name? Nizemar, the woman replied. Did you save me? I guess. Thank you. Cass recalled the scene before he lost consciousness. Back then, he could see his internal organs through the wound that had penetrated his abdominal cavity. I didn't expect to still be alive. He originally thought that he was doomed. No, you're actually dead. Nizemar said calmly, her tone terrifyingly calm. Cass subconsciously reached under his nose to confirm that he wasn't breathing. After Cass confirmed that he was still breathing normally, Nizemar slowly continued. However, the life link between that fairy and you saved you. The life scale powder maintained your life, and I happen to be a healer. I've already stabilized that fatal wound with hands of healing, but it will probably take some time for you to fully recover. Why don't you finish your sentence at once? Cass helplessly lowered his hand. Nizemar continued expressionlessly. However, you can rest assured. Even if you really die, I'll immediately apply to the local Holy Spirit's Church to use resuscitation to revive you. Resuscitation was a LV9 life spell that was nearly legendary. Moreover, it could only be used by the clergy of the Holy Spirit's Church with the help of the Shrine of the Seven Holy Spirits. The effect of this spell was to revive a person whose corpse was intact and had died for less than 6 hours. Of course, the resurrection didn't come without a price. The essence of this spell was for the caster to transfer their life force to the dead. If not for a few magic chanters using this spell together, it would basically be a life for a life. According to what Cass knew, the Holy Spirit's Church had always been in decline in Blackwater Province. He estimated that only the Bishop of St. Dewey Cathedral in Thorn City could use this spell. Using the life of a bishop in exchange for the life of a wanted criminal? How was that possible? Cass was amused by the other party's words. You don't believe me. As Nazemar spoke, she tore off a bandage with her white teeth. Cass shook his head and said, Now, more than half of the city wants me dead, and you're telling me that the high and mighty bishop is willing to sacrifice his life to save me. Would you believe it if you were in my shoes? Nazemar replied, If you're only a wanted criminal, then there's indeed no value in doing so. But compared to the wanted criminals in Thorn City, you have a more important identity. The other party's words reminded Cass of the episode before he fainted. Judge. The last bloodline of the Black Swordsman, Blake Saba. He extracted a few keywords from his scattered memories and asked in confusion, What exactly is that? You should know about the Doomsday Watchers and William Kane, right? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Cass nodded. There probably weren't many people in the world who didn't know. Other than creating the Doomsday Watchers, William Kane also created another organization called the Judges. Or rather, the original Doomsday Watchers was only a peripheral organization of the Judges. As she spoke, she bandaged Cass's wound. There are a total of 13 judges, including William Kane. Of course, that includes your ancestor, Blake Saba. All of them are heroes whose skills had reached the divine realm. His original goal in creating the judges was to resist. As she spoke, she suddenly stopped and asked Cass, Do you know what those monsters that almost killed you were? Cass, who was about to complain that the other party had stopped mid-sentence, instantly turned solemn when he heard this question. He replied, I'm not sure. I only know that they're a little similar to magical creatures summoned by summoning spells, but they're different from puppets that only listen to the summoner. They have very high intelligence. In addition, they will turn into black salt crystals and dissipate after death without leaving any traces. Do you know what they are? Lunar monsters. Nazemar first said their names before explaining. To put it simply, the moon realm is a magical plane. There are things called lunar monsters living inside. They are usually manifestations of certain concepts, such as conspiracy, rot, destruction, temptation, and so on. Due to their nature, they are very willing to come to Kura to practice their ideals. In fact, 1,000 years ago, they almost dragged the entire Vic continent to the brink of destruction, but... Cass finished her sentence. But William Kane and the judges he established defeated them. Nazemar nodded and said, Yes. Then why didn't any of the legendary stories about William Kane mention anything about the judges? Cass asked. There are many reasons and they're very complicated. However, one of the most important ones is to prevent more people from coming into contact with knowledge related to the moon realm and prevent the tragedy from happening again. You have to know that because of the world shell, those lunar monsters usually can't take the initiative to appear in Kura unless someone summons them from this side, Cass said in a deep voice. Although he wasn't a magic chanter, he still knew some general principles of magic. For example, if he wanted to summon things that didn't exist in Kura, he had to use human will as a beacon as guidance. Nazemar nodded. Someone had summoned the lunar monsters who had killed his friends. Then do you know who summoned them? Cass asked anxiously. This time, Nazemar smiled for the first time. A mocking smile. Do you really want to know? I can tell you the answer now. For the first time, there was a briskness in her voice. Someone I can't touch, right? Cass fell silent for a moment before asking. If you don't choose to cooperate with us, that'll be someone you'll never be able to reach. Nazemar's voice returned to its previous coldness. Cass asked, What do I need to help you? Nazemar replied, Simple. You need to help us retrieve a sword from the underground holy sepulchre of Thorn City's graveyard, a sword that only you can pull out. A sword? Cass asked in confusion. Yes, a sword. That sword's name is Judgment 4. Reason and Sleep. Judgment 4? Is there another sword called Judgment 3? Upon hearing the name that didn't sound like a weapon, Cass asked half-jokingly. Unexpectedly, Nazemar nodded and replied, Yes, and there's not just Judgment 4 and Judgment 3. There are a total of 12 judgment weapons, from Judgment 1 to Judgment 12. Holding them is a symbol of a judge's status, and your ancestor, Blake Saba, was the holder of Judgment 4. Logically speaking, Cass should feel honored. However, he really didn't feel anything for his ancestor from more than 1,000 years ago. Even if that person was really a hero whose skills had reached the divine realm like this woman said, it didn't affect Cass's being wanted throughout the city. Therefore, he directly asked, So is there anything special about that sword called Judgment 4? As Nazemar bandaged him, she said, Do you remember how many lunar monsters you killed? Upon hearing her suddenly ask this question out of the blue, Cass replied, It's written all over the wanted posters on the streets and alleys. A total of 28. However, she only shook her head and said, Unfortunately, the real answer is 0. Cass asked in confusion, Why? I'm very sure that I killed every lunar monster in the host's bodies. At this moment, Nizemar was holding Cass's waist with her cold hand before tying the bandages around his back. After doing this, she said calmly, "But they ultimately turned into black salt crystals and dissipated, right? This means that they were only banished back to the moon realm. Their essence won't be affected at all. In the future, as long as there's a chance, they can cross through the world shell countless times to enter Kura. Therefore, you haven't really killed any lunar monsters." Nizemar's words swayed Cass's heart. For so many days, his obsession with revenge had been driving him forward. But if the truth was as she said, and he was facing a group of monsters that he could never truly kill, wouldn't his persistence be meaningless? However, Cass quickly calmed down. He took a few deep breaths and asked, "So what does what you're saying have to do with the sword named Judgment 4? Nov. L.B//JNN. Nizemar happened to finish tying the bandage at this moment. She picked up a handkerchief that was folded at the side and wiped the blood and sweat on her hand before saying calmly, "Mortal weapons and magic can't really kill lunar monsters, but judgment weapons are one of the few weapons that can completely kill them." With that said, she put down her handkerchief and got up to leave. Cass stopped her. "Wait, you haven't told me who summoned those lunar monsters." Nizemar looked down at him and asked, "I can tell you, but have you considered accepting that answer?" Cass nodded slowly. "Tell me who it is." Nizemar's lips moved as she said a name he couldn't believe. Simon Wald, the guardian of the Blackwater province and the current Duke of Thorns. This name stunned Cass for a long time. He had thought that it might be a noble, archmage, or someone of high status in Thorn City. However, he never expected that the man who ruled the entire Blackwater province would be the tyrant who had ruled Thorn City with an iron fist for more than 20 years. Perhaps I should have known, Cass thought. In the beginning, their mercenary group was hired by Duke Simon's faction to investigate the strange sounds the miners heard in the Silver Stream mine. Then, his teammates encountered those monsters and were sacrificed. If he hadn't met Liz by chance, he would probably have died inside. Then, with Liz's help, he infiltrated the Silver Stream mine again and found the parasitized miner, hoping to find out the truth. However, he was attacked by the other party, and had no choice but to kill him. Less than a day later, he was wanted by the entire city. Previously, he only suspected that a higher-up had been parasitized by that monster, but after understanding the form of the lunar monster, everything made sense. After a long time, Cass asked, "Why did he summon those lunar monsters?" Nizemar replied, "We're also investigating the exact reason. The most likely guess is that Duke Simon might want to summon a Void Sovereign to Kura to achieve his goals." "What's a Void Sovereign?" Cass asked. "The pinnacle of lunar monsters, they require an entire lunar domain to explain their concepts. Just a whisper from them can incite the suspicion and betrayal of the crowd. Just a roar can stir up war and storms. Just a thought can determine the fate of mortals." Cass felt like he was listening to a myth. Can the Duke succeed? Very likely. What happens if he succeeds? What happens depends on which Void Sovereign he summons, but the final outcome should be suffering. Is there a way to stop him? Yes. What is it? We need an outstanding swordsman and a sword that can completely kill a lunar monster. This is also the reason why we're looking for you. Me. Cass pointed at his nose and said in amusement, "Why? Just because I can pull out that sword. The sword is very important, but what's more important is the person wielding the sword. You're one of the few people in this city who still has the spirit to resist. If it can be done with spirit alone, I'm afraid there won't be so many tragedies in this world. That's because you're facing the difficulties of Kura. Against existences at the moon realm, your will is truly the most important weapon. Rest well. We'll come to you soon." With that said, Nizemar turned around and left. When she reached the door, Cass, who suddenly thought of something pressing, stopped her again. This time, he sat up from the bed and shouted, "Wait, can you bring me out of the city now? There's a small wooden hut in the middle of the black pine forest. My friend is still." Nizemar didn't reply or stop. Instead, she struck the large vase at the door before leaving, closed the door, and left. Just as Cass was about to get off the bed and chase after her, Liz flew out of the vase with an unhappy expression. Cass gaped at her. "You." Watching Liz fly to his bed with a gloomy expression, Cass didn't seem to know how to say anything other than "You. Take her first. I'll knock them all down here before returning." Liz imitated Cass's line from the tunnel in an exaggerated tone. Then, she spread her arms with a dark expression and slapped Cass's cheeks with both hands. "Liar." Cass looked away guiltily. His life was essentially lent to him by Liz, but he had been taking risks. Although he didn't know how much life-scale powder Liz had consumed to maintain his life force when he was severely injured, the fairy's face was a little paler than before. "How did you get here? Didn't you agree to wait for me at that wooden hut?" Cass changed the topic. Unexpectedly, these words completely stirred the little fairy's emotions. She rubbed Cass's face with both hands and said, "How dare you mention my cabin? After I brought the girl through the fairy fog, a few monsters somewhat like dreams and mist quickly followed me. I protected the unconscious girl while dealing with them and was almost eaten. Furthermore, the garden that I had painstakingly built was destroyed by them." "What happened then?" Cass didn't push her away as usual and continued asking. His voice also sounded comical because the other party kept tugging at his cheek. Later on, if not for the big sister with the crossbow rushing over, that girl and I would have died there." "Big sister?" Upon hearing this word, Cass's expression turned strange. Wasn't this fairy in front of him 200 years old? An intense pain suddenly came from his cheek. Liz yanked his face. Don't start thinking of impolite things. She looks older than me, so I have to call her big sister. But I haven't said anything. Cass thought helplessly, but at the realization that whatever he said would only serve to make her angrier, he ultimately chose to shut up and let her yank his face. After the other party calmed down a little, Cass asked curiously, so why did you hide in that vase just now? I just wanted to see your reaction. I wanted to see how long it would take you to remember that your master might still be waiting for you alone in that wooden hut. That's it. Cass asked in disbelief. Why? Isn't this reason enough? Liz sat cross-legged in midair, looking furious. In the end, you only thought of me when that big sister was about to leave. Why? Have you forgotten who your master is because of the blonde beauty? What should I say? If I hadn't been saved, wouldn't you be collecting my corpse by the time you recall? There won't be any collecting of corpses. If you die, I will die immediately. We are connected in life. Cass said without thinking. Liz gritted her teeth and flew up to punch Cass in the chest, causing him to cough repeatedly. He was still wounded. Cass coughed for a while before asking as though he had thought of something. By the way, where's the Alpha University student we saved? Liz, who had an arrogant expression, suddenly became embarrassed. About that. What's wrong? Is she still alive? Liz immediately nodded, but she still looked embarrassed. She's still alive, but what is it? Cass asked suspiciously. Wasn't I worried that she wouldn't let go of her thoughts and cause the teleportation to fail when I used fairy fog? Therefore, I let her sleep first. Cass nodded. This was something she often did before he got used to the teleportation of fairy fog. And for some reason, she doesn't seem to be waking up now. Nightmare swamp. The girl lay on a simple wooden bed, her forehead covered in sweat. Her expression kept twisting and changing as if she was deep in a nightmare. Cass tried tugging at her arm, but the other party didn't react at all. He turned to look at Liz, who was flying in midair. It's not usually like this, Liz said innocently. With that said, she made a tossing motion, and a handful of dust that shone with a golden luster landed on the girl's face. Instantly, the tense muscles on the girl's face relaxed a little, and her eyelids began to tremble slightly as if she was about to wake up. However, this situation lasted less than 10 seconds. As the dust gradually dissipated, she returned to her previous state. Generally speaking, she should be awake by now. Liz looked at Cass with an expression that said, this definitely isn't my problem. She wore this expression every time she caused trouble. Cass sighed and said, why don't you try to wake her up using tougher means? She looks like she's just having a nightmare. Before Liz could answer, a familiar voice came from outside the door. It's useless. Her soul is in the nightmare swamp now. That's the moon realm of the Lord of Nightmare. Ordinary methods can't wake her up. Cass turned his head and saw Nazemar standing at the door. She had changed into her previous outfit. She had an exquisite repeating crossbow on her back and a silver rapier at her waist. You said you would come to me soon. It's so soon? Cass asked curiously when he saw her. I just received new information that the Duke is about to take action, so I came to look for you. As Nazemar spoke, she walked to the bed and placed her hand on the girl's forehead. After a while, she said, a fairy's dream dust will change the effects of the dream according to the user's emotions. The fairy from before had too much going through her emotionally when she fell asleep, causing her to fall into a nightmare. Cass nodded and said, I know that. I've experienced it a few times before. It wasn't easy. Hey, but it's not to the point of not waking up, right? Cass ignored Liz's protest and asked. Generally speaking, that's the case, but in the tunnel earlier, you happened to encounter the spawn of the Lord of Nightmare. It connected this child's nightmare to the nightmare swamp through its authority. As Nazemar spoke, she took out a letter and quill from her bag and sat at the side to write something. Who's the Lord of Nightmare? Cass asked. One of the Void Sovereigns in charge of nightmares, illusions, and fog, which can turn the normal into abnormalities. The nightmare swamp is her domain, and it's connected to every mortal's nightmare. The lunar monster that almost killed you previously is a spawn called the Fog Nightmare under her command. They can revive inanimate humanoid objects through possession, Nazemar answered as she wrote. Her words reminded Cass of the puncture wound in his abdomen and the skeletons he couldn't kill. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Is the Lord of Nightmare the Void Sovereign Duke Simon wants to summon to Kurura? Cass frowned and asked. Not necessarily, but it's indeed one of the possible options. The ancient Blackwater Kingdom had a long history of believing in the three moon realm goddesses, and the Lord of Nightmare was one of them. As Nazemar spoke, she stopped writing and placed the letter into the envelope. Then, she got up and took a candle from the candlestick beside him. She dripped wax and sealed the envelope before saying to Cass, let's go. There's not much time left. Cass pointed at the girl lying on the bed and asked, then what about her? If her soul is still trapped in the moon realm as you said, we can't just leave her here, right? Nazemar waved the envelope in her hand. We don't have to worry about her. Send this letter to her father. Someone will naturally deal with all of this soon. Cass asked in confusion, why? Who is she? Nazemar said as she walked, her name is Liliana von Bergman. You should understand when you hear this last name, right? It should have been almost 20 minutes. Vincent's adjutant waited at the entrance of the Silver Stream mine in boredom. The pile of miner corpses had already been dragged away by the bramble guards. He believed that his contract partner could definitely make good use of the corpses. With this in mind, he couldn't help but smile in delight. This way, after completing the second contract, the gift from the Moon Realm would rise another level. He could even attempt to touch the realm he originally had no hope of reaching in his life. Now, studying Moon Realm magic was basically an open secret in the Rose Palace's Mage Hall. Only a few pedantic people still guarded the ancient astral laws. Most of these incompetent people who were afraid of change ended up being gradually pushed out of the center of power. Of course, a very small number of people who planned on exposing this to the church suddenly disappeared without a word. No one could betray the Whispering Empress. However, he couldn't figure out why Vincent, who should be more against the astral laws than anyone else, was unwilling to join them. It was said that the Duke had prepared the most compatible contract for Vincent back then. As long as he signed it, he could step into the realm that had left him out for 15 years. Could anyone really resist this temptation? But that's good too, the adjutant thought. Before coming here to suppress the riots, the Duke had specially instructed him to strictly enforce the Black Thorn regulations. Anyone who might leak information about the Moon Realm had to be silenced. Most importantly, the Duke even told him meaningfully at the end that if his old friend Vincent became senile, he had to give the order on his behalf. Would the Sage of Scorching Scars become senile? The adjutant naturally understood what the Duke meant. Giving him the actual command of the mission to suppress the Silver Stream mine was also him taking a position. Although Vincent was still undoubtedly the #1 person below legendary, with the arrival of the New Age, it was high time the powerhouses of the Old Age retired. Especially those from the Old Age who weren't willing to embrace the future powerhouses. Under the protection of the three goddesses, even Divine Realm-level magic chanters would probably appear in the future Blackwater Kingdom. Therefore, the Duke must not be disappointed by the suppression mission. Just as he was thinking about the beautiful future, heavy footsteps gradually became clear from the darkness. He shuddered and looked over. Vincent von Bergman walked out of the pitch-black mine with a tired expression. He immediately smiled and went forward. "Lord Vincent, how's the situation below the mine? Where's that heretical mage?" "He got away," Vincent replied without any emotion in his tone. The expression on the adjutant's face froze. "He got away." "Yes, the other party's attainments in lightning spells are very high. I couldn't stop him from opening the portal and leaving." "But how could you let him run?" The adjutant couldn't hold back his emotions and blurted out a few words. Then, he immediately realized what he had said. He lowered his head and lowered his voice to make it sound as humble as possible. "What I mean is that since the other party is a heretical mage, it's impossible for him to be stronger than you, right?" Vincent shook his head, but he didn't answer his question. Instead, he said to the bramble guards behind him, "Go down and tidy up the venue below. This altar can't be used anymore. Everything has to be destroyed." Seeing the black-armored guards accept the orders and walk into the mine in unison, Vincent turned to look at his adjutant and said, "Return to the Rose Palace with me first. I have something to tell Simon." The adjutant gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Vincent, with all due respect, I'm afraid that the Duke will be very unhappy for you to let the heretical mage escape at this critical juncture of the Duke's plan. Can you track the teleportation coordinates of that heretical mage? I can go with you to capture him." Vincent subconsciously smiled bitterly when he heard that. "You, me, and the remaining battle mages can't do anything to that person. More importantly, compared to what he's going to do next, the destruction of the altar in this mine isn't a big deal." The adjutant looked at the Peak Master magic chanter in front of him in disbelief. "Who is that heretical mage? And I guess it's almost time." Zhou Mu drew across the seemingly endless list of completed missions and muttered. More than 200 main missions, more than 2,000 side missions, more than 1,000 hidden environments, and all the achievements had been collected. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had completed all the game content that the developers of the VR RPG virtual reality role-playing game had designed. Platinuming a game couldn't get any better. As Zhou Mu flipped through the game's records, he sighed at how much effort he had put into this game. "Man, did I spend more than 13,000 hours on this game? This is a little exaggerated for a single-player game. Is there a second person in the world who has thrown more than 10,000 hours into the game?" Zhou Mu was surprised by the time he spent via the record breakdown. Zhou Mu had always believed that he wasn't really living as a human during the 10+ hours he toiled at his company. If he made this the measure of choice and deducted the time he spent sleeping every day, he was akin to a person living in the sword and magical world of the Doomsday Watchman than in the real world. However, all good things had to come to an end. It was finally time to say goodbye to this world. With this in mind, Zhou Mu, who felt his heart gradually grow heavy, waved his hand and closed the statistics interface. It wasn't that he was tired of this game compared to the real world where he had to face all kinds of pressure every day. He found serenity from just looking at the scenery in the game's Vic continent. If possible, he really hoped that he could continue living this other life in-game. However, the pressure of reality was ever present. Having crossed the 30-year-old threshold, Zhou Mu could already sense the invisible shackles gradually tightening, the shocking results of his physical examination, the pressure from his mortgage and car loans, the rumors in the company about retrenching older employees, and so on. He had to sacrifice sleep to squeeze out an hour or two for gaming. Meanwhile, his body, which hadn't been in the pinkest of health for a long time, had already begun to issue constant alarms. In the past half a year, he had fainted twice without any warning. His doctor and boss had seriously talked to him more than once. Suffering a sudden death or being retrenched weren't outcomes he wanted. After weighing the pros and cons, it was time to quit. Zhou Mu looked up and surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he was sitting at a huge obsidian round table in the middle of a magnificent hall that was like a pantheon in Rome. This was the Round Table Hall in the Twilight Fortress. Twilight Fortress was the headquarters of the Doomsday Watchers, a Salvation Army that wasn't restricted by borders. It was the closest place to home for players, and it was also the first stronghold the players arrived at in the main storyline. Before leaving completely, Zhou Mu planned on giving himself a ceremonial farewell. Choosing this place to end it all could be said to be of extraordinary significance. It was both the beginning and the end. Zhou Mu sat for a while longer when he heard chaotic footsteps outside. Then, the heavy adamantine door was pushed open, and the entire round table hall was divided into two by the light coming from the outside. The 12 men and women of different races entered one after another with the light as a backdrop and sat at the round table. Players could directly recruit 12 core NPCs to take up the Doomsday Watchers' 13 judges and, together, they would save the world with the protagonist based on the plot. Zhou Mu swept his gaze across everyone present. Of course, not all of them were humans. There were also companions from other races. He couldn't help but recall the foolish things he had done in the past. Back then, to achieve a perfect clear, he basically had to reload dozens of times to farm satisfactory basic stats and characteristics for the NPCs to be recruited to be his judge. Moreover, he would choose the perk that suited them best to have synergy between their equipment. It could be said that every judge's character was better than most ordinary Doomsday Watchers. Presiding Judge William Kane, what gives us the pleasure of being summoned here? Perhaps the system had determined that Zhou Mu hadn't spoken for too long, so a character in pitch black armor and carrying a huge sword that was as thick as a door spoke. William Kane was the name of Zhou Mu's character in this save. Zhou Mu came back to his senses and cleared his throat. That's right, Blake Saba. I summoned all the judges here today because I have something important to announce. As Zhou Mu spoke, he took a deep breath and spread his arms. I'm about to leave you forever. With that said, all the NPCs at the round table revealed looks of disbelief, panic, and even fear. The production company of Doomsday Watcher assigned extremely powerful AI programs for important NPCs in the game. As long as they didn't talk about things that went beyond the game's framework, their conversation and reaction were very close to that of a real person. Of course, this was essentially just a chat program. Zhou Mu also knew that he was being silly bidding farewell to these NPCs. William, my friend, are you saying that you want to leave the Vic continent and adventure elsewhere? A scaly man with horns on his head and a thick tail on his back asked in a gruff voice. No, Dao King. I'm not just leaving this continent, but this entire world. With that said, there was another commotion. Are you saying that you plan on leaving Kura and heading to the Moon Realm to head to the domain ruled by those void sovereigns? In that case, I ask to be part of your noble party. A humanoid wrapped in a cloak that constantly emitted ominous black mist asked in a singing tone. I'm not talking about Kura or the Moon Realm. I'm talking about the entire world, everything. It reaches far beyond the present, the Moon Realm, the Light Realm, or the furthest border you can imagine. Only I can walk this path. I can only take my fond memories of you, nothing more. An elven girl wearing light leather armor and carrying a transparent bow and arrow on her back asked, Lord Kane, can you tell us why you have decided to leave? Because I have no choice. I do wish I could accompany all of you forever. But far away, some existences are graver than the 7 calamities and the void sovereigns that require me to fight them. What's that? Reality. The room fell silent. Every judge seemed to be thinking hard about what Zhou Mu meant by reality. Of course, Zhou Mu knew that it was impossible. It was just that the system had detected a conversation that went beyond the game's framework. In turn, it made the NPCs act as if they were in thought. They would then immediately change the topic. Then, the youngest-looking youth among the 12 spoke. He wore a cloak woven from black feathers and had amber eyes that resembled those of a ferocious bird. Will you be returning? I don't know. Coles, I'm not sure, but if that day really comes, I hope to see all of you again. I'll look forward to the day we reunite. As Zhou Mu spoke, he pressed his hands on the obsidian round table and stood up. The other 12 people in front of the round table stood up with him. He looked at his companions in a daze. If only this world were real. Then, I hereby announce the disbandment of the 13 judges. We have brought 1,000 years of peace to this world by defeating the calamities and expelling the void sovereign. It's high time to seek out your own happiness. This is my last order, everyone. Do as you wish. What an idiotic speech. They were clearly just programs stored in the computer, and as long as he went offline, they would freeze at this moment forever. Yet, he still shamelessly said to them that he wanted them to pursue their own happiness. The thing about the day we reunite was even more impossible. He had already sold his gaming pod on an online platform. Tomorrow, he would pack it up and send it out. Reuniting was impossible. When Zhou Mu thought of this, he bowed to everyone and silently activated the nexus on the obsidian round table. Teleportation. After a brief loading interface, Zhou Mu arrived in an alternate space filled with stars. This was his treasure haul. He had too many rare items in his collection. Having a hoarder mentality, not only would he obtain things through the game's progression, but he could even produce useless assets that the developers ultimately didn't put into the game through the console. If it was only for display, the entire Twilight Fortress wouldn't be enough to hold half of his collection as a treasure haul. Therefore, he created such an alternate space through the game console that was specially used to store his vast collection. Every star in this boundless cosmos was a rare item wrapped in a space-time bubble. Zhou Mu looked up at the stars in the sky. Then, farewell. He took a deep breath and pulled up the game menu before pressing the exit game button. His vision instantly turned pitch black. A notification alert would indicate that he had successfully logged off, returning him to the real world. Zhou Mu silently counted his breaths and waited for the chime. For some reason, his subtle and mixed feelings became extremely calm. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yet, the offline indication chime didn't ring even minutes later. Beginning. Is it stuck? Sensing that something was amiss, Zhou Mu tried pulling out the game menu, but he failed. Game pod, log off. Nothing. Game pod, forced disconnection. There was still no reaction. A trace of fear surfaced from his heart. He had read an urban legend on a forum that someone had died in a game pod due to a malfunction. He had always written it off as a joke. After all, the VR game pod wasn't connected to the back of his head. There shouldn't be anything that sounded too sci-fi like being trapped in a game pod. But when he realized that he couldn't log off normally, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Game pod, forceful eject, contact customer service. As Zhou Mu shouted all kinds of emergency orders, he raised his hand and planned on ripping off the VR helmet on his head. However, he was stunned the next second. What his hand touched wasn't the helmet but his face. Before he could figure out what this meant, Zhou Mu's vision suddenly lit up again. In front of him was a starry scene. He had returned to the treasure hall he was in before going offline. What's going on? Zhou Mu tried touching his face. At this moment, he wasn't wearing a VR helmet. He then touched the spot on his neck where the zipper of his sensor suit should have been, but he could only touch his Adam's apple. This meant that he wasn't wearing a force transmission suit or a VR helmet that could simulate his 5 senses. However, he still saw the scene of stars filling the treasure hall. It even looked clearer than before. It was as clear as the real world. An extremely ridiculous possibility surfaced in Zhou Mu's heart, causing his heart to race. Then, I'll test it. Zhou Mu gulped. Teleportation. There was no game UI interface or character interface, but when Zhou Mu thought of using teleportation, a gorgeous and complicated nexus automatically appeared in front of him. Then, many specks of light that symbolized coordinates appeared in his mind N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. In Doomsday Watcher, teleportation was equivalent to a quick travel function. Therefore, to teleport to a certain location, players had to first visit the location and unlock the coordinates there. Zhou Mu tried choosing the coordinates that symbolized the round table. As the nexus flashed, he appeared in the seat where he had bid farewell to the judges. Even the loading interface during teleportation in the past no longer existed. He looked at his hands in disbelief, finding it unbelievable that everything in front of him was real. So, did I transmigrate? No game in the world could complete a player's instructions with a thought. If he hadn't gone crazy from the pressure of work, there was only one possibility: he had transmigrated to the world of Doomsday Watcher. It was difficult to say what complicated changes Zhou Mu's emotions had undergone after he realized that he had transmigrated, but one thing was certain: he definitely didn't have the intention of returning. Zhou Mu didn't have any attachment to the real world, especially after his parents passed away a few years ago. Compared to the company and his extended family, having just lived on in reality thanks to inertia, he often felt that the world in Doomsday Watcher was a reality that belonged to him alone. Now that he had really come to this world, he naturally felt uneasy and terrified. After all, this was a world where magic and gods truly existed, a world filled with danger. However, Zhou Mu focused slightly. The plethora of magic he had learned in-game naturally appeared in his mind. He felt that as long as he was willing, he could use such powers at any time, just like when he used teleportation. For a moment, he trembled from excitement. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as a product of his perfect clear goal, the character named William Kane in this save was inexplicably powerful based on the game's framework and background story. In the game, other than some bosses that required special conditions to defeat, he was confident in taking down even the strongest hidden boss publicly accepted on the player forum. Incarnation of nothingness. Zhou Mu took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. He needed to calm down now. Since he had transmigrated and become the perfect clear account of William Kane, he had to confirm the level of his strength and see how the mechanisms of his various abilities were different from in-game. Then, he had to find his former companions. But speaking of which, why has the round table hall appear to be in ruins? After making up his mind, Zhou Mu noticed that something was amiss. He looked around. For some reason, the previously gorgeous and magnificent round table looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. It was covered in a thick layer of dust. The murals on the dome had faded to an unrecognizable level. The Holy Spirit statue on the wall had been weathered into a beehive-like irregularity, and the flags hanging had long been reduced to dust. In the entire round table hall, only the obsidian round table and the heavy adamantine door remained intact. How long has it been? I left only a few minutes ago. None of this makes sense. Zhou Mu muttered in confusion before shaking his head. He had already transmigrated, so how could there be any logic? Perhaps he had transmigrated to an era many years later. With this in mind, the uneasiness in his heart increased. If he hadn't transmigrated to an era where the game plot happened, much of the information he knew would have lost its usefulness. More importantly, he didn't know if his companions could be found again. In short, he had to find someone to ask about the situation. At the very least, he had to figure out the era he was in. Life detection. Upon having this thought, Zhou Mu activated a support spell. Invisible ripples spread out from him, and soon, the entire Twilight Fortress was within his casting range. Any creature's outline would be outlined by light green lines after being touched by the invisible ripples, allowing Zhou Mu to see them even through obstacles. Unlike in-game where one could only detect humans or other medium-sized creatures, even small life forms like rats and insects were outlined here. Was this in line with the description of the skill in-game? Detection of all life auras in a large area. Zhou Mu suspected that creatures like bacteria had also been detected, but he couldn't see them. Zhou Mu stood up in thought. Lightning flashed on his right hand, and a deep spatial rift opened. His hand reached in and pulled out a staff that was completely made of frost. The tip of the staff was embedded with a blood-red magic sphere, and streams of light extended from the magic sphere to cover the entire staff like a spider web. Withering Cold was the magical medium he used the most in-game, not because it was strong, but mainly because it looked very cool. The reason why Zhou Mu took out his magical medium was also very simple. He had seen the outlines of 3 human figures in the range of life detection. But other than one human figure on the ground that looked no different from a human, the other 2 had limbs that were too long for humans and huge heads. That distinct appearance reminded him of a monster in-game. Subdemon? It's actually inside the Twilight Fortress. Although Zhou Mu didn't know how much time had passed, Twilight Fortress was originally built to fend off demonic creatures from the Moon Realm. No demonic creature should be able to stroll around and retreat unscathed here. Zhou Mu rubbed the magical medium in his hand and thought to himself. This was the only thing that shouldn't have changed no matter how much time had passed. Liliana von Bergman lay on the dusty ground and stared blankly at the bats dancing in the air. As a student of Offa University's archaeology department in the Blackwater province, she would definitely have danced excitedly in this hall if she had come here in a more dignified manner. It was difficult to imagine how much missing documentary information could be excavated from a well-preserved relic from the Coast Dynasty. If she could reveal the discoveries here to the academic world, she might even be guaranteed a spot as an associate professor in the university's archaeology department. However, her mentality was completely different, having been brought into the ruins to be stockpiled as food by the subdemons. 2 subdemons with abnormally long limbs and huge heads were chewing on meat. She tried her best not to think about what meat it was, in large mouthfuls as they smacked their lips while chatting about what to do with her next. So when can we start eating this woman? Is eating all that's on your mind? There's only one left. There will be none left once we finish her. We still have to stay here for some time. Then, it shouldn't be a problem to try a few mouthfuls as long as it's not fatal, right? Are you an idiot? The first bite will always be dedicated to the Lady of Starvation, Camilla. Can it still be used as a sacrifice after being bitten by you? We can't keep a living person by our side, right? What if we encounter some danger and don't have the time to pay attention to her, allowing her to escape? Wouldn't that leak our arrangements here? Yes, that makes sense. Then, turn her into rations like before. Having a living person by our side is indeed a latent risk. Draw the runes for the ritual first. The conversation between the subdemons threw Liliana into despair. She was under a paralysis spell. Even if she wanted to beg for mercy, she would be tongue-tied and unable to speak. In this situation, she couldn't do anything other than silently pray to the 7 holy spirits for a miracle to happen. One of the subdemons appeared in Liliana's line of sight. Its skin seemed to be covered in mold, and there were signs of rot and festering everywhere. It opened its mouth that covered half its face and extended its long forked tongue to lick her cheek. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your soul will soon reach the Moon Realm and reunite with your friends. There, you can ask them if they suffered before they died and compare notes. The subdemon held a ceremonial serrated dagger and pointed at the bones on the ground while speaking in a teasing manner. They were her companions who came exploring this ruin with her. Not long after they stepped into this ruin, they were attacked and killed by these 2 subdemons. Daddy, Mommy, help me. Looking at the dagger that was gradually approaching her, Liliana closed her eyes in despair. Tap, tap, tap. It was also at this moment that light but very clear footsteps sounded from the corridor outside the front door. The hall immediately fell silent. Liliana opened her eyes in confusion. At this moment, the dagger-wielding subdemon was half-kneeling beside her, exchanging looks with the subdemon who was drawing something on the ground with a piece of charcoal. It placed its slender fingers beside its orifice that could hardly be called a mouth and made a shushing motion. Then, it gently stabbed the dagger back into its belt and slowly pulled out a short sword smeared with green venom. As for the other subdemon, it gently placed the charcoal pencil on the ground and incanted something softly. A ball of flames quickly gathered on its palm and quickly turned into a spinning fireball. The footsteps approached. The 2 subdemons stared at the corner extending out the door and held their breaths. Liliana tried her best to make some noise to alert the person outside, but unfortunately, the effects of the paralysis spell were still obvious. She couldn't even move a finger. With the sound of footsteps approaching the corner of the door, the casting subdemon raised his hand, and the spinning fireball in his hand quickly shot out. Bang! An intense flare flashed, and the massive explosion seemed to shake the entire hall. The sliver of hope that Liliana had for escape was extinguished. The 2 subdemons looked at the surging flames outside the door and relaxed slightly. This was the end of common sense that had shaped Liliana's 16 living years. From her point of view, what happened next could only be described as unbelievable. Without any warning, a silver-white nexus appeared under the feet of the two subdemons. A powerful whirlwind instantly swept up the dust in the room and threw the two subdemons into the air. It was also the moment they floated in the air that two sharp ice thorns extended diagonally from the originally empty ground, accurately piercing through the two airborne subdemons. All of this happened so suddenly that Liliana only realized what had happened when the two subdemon corpses began to turn into black salt crystals and dissipate. Heavy footsteps sounded from the opposite direction of the explosion. She turned her eyeballs and looked over. Then, she saw the person. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. A man who seemed to have walked out of a legend emitted an aura of ice and blood. His face had signs of the elements, and his expression was a little gloomy. His grayish-white hair was disheveled, and his eyes flickered with silver light due to the abundant magic. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and his beard was more like a stubble. His skin was as pale as if it was covered in a layer of frost. He wore pitch-black bone armor, and the armor's shape was distorting and twisting like fire. Sharp bone spurs extended from his wrists and elbows as if they were growing on that person's body. The entire armor breathed as if it were alive. Countless runes and totems were carved on the armor, and they alternated with ice blue and blood red light. These light beams finally converged on a fist-sized black crystal in the center of the bone armor. He held a staff made of pure frost in his hand, and a blood-red orb was embedded at the tip. Fire, lightning, and frost lingered around the blood-colored orb. They were three powerful spells that had been incanted but hadn't been activated. Just looking at the magic power contained in them seemingly froze her soul. The person first looked around before slowly walking to a spot 3 steps away from Liliana. Are the two the only ones? The person stared into her eyes and asked. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying an indescribable authority. Perhaps it was because she was too shocked, but Liliana didn't understand what the other party meant for a moment. She only asked in a daze. What two? After speaking, Liliana realized that she could speak normally. At some point, the paralysis spell she had been under had been dispelled. Are they the only two subdemons here? The person repeated his question. There's only the two of them. Liliana hurriedly replied. The person looked around the hall again and said to her, I've already dispelled the paralysis spell on you. Try and see if you can stand up on your own. Liliana moved her limbs that were almost numb and tried to stand up, but she couldn't muster any strength. Before she could speak, a green light flashed, and Liliana felt her limbs slowly begin to recover their strength. Thank you. The person only waved his hand and walked closer to ask. There are some things I need to confirm first. What day and age is it? Twilight Moon 24, or 25? I've been under the paralysis spell for the past few days, so I'm not sure how many days have passed. No, I'm asking what year it is. This question made Liliana's heart palpitate, and she wondered if this person was a heretical mage who had lived here in seclusion for so long that he had lost track of time. Yes, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could such a powerful mage be willing to lower himself into living in such a remote ruin? The more Liliana thought about it, the more certain she became. Then, she couldn't help but be struck by fear. She had heard that heretical mages couldn't use the magic power of the astral world because they had betrayed the astral laws. Therefore, they extracted and tortured the souls of others, using the pain and despair of their souls as fuel for their spells. Looking at the other party's eyes that emitted silver light due to the abundance of magic, Liliana lowered her head and avoided his gaze. She stared at her boots and answered hesitantly. Platinum Calendar, 1886. Hiss. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Liliana seemed to hear the mage gasp. But when she looked up again, the person still had the same gloomy expression. Is there a problem? Let's not talk about this first. Do you know where those two subdemons come from? Liliana replied, I'm not sure. They only attacked us after my archaeological team entered this ruin, but a few days ago, when we were still in the Grief Mountains, the team scouts mentioned that something was following us, but we thought it was a beast like a dire wolf. With that said, her voice became softer and softer. The man suspected to be a heretical mage nodded thoughtfully after hearing her description. I roughly get it. Sorry, I need to know. Is anyone else on your archaeological team still alive? This question made Liliana's heart sink as memories of the attack on her team surfaced in her mind. I hear something upstairs. Where did they come from? Will, protect the lady and leave first. By the Holy Spirit, that was a LV3 spell. They can see us. Light the torches. Run. No, please. Lily, save me. It's eating me. Everyone's voice in the archaeological team seemed to echo in her ears. Liliana bit her lip and took a long time to squeeze out 2 words. No. The emotions she had temporarily suppressed from fear and shock erupted. She covered her face with her hands, and tears kept streaming through her fingers. They're all dead. They were all eaten. After a long time, when she was done venting her emotions, the person placed a hand on her shoulder. Let's go. Let's solve the problem at its root first. It's been 1,000 years. Platinum Calendar, 1886. The moment he heard the year, Zhou Mu couldn't help but gasp. He clearly remembered that the ending of Doomsday Watcher was in the 878th year of the Platinum Calendar. In other words, he had transmigrated 1,008 years into the future. 1,000 years was enough for humans to evolve from cold arms to strategic arms for the practice of deterrence in the real world. How much can a world change in 1,000 years? How many of my companions are still alive? Do the traces I left behind still exist? What has this world become? And my strength? Even if he was invincible across the continent 1,000 years ago, what level was he at now? When Zhou Mu thought of this, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to withering cold in his hand. At the very least, he won his first battle after transmigrating very easily. It was so easy that it exceeded his best expectations. As the first battle he encountered after transmigrating, Zhou Mu made ample preparations. He first used 2 support spells Feather Fall and Echo. While hiding his footsteps, he created fake footsteps in another direction to draw the enemy's attention. Then, he used the air and restraint combo Float and Glacier Spike. This set of crowd control techniques nailed the 2 subdemons as though they were practice targets. He even planned on carrying out the finishing touches with 3 single target damage spells with different stats: Wind Impact, Spear Flame Purification, and Void Thunderstorm. In the end, just the damage from Glacier Spike killed the other party. In-game, the 2 subdemons were at most level 30. In the end, it seemed like he was a little too cautious. But the problem was, could 2 subdemons really represent the entire level of this world 1,000 years later? He had to find more qualified experimental subjects to make the determination. Where are we going? Just as Zhou Mu was in thought, the girl named Liliana behind him suddenly asked. They had already walked out of Twilight Fortress. It was almost noon, and the dazzling sunlight coated the ancient fortress with a layer of gold. The corrosion of 1,000 years had left this once indestructible fortress in ruins. Nearly a third of the building had collapsed into ruins, and lush vines had crawled up the building walls. From afar, it was impossible to tell the difference between the surrounding forest and the fortress. He never expected the fortress that once commanded the allied forces across the continent to launch an expedition to the Moon Realm to be in such an abandoned state. Go deep into the Grief Mountains. There's a place called the Scar of Sorrow. The 2 subdemons from before probably escaped from there. I have to eliminate the source. Zhou Mu looked back at Twilight Fortress with regret as he replied. What's the source? Liliana asked. Lunar monster, Zhou Mu replied succinctly. What's a lunar monster? Zhou Mu, who was originally a little distracted, looked at Liliana in surprise. In an era 1,000 years later, does she not even know what a lunar monster was? As the largest antagonist faction in Doomsday Watcher, an existence that had almost destroyed the world, Zhou Mu wasn't sure if this was good news or bad news. Then, you should at least know what the Moon Realm is, right? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Liliana nodded. I've learned from Introduction to Theology that the Moon Realm is an illusory reflection created by the Void Sovereigns because they are jealous of the beauty of the Holy Spirit's creation and want to imitate it. They block most of the light at night, turning it into a void that fills the stars and a demon realm that hangs high in the sky. But these should just be myths and legends. Zhou Mu sighed. No, that's too general. In fact, that's not the case at all. The Moon Realm is essentially an upper plane that reflects thoughts. It's filled with all kinds of monsters born from extreme emotions and thoughts, and the so-called Void Sovereigns are the strongest existences among those monsters. Zhou Mu ignored Liliana's blank expression and continued. As for subdemons, they are fragments peeled off from the main bodies of powerful lunar monsters. It's precisely because of this that they definitely won't appear alone. Lunar monsters are void existences to begin with, and they need to be anchored by obsession in Kurra to obtain a form from the void. It's even more so for subdemons that are fragments of lunar monsters. Zhou Mu recalled the game's lore. Therefore, powerful lunar monsters are definitely present wherever subdemons appear. Moreover, the more subdemons there are, the stronger the lunar monster will be, being their main body. Zhou Mu stopped and waited for the other party to digest the information. After a while, Liliana asked. Then, why are you so sure that it will be in that place called the Scar of Sorrow? This is because it's very difficult for lunar monsters to reach Kurra. They have to find a weak spot between Kurra and the Moon Realm. The Scar of Sorrow is one of the weakest spots between Kurra and the Moon Realm on the Vic continent. Therefore, as long as they are summoned on the right day and through the right ritual, they can be successfully summoned. A few days ago was the perfect date. A few days ago? Liliana asked curiously. Didn't you say that today is the 24th or 25th of Twilight Moon? Liliana nodded. 22 ND of the Twilight Moon is one of the Moon Realm Void Sovereigns. It's the summoning day for the Lady of Starvation, Camilla. This is the only day in a year when she can project her strength into Kurra. Zhou Mu looked at Liliana and continued in a meaningful tone. Lady of Starvation is a generous Void Sovereign. On her summoning day, as long as someone offers enough sacrifices, they will basically receive a response. Liliana quickly understood what the other party meant. You're saying, someone wanted to kill my archaeological team by summoning a lunar monster? Why? Zhou Mu waved his hand. I can only say that it's a possibility, or perhaps it just happened. Of course, it's also possible that they weren't summoned from the Scar of Sorrow but came from somewhere else for other reasons. No, that won't happen. Zhou Mu's words reminded Liliana of the many times she had heard subdemons mention the name of the Lady of Starvation. But why? She only came here to finish her semester project. Who could she have provoked? We're here. Along the way, Liliana pondered over this question until Zhou Mu suddenly stopped. This is SHH. Zhou Mu turned around and gestured for Liliana to keep quiet. It looks like we aren't the first here. Genius and stumbling demon. The altar consecrated the statue of the Lady of Starvation, Camilla. It was a sickly female statue made of colorful fungi. From afar, it looked like a rotten tumor or something else that made one uncomfortable. However, if one took a closer look, one could sense a certain sinister beauty in it. I lost contact with 2 pieces of debris in that ruin. The demon sitting under the altar and staring at the goddess statue suddenly spoke. It was a fat monster that resembled a mountain of flesh. It held a rusty dagger in its hand, and its head had twisted horns like dry branches. It was very tall, and it was much taller than ordinary male adults while still sitting. It was deformed, and its entire body was covered in strange sarcomas. Its skin was covered in festering and rotten marks. Do you want to take a look? The person who replied was a man in a grey cloak. He sat on the other side of the altar and held a lead-colored staff. His figure could be considered muscular, but he looked very thin when compared to the demon beside him. It's unnecessary. The best time for the anchoring ceremony is soon upon us. As long as this body's contract is completely anchored in the depths of your soul, my range of movement won't be limited by this altar. When that happens, whether this place is discovered by the others won't affect our subsequent actions, the monster with the rusty dagger replied in a dull voice. When the time comes, I can even use the people from the town at the foot of the mountain as a sacrifice before I leave. Don't be too ostentatious, psoriasis, the grey-robed man warned. Even if the churches in Blackwater province are significantly weaker than the other places in the empire, causing too much commotion will still attract the Seal Temple's investigation. When that happens, it will affect our master's plan. Nobody benefits from it. Speaking of ostentatious, perhaps dissatisfied with the other party's attitude, the monster named Psoriasis narrowed its eyes. That can't be more ostentatious than selling the ruins map of the Grief Mountains to the Offa University students, right? Although the ritual requires fresh sacrifices, aren't you afraid that the parents of one of the missing will hire a high-level adventurer team to search the mountains? Let me remind you, we tricked students from a noble institute of higher learning in the name of archaeology for them to be our sacrifices? Or are you still brooding over your expulsion from Offa University back then, David Obies? The grey-robed man named David Obies only replied emotionlessly to the demon's provocation. Most of the archaeology students study healing and shadow rays spells, which are more compatible with the sacrificial blood you need. Moreover, they are stupider, easier to deceive, and easier to deal with than an adventurer team. That's all. Psoriasis grinned and was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. The barrier I set up outside the Scar of Sorrow has been destroyed. Really? David's expression changed slightly. Psoriasis closed his eyes and sensed it before nodding. That's right. It was cracked from a single point, and it's collapsing now. Is the destruction of the barrier coming from that ruin? David asked in a deep voice. Yes, but the method the other party used is very primitive. He didn't use a cracking method and instead used pure magical power to destroy it. Hearing this, David's solemn expression eased a little. Using a mana stream to destroy the barrier meant that the other party was most likely a newbie, either because he didn't know how to conserve his precious mana or because he didn't know how to destroy the barrier. Was it a lost explorer? Or was it another archaeological team that fell for their ruse? However, no matter who it was, he wasn't letting down his guard. He had been preparing for this ceremony for over a year. He couldn't treat any seemingly trivial latent risks carelessly. Then, let's not wait for the ceremony's prime time. Let's begin the anchoring. Don't complicate matters. Psoriasis nodded its fat head in agreement. Then, it stood up and chanted an obscure moon realm incantation. Power spread as Psoriasis chanted the incantation. The trees around the altar were snapped by an invisible force, scattering broken branches and leaves all over the ground. But if one observed carefully, one would discover that the brightly colored bacteria on the broken branches and leaves began to spread constantly. Thin strands of bacteria kept extending, and the area around the sickly life became extremely vibrant. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Zhou Mu, who was observing the altar, felt someone tug at him. He turned his head and saw Liliana looking at him with a pale face. Let's leave first before they discover us. Why? Zhou Mu asked in confusion. I know who that grey-robed person is. He's not someone I can deal with alone. Let's go down the mountain and get help from the church. So who's that person? Zhou Mu was a little intrigued. David Obies was once a student of Blackwater Province's Offa University. At the age of 18, he obtained the title of LV7 in both the summoning and shadow rays fields. He was known as the genius at Offa University who had the highest chance of reaching the master domain or even the legendary domain in the past 50 years. Is he considered your senior? Liliana shook her head vigorously. He was expelled from the university 2 years ago on suspicion of studying forbidden spells. Back then, the university contacted the Holy Spirit's Church and imprisoned him as a heretical mage. He eventually fought the executors who were deployed to arrest him. Half of the dormitory building was blasted to ruins, and the entire team of elite executors failed to retain him. The executors were mage assassins trained by the Holy Spirit's Church to deal with mage threats. To be able to fight an entire team of executors and escape, his strength was obvious. It's said that the church sent people to search his house afterward. They found a large number of human organs used for primitive rituals in the basement, as well as the bones of many deformed monsters. At this point, Liliana was almost begging Zhou Mu. Ignoring the lunar monster beside him, a heretical mage with at least LV7 strength isn't an existence that we can deal with alone. Liliana's tone revealed sincerity, and Zhou Mu fell into thought over her words. Zhou Mu didn't know what strength LV7 was. Doomsday Watcher never had ratings for mages, it was probably a standard created by someone or an organization in the 1,000 years he was away. However, the master and legendary domains Liliana mentioned were indeed useful as a reference for evaluating a spell's strength in-game: apprentice, expert, master, legend, divine realm. Every spell had a word that indicated its rarity. Although rarity didn't imply greater strength for a game, this was the intention of the game's planning team. Not doing so was a problem for the game mechanics balancing team. If this was the analysis, the implication of having a chance of reaching master was that one could use expert-level spells. But could this be considered a genius? Therefore, compared to the grey-robed man whom Liliana treated as a formidable enemy, Zhou Mu's attention was more focused on the lunar monster who was chanting. From the other party's appearance, he could be considered an old acquaintance. Stumbling demon. Zhou Mu had a deep impression of this monster. He remembered how much of a pain this fellow was the time he raided the Lady of Starvation's Moon Realm dungeon, Lake of Entropy. Stumbling demon was about LV 60 to 80. Its design completely ignored the might of physical and magical attacks and focused on stacking its HP and HP regeneration speed. Of course, if it was only a tank with low attack and high defense, that wasn't the reason Zhou Mu would call it a pain. The most disgusting thing about the stumbling demon was that it would obtain a halo that constantly caused abnormal statuses after being injured. The more HP it lost, the stronger the halo's effect. It wasn't a threat, but it was fully capable of disgusting the player. Every time he encountered a large-scale encounter, any stumbling demon mixed into the enemy's lineup as a tank would significantly increase the battle's difficulty. But then again, if it was only summoned alone, the stumbling demon would only be a wooden stake used to measure the damage. A wooden stake used to test the damage dealt was what Zhou Mu needed the most. With this in mind, he pushed away the tree branches in front of him and walked out. Behind him, Liliana exclaimed in surprise at his actions. As for the stumbling demon and the grey-robed man named David, they looked over at the same time. The man's sudden actions threw Liliana's mind into chaos. For a moment, she couldn't figure out if she should run or blame the man for his suicidal behavior. However, Zhou Mu turned around and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. Didn't I say that we should solve the source of the problem first?" His words reminded Liliana of her archaeological team and the people who had risked their lives to cover her escape. But, oh, I almost forgot. As Zhou Mu spoke, he removed an ancient sunbird pendant from his neck and placed it in Liliana's hand. "The air here will turn nasty in a while. Put this on." Liliana subconsciously took the ancient pendant. The moment it came into contact with her skin, a warm current began to surge through her blood. An enchanted pendant? However, she had never heard of an enchanted pendant that had such an obvious effect without wearing it. By the time she came to her senses, the person was about 20 steps away from the altar. David Obies held his lead-colored staff and stood up. He looked back at Psoriasis, who was about to complete the ritual, and then at the white-haired, silver-eyed man. "Nice to meet you, unknown magic chanter," he said very politely. "Nice to meet you. The genius from that university and the stumbling demon behind you. Spider Silk." David Obies frowned when he heard that. It wasn't due to the disdain in the other party's words, but because he had accurately described the lunar monster's species behind him. 800 years ago, Great Sage Yates established the astral laws and divided magic into 9 levels and 13 series according to the distribution of the stars, completely reshaping the magic foundations of Vic. Moon realm spells that had always been in a gray area were excluded from the new system and became equivalent to a taboo. 800 years later, the astral laws system remained as firm as bedrock. The prohibition against moon realm magic had never been loosened. Across the continent, other than the ascetics sitting in demon burial and the living dead in the obliteration tower who were specially allowed to study the taboos from the moon realm, anyone who privately studied moon realm magic would be considered a heretic. This was the reason why he was expelled from Offa University back then. He was no exception even though he was the #1 genius in Offa University's past 50 years. The person in front of him could tell the species of psoriasis at a glance, which meant that he knew a little about moon realm magic. Therefore, was he also a heretical mage? Thoughts ran through David's mind before he probed, "May I know your name?" "I'm still not sure what my name means to this era, so I don't plan on revealing my name for the time being. Please forgive me." "What do you mean?" What did he mean by not sure what my name means to this era? Did his name hold significance in this era? Although the other party's random answer left him at a loss, he originally asked for a name to give the other party the impression that he was willing to communicate. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well continue the conversation. "Then, Mr. Unknown, I have a suggestion. If you leave and pretend as though you didn't see anything, I guarantee that I won't hurt you and the lady hiding behind you." "Why?" The other party didn't look at him but at Psoriasis, who was going through the anchoring ritual. "You and I are both so-called heretics who have betrayed the astral laws. Since we're the same, it's naturally better to be friends than enemies." With that said, he fixated his gaze on the other party's expression, hoping to figure out something. He wasn't afraid of fighting the person in front of him. Even if Psoriasis couldn't attack yet, dealing with a mage who needed to rely on magical power to break through the barrier wasn't even a problem for him. However, Psoriasis had yet to complete the anchoring ritual. Its only connection to Kurura was the statue of the Lady of Starvation. If the other party was really a heretical mage who had a certain understanding of lunar monsters, his attacking the statue and severing the connection between psoriasis and Kurura would put all his efforts over the past year in vain. Therefore, although David didn't plan on sparing the lives of these two, he had to act generous. It wouldn't be too late to kill these two after the ritual was over. After hearing his explanation, the person didn't say anything other than muttering the astral laws in a puzzled tone. He didn't even look away from the anchoring ceremony. Sir, do you accept? Nov. L. B//JNN. David couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he saw that the other party had been paying attention to the ritual and ignoring him, so he asked again. This time, his voice carried a slightly threatening tone. Oh. The other party finally turned his gaze to him. Both of you will die today. For a moment, David thought that the other party had guessed his plan and said this to expose the proposal he didn't plan on fulfilling. However, he quickly saw from the other party's eyes that the person was only expressing his intentions. The other party also didn't plan on letting him off. A comical feeling surged into his heart before turning into an unconcealable smile. Ha 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 ha. A gutsy one you are. He laughed as he looked at the person, unable to hide his killing intent. It puzzles me. Why aren't you willing to let yourself live longer? Why are you in such a hurry to die? As David spoke, he slowly pointed the lead-colored staff in his hand at the person in front of him and then at the woman behind him. Is it because of the lady behind you? Is she a survivor of the archaeological team from before? Or is it because you're too confident and think that just killing one or two subdemons and breaking through the barrier outside will? What barrier? The other party suddenly asked, his voice filled with confusion. The barrier you broke open with your mana stream before you came here. Don't you remember? David sounded puzzled. Was there such a thing? The other party's expression was filled with confusion, and he didn't look like he was lying. This made David truly wary. Could it be that he wasn't the one who destroyed the barrier outside the Scar of Sorrow? Was it someone else? Was that person hiding nearby? Could this clown in front of him just be bait? David asked as he looked around warily. A barrier, the wall of shadows, was set up outside. If it wasn't cracked by you, how did you find your way in? After hearing his question, the other party finally revealed an enlightened expression. Oh, that thing. For anyone below LV80, that thing. Ahem, it doesn't affect anyone above a certain level of strength. I probably didn't notice and walked in. As for cracking it, it's probably thanks to the enchantment on my armor that automatically cracked the barrier. David couldn't digest the information in his words. What was the meaning of this? The barrier that could block magic chanters below LV5 was cracked without him noticing? It sounded as simple as accidentally bumping into spider webs and destroying them while out. A bluff. It was definitely a bluff. David thought, but for some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. An extremely ridiculous thought appeared in his mind. The other party was very strong, far stronger than him. However, this should be impossible. He looked back at Psoriasis's ritual that was coming to an end. In the ether domain, he could clearly sense a pale and dirty comet plummeting into the depths of his soul. This stumbling demon from the moon realm was about to appear in Kurura through his soul anchor. He had to buy some more time. But this time, it wasn't because he was worried that the other party would destroy the altar and ruin his year of hard work. Instead, he wasn't sure if he could kill this unknown magic chanter in front of him alone. He needed to wait for Psoriasis's ritual to be completed before teaming up. As a spawn of the Lady of Starvation, if the stumbling demon could successfully descend into Kurura, even powerhouses at the master domain would have to avoid them. With this in mind, David planned on buying time through a conversation. Then, I want to ask again why you're here to be our enemy. It's because I know you're stalling. The white-haired, silver-eyed magic chanter interrupted him. It's fine if you want to buy time for the stumbling demon's anchoring ritual to be completed. I'm also waiting for it to be completed. The other party's words made David subconsciously take a step back. Without an anchor in the demon summoner's soul, it can only rely on that disgusting statue to appear. However, the commotion on my side might be a little loud later. If I accidentally shatter that statue, that stumbling demon will have to obediently scram back to the moon realm. This wasn't good. The man who wasn't willing to reveal his name said, as for why you asked me why I'm your enemy, although I know you only want to buy time, I think it's fine to give you an answer. David couldn't help but swallow when he saw the other party staring at him. Because you're a demon summoner and it's a lunar monster. The ruin not far away is the Twilight Fortress. Using that as a reason is sufficient. When the other party finished speaking, the pale and filthy comet in the ether domain happened to completely sink into the depths of David's soul. Violent magic powers began to surge in his blood. A strange feeling of mycelium growing in his body began to surface. The anchoring ceremony was completed. Psoriasis roared behind David, and the rusty dagger in his hand quickly became covered in dark green patterns. The distorted blobs of flesh on its body also began to proliferate and separate. When they fell to the ground, they squirmed and morphed. Long limbs and a huge head grew out of them, and finally, they turned into newborn subdemons. Psoriasis walked forward and held the dagger that emitted a decaying aura. He looked down at the magic chanter and said in a deep voice, "Shameless worm, tell me, how do you wish to die?" Test. The stumbling demon that spoke didn't attack directly. The first to charge over were the subdemons that had just taken form. There were a total of 7 subdemons, and their bodies were still covered in pus. 2 of them stood still and chanted spells, while the other 5 crouched on the ground and pounced at Zhou Mu like hounds. Then, the first thing to be tested. He tapped the ground with withering cold, and a pure ring of fire quickly spread from the spot he struck. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the 5 approaching subdemons. Purification ring of fire. A hot wind blew past his hair, and the 5 subdemons were charred. Zhou Mu silently calculated the differences between reality and the game. Purification ring of fire was an apprentice-level spell. The description was release a clean ring of flames to incinerate the unholy. In fact, the damage was very light, but because it had the effect of removing frosted and cursed status, it was often used as purification in-game. A newborn subdemon was about LV 25, and the spellcasting medium he used was withering cold. As an ice elemental divine staff, its might would be reduced by 50% when using fire elemental spells. This way, if it were in-game, the purification ring of fire wouldn't be able to instantly kill 5 subdemons like before. Therefore, the true performance of a spell is closer to the game's description of the skills than the mathematical formulations based on the game's values. Zhou Mu thought as he watched the subdemons turn into black salt crystals and dissipate. The 2 surviving subdemons finished chanting their spells at that very moment. 2 soccer ball-sized fireballs whistled toward him with flames trailing behind them. Bang! Hiss! A spear-shaped beam intercepted one of the fireballs, and the latter exploded in midair like a flower. The spear of light didn't slow down after detonating the fireball and struck a casting subdemon. After a silent but dazzling flash, it was reduced to ashes. As for the other fireball, when it flew about 2 meters away from Zhou Mu, it was swallowed by a sudden gust of cold air and silently extinguished like a cigarette butt thrown into an ice lake. Holy Spear Thrust, Frozen Wasteland. Yes, spells with trajectories and collision boxes can be intercepted. Be it detonating them in advance or using a halo effect to cancel them out, this is different from in-game. It was different, but it was more in line with his intuition. Seeing the fireball he threw extinguish the moment it came close, the last subdemon on the field was stunned. Before it could chant another spell, a sharp icicle stabbed into its throat. Why, aren't you guys coming? Seeing the stumbling demon and the grey-robed mage stand still, Zhou Mu walked over and asked. Circling him, an area of 20 meters was enveloped by a frost storm. Frost constantly formed on the ground, and the air was filled with flying ice shards. David looked at the man and asked psoriasis who was connected to his soul through his consciousness. What do you say? To be able to use Frozen Wasteland, his frost spells have at least reached LV 6. Are you confident in defeating him? It's fine. Provide support from behind. The damage from the Frozen Wasteland spell can better activate the Lady of Starvation's blessing for me. With that said, it moved its fat body and charged at Zhou Mu. The rusty dagger in its hand emitted a sparkling green light. Looking at the stumbling demon charging at him like a dump truck, Zhou Mu mentally compared it to the game. This stumbling demon's movements are much faster than the slow-motion module in-game, but Zhou Mu dodged to the side, avoiding the other party's head-on collision. His reaction and speed were on a completely different level from his actual self. The gamers were ordinary humans after all. It was impossible for the game developer to really let them operate a character whose various values far exceeded that of ordinary people. For the sake of gaming, some stats could only be reflected in data and compromised in terms of actual performance. For example, agility would only increase critical hit and dodge. It wouldn't really increase the player's reaction speed. But when the game became reality, this data would be reflected in his physique. But in contrast, be it critical hit or dodge, he had to rely on himself. It was impossible for a miss to happen in-game because of a high dodge value. Then, for the next test, the stumbling demon stopped in its tracks, turned around, and swung its dagger at Zhou Mu's head. Crack, 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 crack. This seemingly mighty strike was blocked by Zhou Mu's raised vambrace. The collision of the saber and armor didn't produce a clanging sound like metal colliding. Instead, it was more like the sound of a blunt saber shattering on a frozen lake. Psoriasis felt as if it had chopped something into pieces. It grinned hideously and was about to say something, but when it saw the situation clearly, it said something that could probably enter the top 3 of the classic cameo lines. WH. What? The spot it had just struck was covered in a layer of frost that flickered with white runes, and the rusty dagger was stuck in that layer of frost, unable to advance an inch. White Frost. Master-level frost-type defense spells lasted for 3 minutes after being used. Every 15 seconds, the caster would be stacked with an additional layer of blocks, and every layer could reduce 75% of the damage received from the next physical attack. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Stumbling Demon's offensive strength wasn't high to begin with, and being weakened by the defense of White Frost and the armor, this seemingly terrifying strike didn't even make Zhou Mu tremble. Then, there won't be a problem with physical defense. An attack of this level won't cause a crowd control effect like slowing down and dizziness. He took note of the test results. Whoosh! A pitch-black energy arrow broke through the frost storm circling Zhou Mu and struck his left shoulder. Intense shadow energy exploded on his shoulder pad. David held his lead-colored staff and stared at Zhou Mu nervously, waiting for the other party to collapse under the effects of the curse after being struck by the shadow arrow. However, the other party only casually turned his head to look at him. Then, he waved his hand and deflected Psoriasis's blade, touching the spot where he had just been struck. Shadow arrow, huh? It's an expert-level shadow spell. When there's no corresponding countermeasure, it will indeed cause some light damage. Zhou Mu recalled how he felt when he was struck by the shadow arrow. It was probably the impact of being hit by a small stone thrown by a naughty child and the tingling pain that was difficult to detect without carefully sensing it. Although there's no more HP bar, that strike should have deducted some HP, right? Yes, it would probably be in the single digits in-game. David looked at the man in horror. If it was only because he felt uneasy that he had killed all 7 subdemons in one strike, then what was happening now was completely beyond his understanding. Why could he still stand there as if nothing had happened after suffering a strike from psoriasis and receiving a shadow arrow? What level was the other party at? Master? Or was it the legendary domain? Realizing that the other party was staring at him, David had the urge to escape immediately. Thank you. I have the results I need to know from the spell defense test. He thanked him sincerely. What did he mean? Then, it's time for the test of spell damage. In order not to affect you. Before David could figure out what the person meant, a black shadow flashed past the other party's staff, and he stopped thinking. Shadow cage. A spinning illusory ring blade passed through David's body and wrapped him in the center of the ring blade. Then, pitch-black darkness erupted from it, wrapping his entire body into a pitch-black gem that floated in the air while emitting a chill. Keeping one's promise. Why didn't you just kill my contractor? Psoriasis looked at the man in front of him and asked. It was exposed to the range of the frozen wasteland, and its body was covered in a thin layer of frost. The fine ice shards dancing in the storm constantly sliced open gashes in its flesh, but it ignored them completely. If he's killed, your anchor to Kurura will be gone. Didn't I say so? I don't want you to return to the moon realm early. Why? Zhou Mu smiled and waved withering cold in his hand. With a flash of lightning, a shadowy portal opened, and an ice crystal giant comparable to the stumbling demon lumbered out. Frost Soul. Because I still have some things to test. Moreover, I've said it before. Zhou Mu didn't continue. He only waved his hand to get the Frost Soul to step forward, and the tall ice crystal giant swung its heavy fist at Psoriasis. Bang! Stumbling demon didn't dodge or parry, allowing the other party's fist to smash into him. At the same time, he brandished his rusty dagger and struck the Frost Soul. Crack! Both parties attacked without any regard for defense, but the soul's seemingly heavy fist didn't even make Psoriasis tremble. Instead, its rusty blade sliced off a large chunk of ice from the other party. Psoriasis grinned hideously, and the green light on its rusty dagger shone brightly as it fought the soul. Alright, let's begin with apprentice-level damage spells. Zhou Mu gently tapped the withering cold and began a new round of tests. The stumbling demon and the Frost Soul were like two tumblers. They punched and stabbed each other with great vigor, but as tank characters with thick skin, the outcome of the battle couldn't be determined quickly just based on their damage output. Another strike shattered a large piece of ice. Before Psoriasis could retract his dagger, several whistling wind blades struck its body, instantly slicing open several bone-deep gashes. Very good, continue. The magic chanter finally began to use offensive spells. Not only did Psoriasis not panic, but it also felt delighted. Nov. L. B //JNN. The gnarly wound caused by the wind blade began to wriggle, and dense mycelium appeared on both sides of the wound. Most of it connected to each other to heal the wound, and some of the mycelium extended out of his body. The wound healed at a visible speed while the mycelium that extended out of its body grew and expanded. Then, it silently exploded and spewed out colorful spore clouds. The brightly colored malady lingered around Psoriasis as a spore cloud, and the Frost Soul which had been exchanging blows with it began to slow down. Another strike landed on the soul, but this time, it didn't just shatter more ice. Several cracks extended from the spot where Psoriasis struck, and then they cracked like a spider web. The Frost Soul was reduced to pieces from the strike. Bright fungi crawled between the shards. The Lady of Starvation's blessing, using flesh and blood as bait, gave birth to a corrupted newborn. After shattering the Frost Soul, Psoriasis planned on turning around and finishing off the magic chanter. Unexpectedly, the moment it turned around, a ball of dazzling lightning struck it. Ugh! Psoriasis shook its head. Its chest was charred by the lightning, but at the same time, the abnormally lush life form began to squirm again. Thicker spore clouds filled its surroundings and spread further. Not far away, a Frost Soul that was taller than before strode over. There's more? Psoriasis spat out a mouthful of dark green saliva on the ground and charged forward with its dagger. Okay, let's see how long you can last. Liliana couldn't understand what was happening. Summoning, storm, lightning, fire, frost, shadow, undead, life, illusion. She numbly counted how many types of spells that person had used. The astral laws stipulated that everyone could only study 3 spells at most, but it was like a joke to him. Even if he was a heretical mage, he shouldn't be able to use spells of so many types. It had to be known that even the heretic who started the Withering Catastrophe 50 years ago had only studied 5 spell systems. Moreover, that wasn't all. Liliana studied at Blackwater Province's Offa University. Although her talent was mediocre and she was only at the level of an apprentice, she was in the most authoritative mage school in Blackwater Province. She had extremely solid theoretical knowledge. It could be said that she knew the theories and effects of common spells among the 9 levels and 13 series stipulated in the astral laws. However, she had never seen or heard of at least 2/3 of the dozen spells that person had used. That wasn't all, the effects of those spells were also unimaginable, directly challenging her understanding of the essence of magic. From the mana fluctuations, the illusory blade that extended from his staff looks like an illusion spell. She murmured to herself. Since it was an illusion spell, why could it chop off the arm of the lunar monster? Was her understanding of illusion spells fundamentally wrong? The battle continued as more and more spells she didn't understand were cast from that person's hands. As the monster's injuries gradually deepened, the mist emitted from its body became thicker, and the range spread further and further. Be it the birds perched on the branches, the squirrels crawling in the forest, or the insects in the soil, any life form that came into contact with the mist began to twitch and tumble. Soon, they struggled to their deaths. On their corpses, dense mycelium grew out of every aperture before continuing to expand and explode, releasing new mist. Liliana saw it clearly. Just as she was about to escape the range of the mist in horror, the sunbird pendant that the person had wanted her to wear lit up slightly, and a faint golden barrier appeared around her. The mist instantly dissipated after coming into contact with the barrier, leaving behind a stench that resembled burning feathers. Liliana subconsciously touched the ancient pendant on her chest and looked up at the battlefield not far away. Over there, the colorful mist was so thick that one couldn't see what was happening inside. Only the constant sounds of combat and the occasional flashes of spells proved that the battle was still ongoing. Psoriasis roared and shattered an unknown number of frost souls before looking at the magic chanter. This time, the other party finally didn't summon a new frost soul. There was no intact spot on Psoriasis's body, but under the Lady of Starvation's blessing, all its injuries quickly healed. Even the hand that was previously severed gradually grew out a deformed limb that was purely made of mycelium. More and more mycelium extended out of its body, and endless spore mist spewed out like ignited smoke. Psoriasis slowly approached the person. The other party didn't summon a new meat shield or use any spells to attack. He just stood there quietly. It was probably because his mana was depleted, so its victory was at hand. A magic chanter was considered defeated when they ran out of mana. To be honest, this battle was harrowing. There were a few times when it was just short of being completely exiled by the magic chanter. Fortunately, the other party happened to stop attacking a few times and missed the opportunity to kill it. It was also thanks to him that the Lady of Starvation's blessing was maximized through its constant injuries and rebirth. Innumerable curses surged out of its wounds, turning the surroundings into a true land of death. I have to say, I'm quite impressed with you. As a mortal, your flesh and blood haven't been devoured by such a dense curse. Psoriasis stopped 3 steps away from the magic chanter and thought about the angle to chop off his head. The other party remained standing still. Why? You're not summoning those puppets, that's all show but no bite anymore. There's no need. The other party replied calmly, and his voice was much hoarser than before. There's no need. Everything that can be verified through you has been done. Psoriasis sneered and prepared to walk over and chop off his stubborn head, but just as it tried to take a step, it discovered that it couldn't lift its foot at all. It lowered its head, and a dark quagmire appeared under its feet. Countless pale hands reached out and grabbed it, constantly pulling it in. Didn't you ask why I didn't just kill your contractor and get you to scram back to the moon realm? Just as Psoriasis was struggling to break free, the white-haired, silver-eyed magic chanter walked in front of it and looked down at Psoriasis, who had half its body pulled into the dark quagmire. I've already told your contractor, and I'll tell you again, both of you will die today. Judge. Die. How arrogant. Psoriasis, who only had his head left outside the dark quagmire, sneered sarcastically. That's right. Being completely controlled by this evil spell, it could only be at the mercy of others. Its body that had descended into Kurura would indeed be destroyed by this magic chanter. From a mortal's point of view, it was indeed about to die. However, hero, bring it on. Try killing me. Psoriasis laughed maniacally at the magic chanter. Use your weapon, your magic, your intelligence, courage, will, or something else to kill me. Although it was still enduring the pain of being bitten by millions of hungry undead, it couldn't hide its delight. Kill me like a fool destroying a reflection in the mirror. Kill me like a lunatic shattering the moon in the water. There's no need to stand on ceremony, tear apart my shadow in this world in vain. If it's not enjoyable enough, go ahead and torture me before killing me. Psoriasis said ferociously. Then, I'll come back again and again with hatred for you and experience from my previous failures. I have infinite time and countless opportunities. So what if you prevail now? You can't keep winning, mortal. There's a very widespread story in the moon realm. I believe you've heard of it. After the other party finished speaking, Zhou Mu slowly spoke. A long time ago, there was a most cunning and arrogant swindler in this world. He boldly made a bet with the 13 moon realm void sovereigns and won 12 consecutive bets. And every time he won a round, he requested the void sovereign to forge a weapon that could injure them. As Zhou Mu spoke, he opened a deep spatial rift and reached in to search for something. But in the last bet, he lost, and his soul was eventually split by the void sovereigns. This story is often used to warn mortals not to bet with demons, but I think that person is a great warrior. This is because he left 12 weapons in the world that can injure the void sovereign's essence. Under Psoriasis's uneasy gaze, he drew a simple straight sword from the spatial rift. It was a normal sword that nobody would pick up even if it was dropped downtown. The workmanship was so crude that it was like the work of the son of an old blacksmith in a neighboring village during his first forging tutorial. Later on, someone traveled the entire continent to collect these 12 weapons and gave them to his companions. He established an organization specially used to suppress the monsters that couldn't be killed. Perhaps you've heard of it? That organization is known as the 13 Judges, and those who hold those weapons are known as. As Zhou Mu spoke, he pointed his ordinary straight sword at Psoriasis's throat. Judge. When it sensed the power contained in the straight sword that could completely kill it, Psoriasis felt an unfamiliar emotion for the first time: fear. Wait a minute, I don't. Looking at the sword at his throat, Psoriasis was about to say something in horror, but Zhou Mu ignored him and stabbed in. There were no gorgeous special effects or deafening sounds. The stumbling demon died silently. The corpse didn't turn into black salt crystals and dissipate. Instead, it was gradually swallowed by the mire and disappeared. He died as easily and straightforwardly as a mortal. A towering flaming vortex rose from the colorful spore cloud, incinerating the cursed mist in less than 10 seconds. Purgatory Storm. ALV8 fire spell. If she had seen the casting of this spell a few days ago, Liliana would have definitely cried out in excitement. However, she didn't show any emotion other than numbness when she saw LV8 spell. She had seen more LV8 spells today than in her entire life. The man who had shattered her worldview countless times today stood on the devastated, scorched earth and stared at the huge pitch-black gem floating in midair. Come over. It's safe now. The other party's voice sounded, and Liliana obediently walked over. The air was filled with the stench of burning feathers, and she felt the residual heat of the flames with every step she took. Liliana asked as she walked. What about that monster? Dead. The person replied hoarsely, his gaze still fixed on the black gem. Is David Obies imprisoned here? That's right. I still have some questions. Cough, 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 cough. F***CK. Cough, cough, cough. Before that person could finish speaking, he suddenly coughed violently. Liliana watched nervously as the person suddenly coughed until he was out of breath. Sometime after he calmed down, she asked hesitantly, Are you alright? I'm fine. I just choked on the mist. I'll be fine in a while. Was it only a choke? The scene of birds and insects being devoured by the mycelium appeared in Liliana's mind. If it weren't for that person's sunbird pendant, she would have long died in the terrifying mist. Recalling that the other party's pendant was still on her, she hurriedly took it off and prepared to return it to him, but the person only waved his hand, indicating for her to keep it. Really? Such a precious thing. I might need your help in the future, so treat this as payment. Moreover, this is a replica I made while mimicking the Phoenix pendant's enchantment. It's nothing precious. He enchanted it himself. Liliana's mind went numb from the other party's words. Zhou Mu ignored the stunned Liliana behind him and took a few steps back. He then raised his staff and removed the effects of Shadow Cage. The huge pitch-black gem floating in the air turned into a shadow and dissipated, and the genius mage named David fell to the ground from midair. His concept of time seemed to be stuck at the moment before he was imprisoned. The moment he landed, he held the staff in his hand tightly and pointed it at Zhou Mu and Liliana. However, he quickly realized that the battle was over. Where did my contracted demon go? Perhaps because he couldn't sense the stumbling demon that was connected to his soul, David asked directly when he saw that the two people not far away had no intention of attacking. Since you can't sense it, it's naturally dead. Zhou Mu replied matter-of-factly. Lunar monsters were immortal. Even if their bodies in Kurura were destroyed, it was like the shattering of a mirror's reflection, banishing them back to the moon realm. It wouldn't injure the monster at all. However, David wasn't in the mood to correct the other party's choice of words. You defeated it. The other party nodded. With a clang, he threw the lead-colored staff to the ground. I surrender, David said decisively. I thought you would struggle. To be able to banish the stumbling demon alone, I have no chance of winning. Zhou Mu nodded, and a silver thread extended from the top of Withering Cold, binding the other party tightly. So what will happen to me? Will I be handed over to the church or? Answer my question first. Zhou Mu walked in front of David and unfolded a parchment map for him. You deliberately spread this treasure map of the southern Grief Mountains through the black market, right? Liliana's heart tightened when she heard this question. When they were still at Twilight Fortress, the mysterious mage had asked her in detail how she had found this ruin. After she told him how she had spent a lot of money to buy this treasure map from a mysterious vendor in the Nordland underground black market, the person took the map from her. In that case, this map, this ruin, could it be a trap from the beginning? Was it all her fault? Did her two classmates and the adventurer team she hired die because of her? Yes, David replied. I spread the map on the black market in Nordland to attract rash adventurers or archaeological teams. Be it the communication ceremony for the Lady of Starvation or the anchoring ceremony for the lunar monster, they all require. Liliana felt as if she had fallen into an ice cavern. All of them require a blood sacrifice. I know that, you don't have to tell me. That's not what I'm asking. Zhou Mu bent down slightly so that his gaze was level with his. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I specially took note of it when I came over. Many of the places marked on this map are different from reality. For example, these forests on the map have disappeared. The largest pass is blocked by a landslide, and these rivers have already dried up. Zhou Mu pointed at the locations he had described on the map and said to him, Do you know why? Although it was a question, the other party didn't sound like he was asking him at all. David shook his head. It's very simple because this map is the southern Grief Mountains from 1,000 years ago. Something in the man's eyes made the hair on David's back stand on end. Where did you get this map? Name. Zhou Mu was all too familiar with the map's style. Although it only depicted a small portion of the southern Grief Mountains, the layout of this map was identical to when Zhou Mu opened up the map in-game. It was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. In other words, it was very likely that there were clues about his old acquaintances behind this map. He just didn't know if the other party was a friend or foe. Of course, from the fact that the other party had handed the map to a demon summoner, the probability of an enemy was higher. But no matter what, he couldn't give up this clue. Zhou Mu stared at the person and tried his best to sound intimidating. Where did you get this map? Silence. Do you not want to say it or can't? Silence again. So you can't say. Looking at the silent David, Zhou Mu continued asking. David gritted his teeth and replied, I can tell you anything other than the origins of this map. I'm not interested in anything else. This is all I want to know. Then kill me. The other party's answer surprised him somewhat. Since he had surrendered so decisively, he definitely wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't fear death. To make the other party choose to die so calmly, it probably wasn't because of greed or loyalty. It should be fear. After all, death wasn't the worst ending in this world. I know there are methods that can punish a person's soul when they reveal certain secrets, but coincidentally, I also have some methods that can torture your soul the same way. You have no idea. David interrupted Zhou Mu's threat. You don't know what it means to have your soul tortured, and you don't know what true horror is. You can rely on your strength, that's enough to banish a stumbling demon to threaten me, but don't think that I'll be afraid. I assure you that this bit of strength of yours is nothing compared to that lord. Very good, there's finally some progress. Tell me who the lord you're talking about is, and I promise to give you a quick death. The other party immediately shut up. Do you think I can't do anything to you as long as you stay mum? If you have such thoughts, I advise you to abandon them. Zhou Mu waited for a few more seconds. When he saw that the other party still appeared unafraid of death, he could only sigh helplessly. All right, this is your own doing. To be honest, even if you do deserve death, I didn't want to do this. With that said, he turned around and looked behind. Liliana. Yes. Liliana replied as if she had snapped awake from a dream. Zhou Mu couldn't help but frown when he saw the girl's dejected expression. It wasn't your fault. Liliana's eyes turned red as she choked. But how am I to tell their families this terrible news? How should I explain why I was the only one who survived? How should I face them? I don't know. Zhou Mu picked up the lead-colored staff that had been thrown away from the ground and handed it to the trembling girl. Tell them that the culprit is dead. Liliana looked up at him in surprise. This is also the only thing you can do to bring some comfort to the families of the deceased. The rest can only be left to time. With that said, a pitch-black energy beam shot out from Withering Cold and struck David, who was tied to the side. He looked up and collapsed. Zhou Mu walked over and half-knelt in front of the lifeless corpse. He released Withering Cold, but the staff didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it floated beside him as if it were alive. His right hand was covered in a hazy black shadow as he reached into David's corpse. His hand penetrated the corpse like an illusory ghost and pulled out an equally illusory humanoid outline. It was the soul of David Obies. He looked a little puzzled until he saw his corpse lying on the ground and seemed to understand what had happened. Where did that map come from? Zhou Mu didn't say a word. Instead, he used his will to produce a soul voice. He used his will to control the will of others. Master-level necromancy spell, commandeering of the dead. The expression on David's face changed from confusion to a daze, and then to endless affliction. What's the name of the lord you were talking about? Where is he? Seeing that the other party still didn't answer, Zhou Mu estimated how much the other party's soul could withstand and used commandeering of the dead again. The other party's soul began to tremble violently under Zhou Mu's command, and it looked like he could barely maintain his human form. A few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words with difficulty and slowness. Father of the crows, Thorn City. He didn't finish his sentence because 3 scratches suddenly appeared on his soul the moment he said the first word. With every word he said, the scratch deepened. When he said the name Thorn City, the claw mark tore his soul to pieces. Looking at the tiny specks of light that filled the sky when his soul dissipated, Zhou Mu fell silent. This was the first time he had seen a spell that had never appeared in-game. He didn't even know how to stop it. Father of the Crows. I've never heard of it. Moreover, Thorn City? Thorn City reminded Zhou Mu of something more pressing. That was to repair the now-ruined Twilight Fortress. No matter what, he couldn't let the place that carried so many memories remain in its abandoned state. However, it wasn't easy to restore the Twilight Fortress to its original state. The exquisite defense systems and functional designs in the Twilight Fortress were the culmination of the efforts of the strongest craftsmen and enchanters on the continent back then. Zhou Mu even doubted if he could replicate all the functions of the Twilight Fortress now that 1,000 years had passed. Even if he had to settle for the next best thing and only wanted to repair the outer framework, it wouldn't be a trivial project. Problems pertaining to ordinary construction materials and labor were fine. He could just spend more time and effort summoning elemental souls to do manual labor. However, the troublesome thing was that because it hadn't been maintained for years, the demon sealing runes buried in the structure had been deactivated. He had to build the entire fortress's rune system from scratch. This was a very important job, and it had to begin together when rebuilding the main body of the fortress. It was equivalent to taking the best possible route before a house was renovated. Otherwise, even if it was repaired, the Twilight Fortress would only be a stone fortress that dazzled on the surface. It wouldn't be able to withstand the invasion of the lunar monsters. Relaying the demon sealing rune system required a large amount of elementium silver, a demon sealing metal that had a strong affinity for all types of spells. Although his treasure haul had some reserves of elementium silver, they were only stored as specimens. They couldn't meet the needs of rebuilding the entire Twilight Fortress. The largest elementium silver mine and refinery on the continent was in Thorn City 1,000 years ago. With this and the fact that he had to investigate the mysterious father of the crows, it looked like it was indeed necessary for him to make a trip to Thorn City. Zhou Mu grabbed withering cold that was floating to the side again and turned to ask Liliana. I remember you saying that you studied at Alpha University in Blackwater Swamp, right? Liliana had never studied undead spells, so from her point of view, the scene of Zhou Mu interrogating David's soul was just him walking to the corpse and squatting down. Then, he held something in his hand and stood up before spacing out. She nodded and then corrected him. It's not Blackwater Swamp, but Blackwater Province. Blackwater Swamp was its name from a long time ago. The other party didn't say anything to her on this topic and continued asking, is the headquarters of Alpha University still in Thorn City? What does he mean by still in? Hasn't it been in Thorn City since more than 1,000 years ago? Suppressing her doubts about the other party's strange question, Liliana replied, that's right. It has always been in Thorn City. How about this? Aren't you going back to school after this matter is over? I happen to have something to do in Thorn City. Since it's on the way, how about I hire you as a guide? As for the remuneration, I'll pay with the pendant from before. What do you think of this deal? How was this deal? As a guide, this deal was a windfall? Nov. L.B//JNN. Although Liliana wasn't an enchantment expert, such an enchanted item was definitely one of the highest grade items in the university's collection. It could probably be sold for more than 10,000 gold riels at an auction. In comparison, hiring a guide to Thorn City only cost about 10 gold riels. But the problem was that the other party was a heretical mage who had betrayed the astral laws. No matter which city he went to, he would be wanted by the church and the local overlords as long as he was discovered. Of course, she had no doubt that this man with unfathomable strength could easily escape, but when that happened, she would be in trouble as his guide. Moreover, more importantly, she didn't know anything about this person other than the fact that he was ridiculously strong. This wasn't a deal that could put her at ease. However, the other party had saved her life and even avenged her. No matter what, she had to repay this favor. The girl named Liliana hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. All right, you have my word. But before that, I need to know your name. Name, huh? Right, what should I call myself? Only then did he carefully consider this question. Zhou Mu? This was a name he used in his previous life when living in the concrete jungle. But now that I'm in this world, do I still need to use this name? He was silent for a long time until the girl began to panic. William Kane. He spoke as if he was announcing something, naming the character he had played in his alternate life. The name that once resounded across the continent. My name is William Kane. In my name. When he said his name, William seriously observed Liliana's expression, hoping to get a read. In fact, this was one of the reasons why he decided to say his name. More than 1,000 years ago, William Kane's name was definitely famous throughout the continent. Everyone knew him. Establishing the Doomsday Watcher, sealing the 7 calamities, repelling the Moon Realm's invasion 3 times, calming the tide of undead on the day of the Rotten Moon, defeating the Daemon Continent's expeditionary army, rebuilding the Mage Guild, dismantling the Noble's magic monopoly, establishing the Adventurer Association, simplifying the design of the enchantment table, and optimizing the alchemy and spell systems. It could be said that he had done more than 20 things that could be written into history books just by his changes to the entire continent's structure. Even if more than 1,000 years had passed, and history had become a legend, his name ought to still be circulating on this continent. As expected, Liliana's face revealed a mixed expression of confusion and doubt. If someone claimed to be George Washington in front of him one day, he would probably wear the same expression. William Kane. In the flesh. Is it the William Kane I know? If there's no second famous William Kane in the past 1,000 years, then that's me. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you're the William Kane from 1,000 years ago? Yes. You don't just share the same name. It's not just the same name n/o/val/b/in.c//om. Liliana clasped her forehead as if she wanted to slow down her train of thought. The one that sealed the 7 calamities. Yes. The one who repelled the Daemon Continent's expeditionary army. Yes. The one representing the 7 holy spirits and the 13 void sovereigns who signed the Double Moon Agreement at Grey Castle. Yes, although I think the 3 Moon Realm counterattacks before that should be mentioned first. What Moon Realm counterattacks? This story hasn't been passed down. Were you the founding emperor, Terai, who reincarnated into the Riel family 800 years ago and was born wearing a bronze crown? The one who rode a dragon while unifying the Vic continent and establishing the Riel Empire? The one that, later on, became the 8th hidden holy spirit after his death because of his achievements. The one worshipped by the Kane Church in later generations. Wait a moment. This matter seemed to be gradually becoming ridiculous. Someone had unified the continent in his name in the past 1,000 years? He had even been worshipped as the 8th holy spirit? What was going on? What did you say about unifying Vic and becoming the 8th Holy Spirit? Liliana stopped when she heard that and looked suspiciously at the man who claimed to be William Kane. If you're William Kane, these are all things you've done yourself. I was indeed the one who did those things before you mentioned reincarnation. What about the matters after the reincarnation to be the Empire's founding emperor? What the hell is that? So you're not like Terai, who claims to be the reincarnation of hero Kane. There's no reincarnation, just me. I'm not dead, so how can I reincarnate? But it's impossible for a person to live for more than 1,000 years. It's not easy to explain this to you. You can roughly think of it as me sleeping for 1,000 years for some reason and only waking up now. These words sounded lame even as a lie. When William said it himself, he felt like he was saying I'm George Washington. Send me money. As expected, the other party shook her head in disbelief. No, that's impossible. I've never heard of anyone sleeping for 1,000 years. You even believed in the nonsense of being born wearing a bronze crown. Why can't you believe that I was only asleep for 1,000 years? Terai's reincarnation as the hero, Kane, was recognized by the Holy Spirit's Church. Then can there be one such possibility the Holy Spirit's Church deliberately admitted it for other reasons? How is that possible? How can the Holy Spirit's Church do such a thing? William curled his lips, thinking that the answer wasn't clear-cut. During the Second Moon Realm crisis, the infiltration of the Void Sovereigns started from within the Holy Spirit's Church. However, it was obvious that she wouldn't believe him even if he told her now, so he coughed lightly and said, "You asked me for my name, so I told you mine. As for whether you believe me or not, it's up to you. I won't produce any evidence to prove it." Liliana originally thought that what would happen next would be what this self-proclaimed William Kane would use as a keepsake to prove his identity to her. Similar things had happened many times in history. A person in a remote area suddenly claimed to have received divine inspiration and awakened his memories as a hero in a previous life. Then, he dug out some weapon or something from somewhere, claiming it was a keepsake. When the call to arms was made, they declared themselves emperor while raising a rebel army to overthrow the local overlord in the name of continuing the fight until the decadent empire was overthrown. Of course, most of these ended with them being wiped out by the army sent by the royal family shortly after. Perhaps it was because such things happened too often, but the Eighth Order of the Holy Spirit's Church later established a special enforcer force to hunt down the fake prophets. Although Liliana had never heard of a prophet who claimed to be William Kane, she felt that their modus operandi would be similar. Yet, the other party didn't seem to care if she believed him or not. He made it seem like he was just making an announcement and left it at that. Didn't he know that declaring himself a prophet was a crime that was 100 times more serious than being a heretic? If word got out, he would be wanted by the church and the royal family and would never be able to live in peace. Oh right, if he had just woken up after sleeping for 1,000 years, he really shouldn't have known, be it for real or for show. After all, he didn't even claim to be a prophet, he directly declared himself Holy Spirit Kane. He was the first person who dared to make such a claim as far as Liliana knew. She originally thought that she had suffered enough shock today, but she never expected this person to continue shocking her from such a novel angle. Moreover, she seemed to have agreed to be his guide. Fake prophets' henchmen shared their sins. Recalling the rules she had once seen in the church, one she believed she would never violate, Liliana felt cold sweat trickle down her back. Mr. William. As if afraid of being heard by the church's spies, Liliana whispered. What's wrong? Let's not talk about whether you're really William Kane for the time being. But on the way to Thorn City, can you not mention your identity to anyone? Especially not to the church or the Empire's officials. Will there be trouble? Plenty. The other party fell silent for a moment. I understand. When the time comes, you can call me William. Master William wouldn't be a problem, right? After all, William was a very common name. Liliana nodded and mustered her courage to continue suggesting. In fact, it's not just on the way to Thorn City. If you're really William Kane, I suggest that you be like Terai and obtain the recognition of the Holy Spirits at the Holy Spirits Church before. My identity needs to be recognized by the Holy Spirits Church. William shook his head, and Liliana immediately shut up. However, there's nothing wrong with that. Be it the Holy Spirits Church or the Riel Empire, I'll visit those who acted in my name sooner or later. Riel Empire. To Liliana's surprise, the man who claimed to be William Kane was surprisingly quiet along the way. Other than asking her a bunch of historical questions on the first day, he either closed his eyes in thought along the way or took out an ancient book from somewhere to read. Other than any necessary communications, he almost didn't take the initiative to talk to her. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Liliana had wanted to ask him in detail a few times, such as whether he was really William Kane or what he planned to do in Thorn City. However, she ultimately couldn't muster the courage. Regardless of the authenticity of the other party's identity, and regardless of what the other party planned to do in Thorn City, it wasn't something a mere apprentice mage like her could interfere with. Knowing too much wasn't a good thing. It was best to pretend not to know anything. The only thing to be gratified about was that the other party had listened to her suggestion and changed his outfit before setting off. He had switched his exaggerated dragon bone armor for a simple and elegant mage robe, and the magical medium in his hand had changed from an ice staff she had never heard of to a simple yew staff. Although she could tell that these things weren't cheap, they looked much more low-key. Of course, in fact, they were still especially eye-catching along the way. It wasn't because of anything else but their ride. After retrieving the identity tokens and remains of the archaeological team members in the Grief Mountains, Liliana found the carriage they had taken with William's help. Unfortunately, the horse tied to the side was already dead. After firmly rejecting the other party's suggestion of summoning a griffin, Liliana ultimately didn't refuse his decision to pull up 2 zombie horses to draw the carriage. As a result, they were stopped and interrogated at every checkpoint they passed along the way. There was nothing they could do about it. Although Blackwater Province's attitude toward undead magic wasn't like Platinum Province or Emerald Province's, where they viewed unholy doctrine as prohibited from public dissemination, they ultimately didn't advocate it. Even in Blackwater Province's Offa University, the mage tower that symbolized the undead faculty was buried deep underground and rarely showcased in public. When they were stopped by the guards at the first checkpoint, she was extremely nervous, afraid that the person beside her would call himself William Kane and make shocking remarks. However, he only calmly gave an alias. Then, he handed over the book he had been flipping through as a document to the guard for inspection. After the guards carefully read the book, they solemnly returned it to William and allowed them passage. Before the guards left, they even reminded them that it was illegal to summon undead creatures that were 5 kilometers from a city. It was best to buy 2 living horses in the next town. It wasn't until he used the same book to pass the 3rd checkpoint that Liliana finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked how he did it. What did he do to the book? It has nothing to do with the book. I just used an illusion spell, human befuddlement. In fact, no matter what I hand them, they would think that they were reading legal documents. William answered without looking up from his book. Illusion spell? As a practitioner of illusion magic, she had never heard of such a use. Illusion spells can be said to be the most profound spells among all the spells. This usage can only be considered a parlor trick. This was the other party's answer to her sincere praise. She couldn't understand how profound the illusion field was. In any case, the illusion field was ranked last among the 13 spell types in Blackwater Province's Offa University. Right. After all, the spells you're learning now are severely neutered versions. Any advanced application will be labeled as heresy. William sighed with emotion at her question. When William first discovered that Twilight Fortress had been reduced to ruins, he vaguely felt that something was amiss. The headquarters of the Doomsday Watchers was the strongest and last fortress in the continent standing against the Moon Realm's invasion. Twilight Fortress should be irreplaceable in terms of memorial value and strategic value. Even if more than 1,000 years had passed, and history had turned into legends and legends into myths, it shouldn't have been left forgotten. Moreover, as a magic chanter, Liliana actually didn't know what a lunar monster was, which intensified his uneasiness. And after he roughly understood what had happened in the past 1,000 years from Liliana, he roughly understood his current situation and felt deep disappointment. To put it simply, there had only been 2 major events in the past 1,000 years. Someone had used his reincarnation as a pretext to unify the continent and had used the astral laws to completely monopolize magic. Regarding the former, after William Kane suddenly disappeared 1,000 years ago, every country on the continent wanted to bring the Doomsday Watchers, a transcendent but borderless military organization, into their sphere of influence. But because of the lack of pressure from external enemies, this attempt at control quickly turned into a violent military conflict between countries. During this period, the Doomsday Watchers, which lacked a leader, finally fractured, starting an era of chaos lasting more than 100 years. More than 800 years ago, a Stormland noble named Terra Riel claimed to be the reincarnation of William Kane. It was said that he was born wearing a bronze crown that symbolized supremacy. At the age of 15, he went to the Dragonbone Islands in the extreme north alone and signed a contract with a dragon. At his coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 20, the local Holy Spirits Church claimed to have received an oracle from the 7 Holy Spirits, acknowledging Terra Riel as the reincarnation of hero Kane. He would end this chaotic era and join them after completing the unification. Under the joint witness of the dragon and the Holy Spirits Church, the entire Stormland bowed to him. The local citizens shouted that he was Aureal, meaning overlord of the firmament. Then, he led his troops from Stormland and headed south, launching what later generations called the Unification War. After 15 years of prolonged war, he finally ended the chaotic era after the Doomsday Watchers' fracture and unified Vic continent, establishing the current Riel Empire. Terra Riel's rule lasted for another 80 years. After his death, he was consecrated as the 8th Holy Spirit by the Holy Spirits Church. Of course, these statements were all learned from Liliana's history books. William believed that other than the fact that he had eventually unified the continent, everything else about his legendary nature was probably nonsense. For one thing, the bronze crown that symbolized the supreme royal authority was definitely a replica. This was because the true bronze crown was still in his treasure hall. Astral laws. Why do you say that the spells we learn are all heavily neutered versions? Liliana asked indignantly on the way. Because according to what you said previously, the current magical foundation is built on astral laws, right? Then, as long as that's the case, learners like you are destined not to come into contact with truly complete magic. Why? As someone who claims to have slept for more than 1,000 years, can you understand how astral laws work? I can. William gazed at Liliana and replied. Because the prototype of astral laws, the astral circuit, was a concept I came up with a few friends from the Mage Guild back then, he replied calmly. The other party's casual answer caused upheavals in Liliana's heart. Impossible. This was the thought that came to her mind. The establishment of astral laws was a magnum opus that took nearly 50 years to complete after Terra I's palace mage, Great Sage Yates, promoted it 800 years ago. It's more than 200 years away from when you were active, Liliana said in disbelief. The basic theory was proposed in my era, but the Vic continent didn't have adequate conditions for this project back then, William replied. The original concept of the astral circuit was to build many astral lighthouses across the continent by mimicking the distribution of the astrological constellations. It guided the magical power of the astral world into a magical network that covered the entire Vic continent, allowing everyone on the continent to resonate with it through their own astrological constellations. Ordinary people who originally didn't have any magical affinity could also sense the magical power. William looked at Liliana expressionlessly, causing the latter to panic. Do you understand? It's to allow ordinary people without magical affinity to sense magic, not for people like you who have a magical affinity to only learn the spells specified in the constellations. You even call those who don't do so heretics. William still remembered that in the last chapter of the Mage Guild's quests, Magic Dawn, he chose to publicize all information about the astral circuit. He hoped that future generations could complete this magnum opus, making magic no longer a privilege for the lucky few and completely breaking the continent's monopoly on magic. Yet, this was how they fulfilled his expectations in the past 1,000 years? Even so, astral laws still greatly reduce the threshold for learning magic. It directly establishes a magical power pathway from the astral world to an individual's ether through the constellations, replacing the long and cumbersome meditation process during classical magic training, allowing all mages to spend more time studying the essence of magic. Liliana recited the contents of Introduction to Modern Magic, but her tone was lacking in confidence. Your so-called study of the essence of magic. William sneered and raised his hand, drawing an illusory raven on his palm. It's to divide magic into 9 levels, and then when you're done, the spells you've grasped are only at the legendary domain. The raven in his hand quickly changed from virtual to reality. Then, it leaped up from William's hand with a caw and flew around Liliana's head twice before landing steadily on her shoulder. This is an illusion. Liliana stammered as she felt weight over her shoulder. William nodded. But it clearly exists. As Liliana spoke, she reached out and stroked the glossy feathers of the raven on her shoulder. It felt exactly the same as the raven feathers she had used in alchemy class. Divine Realm Illusion Spell, True Shadow. As William spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the raven on her shoulder instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This raven is only the simplest demonstration. With my ability, I can even conjure a dragon to fight for 5 minutes. So, can you understand why illusion is the most profound spell type? William continued, speaking to the dumbfounded Liliana. When illusions reach the divine realm, one can replace reality with illusions. From this point of view, one can even believe that all spells in the world are variations of illusions. After all, the essence of magic is to replace reality with the illusionary ideas of the caster. Therefore, what are you studying now? Are you trapped in the 9 levels and 13 spell types defined by the astral laws during your exploration of the essence of magic? Liliana replied softly, we have learned how to construct spell models and control the rhythm of magic chanting. Do you understand now? The magic you're learning now is based on anything. You've focused all your energy on how to curry favor with that system. You haven't thought about the essence of magic at all, and, as William spoke, he closed his eyes. Moreover, your lifeline is even in the hands of the system's operators. They just need to adjust this system one day to mute all your magic. Through this method, they can completely monopolize an uncontrollable power like magic in their hands. His words reminded Liliana of the rumor, heretical mages who betray the astral laws will not be able to obtain magic power from the astral world. William opened his eyes and asked her, can people without magical affinity use magic now? Of course, that's impossible. Then, there's no need for this system to exist, William said casually. One day, I'll personally destroy it. Nov. L.B//JNN. When they were about to reach Thorn City, William dispelled the 2 zombie horses that had brought them here. The zombie horse, whose soul fire was about to burn out, turned to ashes the moment it was dispelled. William carefully gathered the ashes and buried them underground. After a corpse raised by an undead spell serves its purpose, its remains have to be buried, returning it to Kura. Only then can the balance between life and death be maintained. William explained, probably sensing Liliana's puzzled gaze. Otherwise, the undead that can't be naturally decomposed will become uncontrollable cadavers. That's the domain of the Lady of Starvation, Camilla, and it will potentially strengthen her. Liliana nodded, not fully understanding. During this period of time, she was already used to this person speaking of theories she had never heard of with a matter-of-fact expression. The 2 of them walked along a gravel path. Along the way, William remained silent as if he was thinking about something. As for Liliana, she silently prayed to the 7 holy spirits, praying that this person wouldn't do anything as out of line as his words in Thorn City. It wasn't until they could see the city gates of Thorn City in the distance that William finally broke the silence. We're here. Thorn City. Thorn City. Nov. L.B//JNN. The number 1 city in Blackwater Province, once the capital of the Blackwater Kingdom. Located at the intersection of the Cyber River and the Kavran River, it was the 2nd largest port city in Blackwater Province. There was an endless stream of merchant ships traveling between Platinum Province and Blackwater Province every day. Not only was Thorn City developed in the shipping industry, but it also had the best elementium silver mineral vein on the continent. Selling refined elementium silver to mages all over the continent every year could accumulate a huge amount of wealth for the city's ruler. The various geographical advantages created Thorn City's prosperity, but it was also because of this unique advantage that the scheming and war that had enveloped this city for thousands of years had never ceased. Therefore, some people called this city the City of Silver and Blood. On the city wall, a flag patterned with a dragon and a golden rose fluttered. The former was the symbol of the Riel Empire, and the latter was the emblem of the current ruler of Thorn City, Duke Simon. When they entered, William and Liliana were stopped by the guards. Liliana originally thought that they would undergo routine interrogation such as their identities and was about to produce her papers when she unexpectedly saw the other party take out a bounty notice with a man's portrait printed on it. Duke Simon has personally issued a bounty. The thug, Castorant, is the former chief of the Bramble mercenaries. He has already killed 27 innocent citizens. Please inform the nearest guard immediately if you see this person, the black-armored Bramble guard said to them seriously. Killed 27 innocent citizens. Along the way, Liliana was secretly dumbfounded, but William didn't pay much attention to the bounties. Instead, he took in the city sights. Thorn City had changed drastically from William's memories. The entire city had been widened, and the former moat had become an inland river for transporting goods in the city. The originally curved city wall had also been changed to look like the fort he had seen in a documentary. Of course, the Rose Palace built at the highest point of the city didn't change much. It was just that some of the city walls were dyed with a layer of green moss by time's corrosion. The greatest difference from William's memory was that not far from the Rose Palace, a tower in the style of elven architecture had been erected. The entire tower was built of chalk, and the body of the tower was inlaid with a constellation pattern outlined by elementium silver. The top of the tower flickered with deep magical light. Liliana introduced when she saw William staring at the tower. There are a total of 24 astral lighthouses on the continent. They will light up alternately according to the location of the constellations based on the seasons, ensuring that 13 lighthouses are in operation at any time to maximize the flow of astral world magic into Kura. This is also the foundation for the operation of astral laws. With that said, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "Wait a minute. You said that you were coming to Thorn City to do something, right? I didn't ask you what you were here to do. You're not really going to demolish this astral lighthouse, are you?" The other party finally retracted his gaze from the lighthouse and looked at Liliana. "No, it's not the time yet. I'm only here to investigate something and buy some elementium silver." Although Liliana was very concerned about the fact that it's not the time yet, she suddenly became interested when she heard that he planned on buying elementium silver. "Elementium silver? My friend has the means. Do you want me to help do the introductions? How much do you want to buy? I can give you a discount if you buy more than 500 grams in one go, about 15 tons. The expression on Liliana's face froze. "Do you know how much elementium silver costs on the market these days?" "I still have some money," William said casually. In the game, gold coins didn't count toward the weight of his backpack, so the money he earned remained with him. As the number of places he needed money for in the later stages of the game decreased, and the remuneration he received from quests increased, the number of gold coins he had accrued prior to quitting seemed to have exceeded 8 digits. After he transmigrated, the 4-dimensional backpack in the game became a portable space. As long as he used the spatial rift, he could open it and retrieve something from it. According to his estimation, if he took out all the gold coins in his backpack, they would probably be enough to cover a few football fields. It was also at this moment that William suddenly realized a problem he had ignored previously. Could the gold coins from 1,000 years ago still be used? Liliana looked at the gold coin he took out and fell silent for a long time before speaking. "I'm starting to believe that you just woke up from a 1,000-year slumber. Don't you know that banknotes are used in the Empire these days?" "Banknotes?" William looked at the bright golden banknote that Liliana had taken out with a strange expression. There was a denomination, a serial number, and the dragon emblem of the Riel Empire on it. There was even a watermark that could be verified through refraction. He looked at the banknote and then at the medieval-styled city. "Why are you guys able to develop so quickly only in this aspect?" As for Liliana, she fiddled with the gold coin she had taken from William. As an archaeology student, she could tell at a glance that this was the official currency of the Kos Empire from 1,000 years ago. In that era when the gold standard was practiced, such gold coins were circulated across the continent. But as a coin from more than 1,000 years old, it looks too new. There are no signs of wear and tear. In other words, it's not easy to offload them on the black market. It's not convenient to sell it as a cultural relic. It will be suspected of fraud, Liliana said. Moreover, the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of 1,000-year-old currencies on the market will draw too much attention. William added as if he was talking to himself. "Then, what if I melt the gold coins into gold? How much is the price of gold?" Liliana looked at him as if he were a prodigal son. "It's 1 to 5, and each gold real is worth 5 grams of gold. However, it's a waste to sell cultural relics as gold. Since we can't use it anyway, it's better to make use of the trash." "Oh right, where do you plan on going next?" "Back to Offa University." With that said, Liliana's mood sank again. "I'm going to the Adventurer Association to return those people's identity tokens before." At this point, she realized what William meant. "You don't need me to continue being a guide." William nodded. "Be it going to the black market or elsewhere, it's not suitable for you to follow me. Let's part ways here for the time being. I'll visit off a university when I have the time. See you then. As he spoke, he turned to leave when Liliana stopped him from behind. Wait, Mr. William. Liliana didn't know how to voice her question when she saw the other party turn around. I guess you're asking if I can tell anyone about you. William looked at her and said, I personally don't recommend you say anything. In order not to expose your identity. Liliana asked. For your own safety. Dogtooth Tavern. Every city probably had places like Dogtooth Tavern. Nov. L.B//JNN. Not only was the renovation done in poor taste, but the alcohol was also surprisingly expensive. Moreover, the bartender would never deliver the items to the table on time. Here, there wouldn't be drunkards who started singing in their stupors, bards who told the same story all the time, or maidservants who came to clean the table every 10 minutes. However, there was an endless stream of customers every day. This was because the main thing sold here wasn't hangovers or entertainment, but a place where one could hide their identity, be well informed, and have a safe conversation. Dog teeth tied to the oak door swayed as a gray-haired man with silver eyes pushed open the door and walked in. The entire tavern fell silent for a moment when he entered. Most of the guests here didn't like to show their faces. Even if they didn't hide their faces, they would choose to dress in a low-key manner. As for this person, he wore a white mage robe and held a yew staff as if he didn't have the slightest intention of hiding his identity. Those who were qualified to learn magic was either rich or noble. People of that caliber typically wouldn't stoop to coming to such a lowly place. Therefore, many customers cast curious looks at the fellow dressed as a mage. Of course, most of them only glanced at him. Only 3 pairs of eyes followed him from the moment he entered. One was a thin and tall bartender sitting beside the bar counter. Before this person entered, he had been looking around the tavern as if he was searching for something. The other was a tall man sitting alone in a corner drinking alcohol. He wore an old cloak filled with holes, and his face was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see his face. There were 5 or 6 empty wine bottles on the table, and he looked like the only person who came here to drink. The last one was the tavern owner. He silently watched the person dressed as a mage walk straight to the bar and sit opposite him, placing his hands together on the bar. A cup of thorny mead, the person said in a hoarse voice. The boss glanced at him and wondered if this was another scion who was here to seek excitement. 1 silver aran. Silver aran was the middle-tier currency denomination. 20 silver aran equaled 1 gold real. It's quite expensive. It's market price. The person spread out his hands and spun a gold coin on the bar. The shape of the gold coin was irregular as if it had been smelted. Count the extra as a tip. The gold coin spun faster and faster. The boss quietly pressed it under his hand and swiped it under the bar counter. Then, he asked with a calm expression, want anything else? Who's the best person to buy a large amount of elementium silver from here? If you are asking for the best seller, it's naturally Duke Simon's family. The Elementium Silver Chamber of Commerce, his son, is in charge of accepts orders from all registered mages. There won't be a premium due to the standard market prices. But the Chamber of Commerce won't accept a direct trade with gold. The boss sized up the person and said, then, there are fewer formal channels to choose from. Or rather, to put it bluntly, there are basically none. What about less formal channels? The boss said as he took out a bottle of thorny mead from the wine cabinet and poured it into a glass. Then, you have to accept a premium that's over 40% higher than the market price. Besides, you can't guarantee that they're willing to do this business. After all, such channels usually source from thieves. They usually don't trust outsiders who suddenly appear. In principle, all the Elementium silver trade in Thorn City belonged to the Duke family. Since it was private property, it naturally wouldn't allow the existence of thieves. But in fact, because the Riel Empire's royal family collected a 30% Elementium silver trade tax every year, it was much easier to squeeze profit out of the thieves than the difficult royal envoys. Therefore, in the decades when Duke Simon ruled Thorn City, he turned a blind eye to the miners and the underground black market for Elementium silver. But then again, that was illegal business after all. Nobody was willing to work with unknown people. I'm willing to show my sincerity. As he spoke, he placed another 5 molten gold coins on the bar. The boss hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the 5 gold coins. I have 3 channels, but the exact number depends on how much you need. If it's a sizable amount, the premium can be lower. How much do you want to buy? About 15 tons. Even though he had been managing Dogtooth Tavern for more than 30 years and was considered knowledgeable, he couldn't help but gasp when he heard the other party's number. 15 tons of ores. 15 tons of refined metal ingots. The boss looked at the well-dressed mage as if he was crazy. Are you here to treat me as a fool with your money? No, why do you think so? The other party's eyes didn't look like he was joking. Do you have no concept of the production of Elementium silver at all? Other than Duke Simon? No, I dare say that Duke Simon can't produce 15 tons of refined Elementium silver at once. 15 tons is about half a year's production in Thorn City. What do you need so much for? To build a house. Something like that. The person spoke vaguely before muttering softly. So the production is that small. Then, he finished the mead in his cup in one gulp and said, bring me to those 3 channels. I'll buy as much as I can. I'll think of another solution if I can't gather enough. The boss stared at him for a long time and confirmed that the other party wasn't pulling his leg. Finally, he said to the thin man beside the bar counter, Wilson, bring this gentleman to the miners first. Tell them that I introduced him. The thin man who had been staring at that person stood up. He straightened his neck and smiled brightly at the customer. Follow me. How should I address you, sir? Just call me William. The man named Wilson chatted about the mines and taverns along the way, but William didn't listen seriously. Indeed, there was a huge difference between the game and reality. Back when he bought elementium silver or other precious metals and minerals, there were never any annual production limits. As long as he had enough money, he could buy as much as he wanted. William thought. Now, he was facing the predicament of having enough money but not being able to buy so many ores. It was even debatable that there was enough money. After all, it wasn't easy to circulate gold coins from 1,000 years ago. Here we are. Wilson's voice brought William back to his senses. At this moment, they arrived outside a hidden and remote mine. There were simple wooden frames at the entrance, and a few dilapidated mining carts were parked outside. The mine was pitch black, and there were no mine lamps or other items for illumination. Only a thin layer of moonlight revealed the entrance. Enter from here? You're not going to tell me that they usually do business in the mines, are you? That's right, Wilson spoke anxiously. Walk in from here and you'll reach Thorn City's largest unofficial elementium silver supplier, the territory of the Miners' Brotherhood. I wouldn't go in if I were you. A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. William turned his head, and a tall man whose face couldn't be seen stood behind them like an iron tower. He wore a tattered black cloak and held a heavy black iron sword. The moon was bright tonight, but his sword didn't reflect any of it. Black Swordsman. William had seen this man at Dogtooth Tavern. He had sat alone, drinking in a corner of the tavern. He seemed to be the only person who went there to drink. Moreover, this person had been staring at him since he entered. Was it because greed had gotten over him? Was it because he acted wealthy in the tavern that resulted in him being targeted and followed by the greedy? However, wouldn't it be too exaggerated to rob with a door-sized sword? Moreover, such an alternate world plot development was too cliché. As his thoughts raced, William still asked with a relaxed expression, "Is there a problem? The Miners' Brotherhood's territory hasn't been here for a long time. This is only an abandoned mine," the person replied. William looked at the thin man named Wilson beside him in surprise. The other party was staring at the mysterious swordsman, and his entire body was trembling in fear. "What's in the mine?" William asked Wilson. "Nothing." The one who answered him was the swordsman holding the black iron sword. He slowly walked forward and spoke as he walked. "The mine has been blocked, and the person beside you led 2 people into this empty mine today. Only he walked out in the end. You're very lucky." He stopped about 10 steps away and spoke to William. "You didn't become the 3rd person today." With that said, he lifted the cloak that obstructed his movement, bent down, held his sword with both hands, and charged forward. The distance of 10 steps shortened in an instant, and the exaggerated black iron sword in his hand swung out the moment he charged over, swinging it at Wilson's neck. Logically speaking, Wilson's head should have been sent flying more than 10 meters like a rubber ball under this heavy strike, but Nov. L. B /JNN. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Wilson was sent flying 7 to 8 meters away. He rolled a few times before coming to a stop, raising a cloud of slag and dust. However, his head remained on his neck. Or rather, it twitched on the ground and got up. Its eyes rolled back, and saliva flowed from the corner of its mouth. Its entire body trembled at an extremely exaggerated speed as if something was hiding under its skin. Its left hand, which had blocked the strike, was bent at a strange angle. Cracks that resembled shattered porcelain extended from it, and a sticky dark green liquid slowly flowed out. "Who are you?" the thing that was once called Wilson asked in a terrified voice. "The person who will send you on your way." With that said, the black swordsman charged forward and swung his sword again. The monster's shattered left arm failed to block the heavy sword. Its arm and head were sliced off by the black swordsman, and it flew into the mine far away. The 2 strikes resolved the problem, but the black swordsman didn't stop. He threw the sword to the ground, then drew a sharp dagger from his belt and stabbed it at the severed neck of the decapitated corpse. A palm-sized spider with a distorted human face on its back was pinned to the ground the moment it crawled out. The face let out a miserable scream. "Wait, wait, wait. I can give you anything you want. Do you want treasure, strength, or something else? As long as you let me go, I can satisfy you with anything." The human face on the spider's back actually spoke the human language as it constantly begged. "I've heard your kind say the same thing to my companion." The black swordsman scoffed. "Then, my companion died from that instant of hesitation. Of course, you don't have to be too nervous. There's something I really need to obtain from you." The black swordsman pressed his dagger tightly and said coldly, "I promise to give you whatever you want," the human face on the spider said sincerely. "Revenge." The black swordsman pulled the dagger and sliced the human-faced spider in half. William watched silently from the side until the black swordsman wiped the dagger on his cloak and inserted it back into his belt. Only then did he silently walk over and squat beside the corpse to observe. The human-faced spider that had been sliced in half gradually turned into black salt crystals and dissipated, as did the headless corpse's stump. However, the other parts of the corpse remained intact without any signs of dissipation. "See that? That's what's hiding under the skin. God knows how many more there are in this city." The man didn't look at William as he picked up the black sword. "If you're afraid, wait here for the guards to come. If you don't want to cause trouble, pretend that nothing happened and leave. Nobody will track you down." Did all 27 people die like this? William suddenly asked. The black swordsman was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then, he pulled off his hood and revealed a weathered face. This person was indeed the wanted criminal, Cass Durant, whom he had seen on the bounty. He was the former chief of the Bramble mercenaries and was accused of killing 27 innocent citizens. Of course, when the guards discovered Wilson's corpse, this number would change to 28. Nobody will believe it unless they see it with their own eyes. He watched the human-faced spider gradually turn into black salt crystals and dissipate the corpse as he spoke coldly. Without stuffing living spiders down their throats, they will never believe that a foul threat beyond their understanding has appeared in this world. After complaining, Cass said to William, who was standing up, "Leave. It's fine if you want to collect the bounty from the guards, but it's best to pretend that nothing happened." With that said, he fixed the sword to his back, put on his cloak again, and turned to leave. "Oh right, I heard your conversation with the tavern owner. I have a suggestion: don't participate in any business related to Elementium silver for the time being. Otherwise, you might not be so lucky next time." Before leaving, he turned around and said to William. "Why?" William asked. "This monster originally came from the Silver Stream mine. So far, the 28 infected people I killed are related to that mine." "Then, do you know what this monster is?" Cass shook his head. "I only know that they first appeared in that mine. I've visited a few scholars previously, but they can't find monsters with such characteristics in the latest Empire's transcendent creatures." William knew such a monster. Soul-ingesting spider demon was a spawn of the Void Sovereign Whispering Empress. It was a demon from the Moon Domain's Silk Nest. It would parasitize the host's throat and slowly transform the host into a lunar monster. Although the combat strength of the soul-ingesting spider demons was weak, they had extremely strong penetrative abilities. They usually lurked in human society and developed into a Void Sovereign's worship organization, spreading panic and unease to create conditions for a subsequent large-scale invasion. If the appearance of the stumbling demon could be explained as a coincidence because it was close to the day of the Lady of Starvation's summoning, William didn't dare make such an optimistic guess after seeing the Whispering Empress's scouts appear. At the same time, he didn't dare imagine what kind of miserable state the entire Vic continent would be in if they suffered another full-scale Moon Realm invasion when all they had were master-level spells. "Then, what are you planning to do next?" With this in mind, William asked Cass. "Investigate their origins and kill them all," Cass said without looking back. The tone of his voice reminded William of a former companion of his. The fourth of the 13 judges was the Black Swordsman, Blake Saba. He also had the image of a tall and taciturn tough man. He also used an exaggerated huge sword that was like a door, and he also fought alone for revenge. "Are you planning on solving all the problems yourself?" William subconsciously recited the lines he had used to recruit Blake Saba. Cass didn't answer, just like the person back then. William smiled and shook his head. A sharp sound tore through the air. Just as something was about to hit Cass's head, he caught it with a backhand. He opened his palm. It was a demon sealing rune that flowed with lightning. "Perhaps you only believe in yourself, but if you feel that you need help one day, crush it." Cass turned his head, but the gray-haired, silver-eyed mage had disappeared. "Fairy. The form of these runes is too ancient. I can't understand their specific uses. The only thing I can confirm is that a lightning spell above LV7 is stored inside." The palm-sized girl flapped her dragonfly-like wings and hovered in midair. Sparkling scale dust constantly fell from her body. As she spoke, she supported her face with one hand and stroked the lightning flowing on the demon sealing rune with the other. "Didn't you claim to be an old fairy who has lived for more than 200 years? Even you find it ancient?" Cass asked in confusion. With a whoosh, the fairy flew in front of Cass and shouted angrily with her arms akimbo. "I've said it countless times, you're not allowed to call me an old fairy, nor are you allowed to talk about age. It's taboo to talk about age in front of girls, understand? A taboo. She is already more than 200 years old, but she still calls herself a girl? I really don't understand these long-lived species' concept of time." Cass turned his head slightly. "You were the one who first revealed your age. I didn't even ask. It was an emergency back then, all right? Moreover, you still have the cheek to say that. If I hadn't clarified my identity to you back then, you would have probably killed me as a monster. I was saving you back then." At this point, she became even angrier. She flew to Cass's head and tugged his hair with all her might. "After I killed several spider monsters with human faces and ran out, a woman with dragonfly wings suddenly flew out and sang above my head. What do you think ran through my head? Moreover, are all you fairies so weak that you were almost killed by a mortal like me who doesn't even know magic?" As Cass spoke, he gently nudged her off his head. The fairy charged at Cass's hair a few more times, but she was deterred by the other party's hand. Finally, she could only sit on Cass's shoulder helplessly and speak in a very indignant voice. "That's because you humans focus all your energy on studying magic on how to kill more efficiently. Our race has never been good at combat, much less considering the use of magic to fight. But if one isn't good at combat, they can only be at the mercy of others. This is an ironclad rule of this world," Cass said seriously. "But weren't you still saved by me? Do you really think you can just rely on fighting?" The fairy rolled her eyes. The fairy sitting on Cass's shoulder was called Liz, and she was the companion he had encountered in the Silver Stream mine. Back then, he had just fought his way through the monsters in the Silver Stream mine. As the last survivor of the Bramble mercenaries, the seriously injured Cass relied on his will to reach the cave entrance alive, but he eventually fainted from excessive bleeding. Cass imagined that he was doomed before he lost consciousness, but in his daze, he heard an ethereal song. Then, he felt something warm land on his face. It gave him a sense of warmth. When he opened his eyes, he saw a palm-sized girl flapping her dragonfly-like wings as she hovered above his head. As she sang, she scattered innumerable glittering scale powder on his face. Without thinking, Cass grabbed her and used all his strength to pull out the dagger, preparing to stab her. Wait, human, let go. Don't kill me. I'm only 200 years old. I'm still very young. In the end, it wasn't the other party's pleas that made him put down the dagger, but his stamina. After Liz stopped singing, the little strength he had recovered immediately vanished, causing him to faint again. When he woke up again, he was in a forest not far from Thorn City. The fairy who had saved him hid on a tall tree and looked at him warily. Cass had seen fairies in the orphanage's comics when he was a child. It was said that they were beautiful and cunning existences that could lure curious children into disappearing into the depths of the forest's mist. However, after Cass came into actual contact with them, he discovered that they were actually very conflicted creatures. They yearned for the rich life of humans, but they were also afraid of their capriciousness. They had always been in a state where they wanted to come into contact with humans but were also afraid of them. Of course, he didn't know if all the fairies were like this. After all, he had only seen Liz. Speaking of which, are you sure that the mysterious mage disappeared in the blink of an eye? Liz suddenly asked. Yeah, it only took a second or two. Liz swung her tiny feet and deliberately kept hitting Cass's shoulder with her heel. Then, he probably used teleportation. In that case, since a lightning spell is sealed in the demon sealing rune, it's very likely that this spell is also related to teleportation. Why are lightning-type spells related to teleportation? Cass asked in confusion. You don't even know this basic level of magical knowledge? Lightning is essentially a spatial rift, so be it summoning magic or teleportation, there will be lightning flashing when opening the portal. Cass nodded thoughtfully before asking, then, what do you think that mage meant? Why did he give me this demon sealing rune? He probably couldn't stand it anymore, just like why I stay by your side, Liz said angrily. You can actually return. Although I don't have the eyes of fairies and can't see through the disguise of those monsters at a glance, I can find some given time, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Cass hesitated for a moment before speaking. And watch you die? Please, I spent a lot of effort to save you. Can't you live to the end of your life in peace and let me recover my scale powder? Scale powder was equivalent to an extension of one's life force. They could connect this life force to other life forms, but only when the life form who had accepted her scale powder died of old age could the scale powder be completely retracted. If that life form died from other accidents, about half of the scale powder would be expended in their struggle before death. Typically, they would only sprinkle scale powder on flowers that didn't have long lifespans. Many people saw bright flowers blooming out of season, and most of them were done by the fairy. Regardless, they rarely used their life force to save humans who were constantly embroiled in conflict. I'm very grateful that you saved me, Cass said. I'm not grateful for you saving my life, but for giving me a chance to seek revenge. Liz looked at the man's expression and hesitated. I know that my life isn't mine now, but something you lent me. Therefore, I promise you that I will definitely do my best to stay alive. As Cass spoke, he put the demon sealing rune into his pocket. But my former comrades died in that mine, and their bodies were occupied by monsters from who knows where. It's impossible for me to remain indifferent and live the life of an ordinary person while knowing this. Therefore, I won't stop fighting until I've finished off the mastermind behind the entire matter. He paused and looked at Liz as he continued. But this is yours after all. If you don't want to take the risk, please take away your scale powder now. Although this will consume some energy, it's much less than dying on my path of revenge, right? Liz watched Cass in silence for a long time before speaking fiercely. How annoying. When this is over, you will be a slave in my garden for the rest of your life. With that said, she flew out angrily. Miners. The Silver Stream mine was the largest mine in Thorn City. About 40% of the elementium silver ores were produced here every year. It was precisely because of this that Thorn City's largest elementium silver refinery was built nearby. Of course, this mine and refinery were a part of Duke Simon's massive industrial business. William checked the Castorant bounty issued by Duke Simon. Half of the people who died at his hands were Silver Stream mine miners, and the rest were more or less related to the elementium silver industry pertaining to this mine. According to his experience in the game, this place would probably be filled with holes when a soul-ingesting spider demon was sighted. However, he didn't quite understand why everything was tied to a mine. Every void sovereign corresponded to a concept or phenomenon. For example, the Lady of Starvation symbolized a pathological cycle of life and death, the wrongly distorted food chain, and an irreversible consumption of oneself. Therefore, the Lady of Starvation's spawns were often associated with concepts like corruption, festering, infestation, and the undead. Similarly, they only enjoyed appearing in areas with such elements. As for the Whispering Empress, she symbolized conspiracy, betrayal, trickery, and murder. As a spawn of the Whispering Empress, the places where the soul-ingesting spider demons love to appear should be filled with schemes and plots, such as the complicated courtrooms or the nobles who engaged in intense power struggles. No matter what, they shouldn't be related to the miners. William felt the need to figure out what they were parasitizing so many miners for. Brute coal. Here. Sigmund's Carter. Here. The supervisor with an iron whip at his waist held the roster and named them one by one. A row of dusty miners in sloppy overalls stood in a neat line on the flat ground in front of the mine. At everyone's feet were ropes, crane-mouth shovels, and mineral lamps. When their names were called out by the supervisor, they did their best to answer loudly and then stand as straight as possible without making eye contact with the person. Colt Brand. The silence made everyone turn their gaze to the end of the line. A child who looked to be 15 or 16 years old stood there drowsily in overalls that were too wide for him. His head was lowered, and he looked like he was about to fall asleep standing. The supervisor slowly walked in front of the child as if he was intrigued. He picked up the iron whip hanging at his waist and gently lifted the child's chin with the iron whip's grip. The cold touch jolted the child awake. He looked at the smiling supervisor in front of him in a daze and then seemed to realize something. "Ah, here." He immediately straightened his body and replied loudly. He didn't take a breath after saying that. The supervisor retracted the iron whip in his hand and asked softly, "Don't be nervous, chill. I remember that you were the miner who reported for duty the day before yesterday, right?" "Yes, sir. I'm here to take over my father's position as Hilton Brand," the child replied loudly. The supervisor nodded and spoke with a smile. "Oh, Hilton. Your father is an outstanding team leader here. The team he leads is on average more than 20% more efficient than the other teams every time they mine. With him around, it saves me a lot of effort." The child wanted to smile when he heard the supervisor's words, but the latter half of the supervisor's words froze his smile. "But has your father never told you about the punishment for dozing off at the morning assembly?" The next second, an iron whip struck his left thigh, slicing open his work uniform, and leaving a 2-foot-long, half-finger-deep gash on his leg. "You have to be whipped 3 times for dozing off at work. If you cry out when being whipped, you get 2 more lashes." The supervisor's genial smile completely disappeared as he spoke with a cold expression. The child gritted his teeth and didn't say a word as he stared at the supervisor. "Not happy?" "No, sir." He gritted his teeth and said. "If you aren't happy, you can scram back now and wheedle to your crippled and blind father. Wait till the day you can't pay the city maintenance tax before being chased out of Thorn City to become a serf. If you still want to remain here, turn around immediately and get another 2 strokes." The youth named Colt silently turned around. A middle-aged man with a thick beard standing beside him suddenly spoke. "Sir, this child, Colt, has only been here for 2 days. He's still not used to the working pace of the Silverstream mine. He'll get used to it in 2 days. If he suffers 2 more lashes from you today, it will probably be difficult for him to go down the mine." The supervisor glanced at him before saying, "So, you want to be Mr. Nice Guy, eh? How about you take these 2 strokes for him?" The person immediately lowered his head and stopped talking. The supervisor sneered and weighed the iron whip in his hand. Just as he was about to swing it at the other party's back, a tall man in the middle of the team spoke. "This child can't take the 2 hits. I'll take it for him." The supervisor stopped. "Mr. Nice Guy, Sigmunds. Why, do you want to stand up for others again?" "It's just that I owe his father a favor." "It's not just me, everyone here owes his father a favor. If it weren't for his father holding on to the brace with all his might, we would have died inside when mine path number 7 collapsed," the tall man named Sigmunds said calmly. "Yeah, if it weren't for his father, we would have been buried. That's how his father broke his leg. Sir, let me take this whip on behalf of this child." Upon hearing his words, the other miners began to speak up. A few bold ones even stood up and expressed their desire to receive punishment on behalf of the child. "Shut up. Nov. L. B //JNN. As the discussion in the team became louder and louder, the supervisor who was about to lose control of the situation roared loudly, drowning out everyone's voices. There was a hint of thunder in his roar, and the surrounding air blinked with a few thin bolts of lightning. The miner team instantly fell silent. This supervisor was actually a magic chanter. He looked at Sigmunds with a livid expression. After a while, he turned to the child and said, "Colt, in order not to affect today's progress, you will follow the mining team to the mine today, but you will continue receiving punishment when you return tonight. Come with me, Sigmunds. If any instance of you inciting the miners to question the Duke's authority happens again, get lost." With that said, he hung the iron whip back at his waist, shook out the name roster, and continued calling out the remaining names. When the supervisor finished counting everyone on the list, he discovered that another person had appeared at the back of the team. He walked in front of the person. Although that person wore the same uniform as the surrounding miners, his bearing was worlds apart from the people beside him. Perhaps it was because his figure wasn't that muscular, or perhaps it was because he didn't look dusty. Perhaps it was because his gray hair and silver eyes didn't match the people around him. "Why aren't you on the list?" "I was transferred over yesterday." The supervisor reminded him unhappily. "I was transferred over yesterday, sir." "You don't have to call me sir." With that said, everyone held their breaths. Chapter 41, Tower Guardian. Translator, Seekdalen. Colt listened to the conversation between Vincent and William as beads of perspiration dripped down his forehead. He kept questioning himself if his choice of staying was right. Although he didn't understand much of their conversation, he could understand what William was saying about Vincent becoming the new ruler of the Blackwater province. He didn't just understand it, he was horrified by what he heard. Could the Blackwater Province's Duke of Thorn be replaced just like that? What was even more terrifying was that when the two of them were talking about this topic, they didn't argue about the possibility. Instead, the discussion about whether they were willing or not and what meaning it had. I refuse, Vincent finally said. With that said, he raised the magical medium in his hand and assumed a combat pose. William looked at the lightning on Vincent's magical medium and assessed it inwardly. The other party was probably at the level of a random high-level mage from the Mage Guild in the late stages of the game. Of course, he might have some trump cards, but in short, the battle would be over in seconds. Therefore, he reminded him, "Are you sure you want to do this? You should know that you don't stand a chance." Vincent knew that it was the truth. The other party could have treated him as target practice when he previously used zero entropy, giving him countless opportunities to kill him while time was stopped. However, he retorted with a question, "I'm aware, but will you be kind enough to let me off alive after my rejection? You can leave and take your time to think about it when you get back. There's no hurry." "I have plenty of patience," William replied casually. Vincent asked suspiciously, "Then, aren't you afraid that I'll tell Duke Simon of your intentions?" William shook his head. "You've misunderstood." Looking at Vincent's puzzled expression, he continued, "First of all, what I just said isn't an attempt, but a fact that's destined to happen. Secondly, I don't care if you or anyone else ultimately takes over. You are my choice simply because I think it's more convenient. It might stabilize the situation faster and reduce the number of innocent casualties. That's all." William paused and continued, "Of course, if there's any other reason, it might be because your daughter is a kind person. I'll feel a little bad killing her father. Liliana." Vincent hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. However, William raised his voice slightly and interrupted Vincent. "But, my patience will remain until you attack me. I'm not magnanimous enough to let go of someone who tries to kill me. By the same logic, unless I find a better candidate than you, my suggestion that you control Thorn City will last until you stand opposite me. When the time comes, I won't be so merciful." Vincent understood the meaning in the other party's eyes. Therefore, the lightning on the magical medium dimmed. He bowed slightly to William in greeting before slowly turning around and leaving. "I know there are some things you might find difficult to accept for the time being, but I hope you think through it carefully. Between a country controlled by the 3 Moon Realm goddesses and a country where humans don't need gods, which is more in line with your expectations for the future?" William said to his departing back. Looking at Vincent's gradually disappearing figure in the mine tunnel, the sweating Colt tugged at William's sleeve and carefully asked, "Are you letting him leave just like that?" "He rejected your suggestion. I'll need to be wary if he had agreed immediately." As William spoke, he snapped his fingers at the webweaver's corpse at the side of the hall. A deep spatial rift opened, and a few bandaged hands reached out and carried the corpse in. "Why?" Colt looked nervously at the huge hand that stretched out of the spatial rift and asked. "People who yearn for power often shouldn't obtain it. People like him who have no ambition to rule are better choices." Colt nodded, having somewhat understood the theory. "Let's go." William placed his hand on Colt's body. With a flash of lightning, the two of them disappeared from the hall as if they had never existed. Nov. L. B//JNN. According to the 7 Holy Spirits theory of the creation model, air was the basic elemental that formed the soul. It was the breath transformed from the Holy Spirit, Mother, and it was the lightest part of creation. Therefore, high-level storm spells were often related to the soul, and the most effective way to distinguish between living creatures and the undead was to observe if a target was breathing. In short, the air in this world was completely different from the world William came from. "But why does it smell like ionized ozone?" There was a brief flash of lightning, and William and Colt appeared out of thin air in an ornate hotel room. As soon as they landed, William complained. "What's ozone?" Colt repeated the strange and awkward pronunciation and asked curiously. "Nothing." William covered his nose and opened the window. Colt nodded and looked around before asking, "Where are we?" The rose-scented breeze blew away the faint stench. William looked out the window and replied absent-mindedly, "The Stallion Hotel. I've been staying here. By the way, is this far from your house?" Colt looked at the Platinum City-style chalkstone building outside and shook his head. "I've never been here. This was an uptown area near the Rose Palace. The guards wouldn't even let him pass when they saw his clothes." "Then do you know the way back?" William turned his head and asked. "I do." Colt nodded. William walked over and took out a bottle of green potion and an ancient sheepskin scroll from his robe before handing them to him. "Go home and give this bottle of potion to your father. Although it can't treat his broken leg, it won't be a problem recovering his blind eyes. Then, explain to him what happened in the mine. As long as you tear open this scroll, it will teleport you to Sigmund's. Do you understand?" Colt took the potion and scroll and nodded seriously. Then, he asked in confusion, "What about you? Presiding Judge, where are you going next?" William turned to look at the gorgeous and magnificent astral lighthouse outside the window and at the deep magical light on the top of the tower. "I plan on taking a look there," William replied. Colt also looked at the lighthouse before immediately looking away. When he was young, many elders had warned him not to stare at the blinking lights. Otherwise, his soul would be sucked in. "Just taking a look?" Colt asked hesitantly. William replied very casually, "I'm just going to take a look. I want to see what changes were made to the previous design." Astral Lighthouse, Astral Observation Room. 9 dark red gems were connected into the shape of a sickle by elementium silver. This was the arranged star map of the Stranger constellation. The Stranger constellation symbolized death, wanderers, and endless wandering. They facilitated the study of the three spells necromancy, shadow rays, and storm. A gray-haired old man with a withered face sat quietly in front of a star map, and his surroundings were filled with an ominous aura. The three dim phantoms constantly gathered into a human form beside him, but they dissipated the moment they were about to take human form. It was like some kind of practice. After a long time, the three phantoms exploded, turning into pitch-black shadows that fused into the old man's shadow. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Are you here to destroy the resound records again?" Outside the astral observatory, a dignified middle-aged man stood. This person was the overlord of Thorn City, Simon Wald. He looked at the elder and nodded. After all, it's something that happened below the Silver Stream mine. It might be troublesome if the church finds out. The old man sneered and said, "It might have been someone sent by the church. I heard that the Eighth Order has already noticed the problem here." Duke Simon shook his head. As long as the demon burial doesn't send someone over, the matter hasn't spiraled out of control. Our cooperation can continue. The Eighth Order only covets the sword in the Holy Sepulchre as usual. The reason is secondary. The old man's expression didn't change as he said, "But I heard that the Eighth Order sent a strong person over. He seems to be the young man who stood out in Dragon Breath Province a while ago." Duke Simon revealed a meaningful smile and said, "The Silver Blood Daughter, Nizamar. Heh, her nickname is quite compatible with this city. But it's fine. My people are keeping a close eye on her. Moreover, the support the local church can provide her is limited. She can't do anything." The elder seemed to ease up a little when he heard that. He closed his eyes again and said, "There's no need for you to come personally if it's just the deletion of the resound record. Tell me, what else do you want?" Simon said, "I'm just here to inform you that the preparation for the eternal gift is only a step away from completion. Our cooperation will soon come to a successful end. When the time comes, you as a legendary will still be the next Tower Guardian of Stranger Tower." The eternal gift was the ancient secret ritual of the Blackwater Kingdom. It needed to construct a miniature netherworld through extremely rich necromancy magic power to have the executor of the secret ritual and the remnant soul imprint on the ancestor's corpse resonate. Spellcasters could either gather those soul imprints to strengthen their spirit or summon the corpses to rise and become their slaves. Of course, as the price of controlling this powerful force, the former might suffer the latent risk of ending up with schizophrenia, and the latter might lose control of the corpses because they failed to control their ancestors' will. Back when Great Sage Yates was compiling the astral laws, the undead mages from the Rotten Moon Church in the Blackwater province hoped to compile the eternal gift into the catalogue of undead magic. However, they were ultimately excluded by the First Astral Council because this spell contained too much moon realm worship. Logically speaking, all records of this secret ritual should have been destroyed during the era when the astral laws were promoted via the Great Book Burning campaign. However, one day, Duke Simon brought an ancient copy to the Astral Lighthouse's guardian. Duke Simon offered to help the old man, who had been stuck on the precipice of the legendary stage for many years, enter the legendary stage by using moon realm magic to recreate the eternal gift. The preparations for the eternal gift are almost complete. The elder opened his eyes again when he heard Simon's words. He stared at Duke Simon and asked suspiciously, "Is it that fast? Shouldn't the magical power from the astral world enter Kura along this astral lighthouse after the correct celestial cycle is in place? Only then can a magical environment that meets the requirements of the eternal gift appear." Duke Simon shook his head and said, "That's too slow. I've done the math. The next correct celestial cycle will be this year's frost moon. It will introduce too many variables in between." The old man sneered and said, "Are there too many variables, or have you blown your cover?" Simon replied, "I've already said that the church won't discover anything here. Their actions have always been under my control, including the movements of the woman sent by the Eighth Order." The elder, who was familiar with the efficiency of Thorn City's intelligence system, involuntarily nodded. Then, he asked in confusion, "Then, what other variables are you worried about?" "These so-called variables refer to something that can't be predicted." Simon sighed and continued, "You've seen the records left behind by the resound spell, right?" The old man nodded. He had seen the records of the gray-haired, silver-eyed magic chanter killing the supervisor sent to the Silver Stream mine by the Duke several times after receiving the news. Be it the rapid release of ice barrier to block the supervisor's dragon lightning spear or the unknown teleportation spell, they left a deep impression on him. He estimated that if he encountered that person outside the range of this astral lighthouse, the chance of victory was 50 to 50. In Thorn City, only Sage of Scorching Scars, Vincent, could certainly suppress that person. Of course, if he could use the power of this astral lighthouse to fight, that would be another matter. "I have." "Why?" the old man asked. "That mage who's very likely at the master level seems to have appeared out of thin air. My subordinates can't find any clues about his origins," Simon said in frustration. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. In this era, be it a formal registration or a heretic, it was very difficult for a powerful magic chanter to hide his identity, let alone find any clues to his identity. Becoming a magic chanter required a large amount of resources, and it was impossible for there to be no traces of the use of those resources. It was no wonder he was so anxious. Threats from the unknown were always the most terrifying. But even if you plan on holding the eternal gift immediately, how do you plan on resolving the necessary condition that is mana density? The old man asked. Holy Sepulchre. I plan on holding the eternal gift in the Holy Sepulchre. Duke Simon's answer widened the old man's eyes. The Holy Sepulchre was located under Thorn City's graveyard. Or rather, Thorn City's graveyard was built above the Holy Sepulchre. It was the holy land worshipped by generations of the ancient Blackwater Kingdom, and it was also the worship source of the Blackwater Swamp's ancestors and the dead. In addition, it likely had the richest undead magic on the Vic continent. After all, it was impossible to find a place with so many intact corpses elsewhere. But to any magic chanter who was familiar with history, it had a different identity. The location of the Rotten Moon tide more than 1,000 years ago. The tide of undead that had once swept through the entire continent. Some people had once guessed that the source of the disaster was a failed eternal gift. No, no, no. This is crazy. With this in mind, the old man shook his head repeatedly. Moreover, ignoring the risk of holding a secret ritual there, as Tower Guardian, I can't leave the Astral Lighthouse. Regarding this, Simon said very easily, if it's only half a day, can't you get a magic chanter at the same level as you to replace you? I think Vincent will be very willing to help. The elder fell silent. He thought for a while before saying, but it's still too dangerous to hold this ritual in the Holy Sepulchre. Moreover, don't tell me you don't know why Judgment 4, the weapon coveted by the 8th parish, was left in the Holy Sepulchre. Simon naturally knew what he was referring to. He had been to the Holy Sepulchre more than 20 years ago and learned about the unknown history from the inscriptions in the Holy Sepulchre. It was 10 years after William Kane left when an era of war ensued among the 7 kingdoms on the continent. The Blackwater royal family, which was at a military disadvantage, made a crazy decision to awaken the wraith of the old king that had once triggered the Rotten Moon tide and summon the dead to be used as soldiers. And this plan naturally failed. Among the fractured judges, only 2 people provided a timely response to the Blackwater Kingdom's request for help in time: the 4th judge, Black Swordsman Blake, and the last judge, Jackdaw Coles. To prevent the Rotten Moon wraith from breaking through the seal, the 2 legendary judges died there. Before dying, Blake used his last breath to seal the wraith under the Holy Sepulchre. Judgment 4 became his tombstone. Other than a stone plaque set up by the judges who arrived later for their former friends, this story was not recorded in history books. But more than 1,000 years have passed. No matter how strong the wraith is, it should have dissipated, Simon replied. However, the old man still shook his head. Anything except this. I'm able to turn a blind eye to those people in your mage hall studying Moonrealm magic. You turned a blind eye because you want to become a member of the Astral Council, and I'm the only person who's willing and can help you advance to the legendary domain. Simon cut off the old man. I'm not negotiating with you. As I've said, I'm informing you of your only chance to advance to legendary. When Simon was going down the tower, a hazy and constantly changing star in his ether domain suddenly sent him news. My arrangements are almost done. As long as the actor appears, the ritual can begin at any time. It was the nightmare maid speaking to him through an anchor in his soul. Me too. Unfortunately, that old coward cherishes his life too much. He only agreed to come out of his turtle shell under my threats, Simon replied. So you ultimately plan on making that Tower Guardian the fuel for the ritual and not Vincent? The nightmare maid asked through the ether domain. You saw that old fellow's character as well. Other than his bloodline, he's useless. He consumed countless resources but couldn't advance to legendary because of his lack of mental strength tempering. Give the same resources to Vincent and he's probably already on the cusp of breaking through to the divine realm. I don't think there's a need to say which one of them is more valuable. When Simon went downstairs, he transmitted his thoughts to the nightmare maid through the ether domain. During this period, he accidentally bumped into a mage wearing a simple robe and a hood. Sorry, the person apologized politely in a hoarse voice and made way for him. It's fine. Simon didn't mind too much. He didn't even look at the person and walked down the stairs. At this moment, a new message from the nightmare maid in the ether domain arrived. The problem isn't the value of the person, but that using him as fuel is equivalent to declaring war on the Astral Council. Then so be it. I did all this to overturn those rules, at least in the Blackwater Swamp. If the world is ruled by such mediocre people, this world will only be pathetic, Simon replied. After turning the corner of the last staircase, he finally arrived at the bottom of the lighthouse. He looked at the sunlight outside the door and felt unprecedentedly relaxed. A new era is about to begin, he said. On the stairs of the lighthouse, the magic chanter who had accidentally bumped into Simon stopped in his tracks. He looked at the runes embedded in the wall and slowly lowered his hood, revealing grayish-white hair. He stroked the familiar runes and muttered, things from the old era really never disappear. In the era when the Doomsday Watchers were active, the Mage Guild reached its peak under William's management. The most outstanding magic researchers on the continent of the time gathered and jointly proposed the Astral Circuit. After the Magic Dawn mission was completed, William, who had publicized the Astral Circuit technology, had been looking forward to the game's sequel. Would it be a world where magic and steam combined? However, things didn't go as planned. At least 1,000 years later, this world still looked like it had medieval productivity. However, later generations realized the Astral Circuit. This made William very curious about how they solved those technical problems. The greatest technical difficulty of the Astral Circuit wasn't building the Astral Lighthouse or even building a magic network that covered the continent. These were all secular problems that could be done as long as a ruler dared to invest resources. The true difficulty was finding many paths that could bypass the moon realm and connect Kura to the astral world. In this world, stars weren't true celestial bodies, but holes. They penetrated the moon realm that symbolized nothingness and allowed creatons from the astral world to pass through themselves. Those creatons turned into starlight after being filtered by the world shell. In William's era, due to the drastic changes in the moon realm, even the greatest astral constellation master in the world couldn't accurately predict the direction of the stars. Without a stable prediction, it was impossible to draw a star map, and it was impossible to build a natural astral circuit. According to his calculations, it would take at least 500 years for the moon realm to gradually calm down. However, he learned from Liliana that the astral laws had been established slightly over 200 years after he left. Then, how did they bypass the unstable moon realm and head to the astral world to build a circuit? The answer was that they hadn't bypassed the moon realm at all. When William saw the dense spatial stabilization runes engraved on the tower, his heart fell. When he saw the huge moon realm rift on the top of the tower through the spell, moon realm detection, he almost blew a gasket. The designer of the astral laws didn't choose to bypass the unpredictable moon realm. Instead, he simply and crudely chiseled open the world shell and passed through the moon realm to build the astral circuit. The scar of sorrow suppressed by the Twilight Fortress used to be the largest moon realm rift in Kura. That was the opening to the world shell, and it was also the largest portal for the moon realm's invasion of Vic continent back then. As for the rift at the top of the astral lighthouse, although it wasn't as large as the Scar of Sorrow, once a void sovereign wanted to do something through it, it would cause catastrophic consequences. Back then, after the Doomsday Watcher repelled the moon realm's invasion, it took a lot of effort to seal the wound. Even so, the Scar of Sorrow was still the world shell's weak point to this day. The stumbling demon summoned there proved this. And they dug open the world shell themselves just to monopolize the astral world's magic power source. William still remembered that Liliana had said that there were a total of 24 astral lighthouses on the continent. If the moon realm rift here wasn't an exception, then there were 24 moon realm rifts evenly distributed on the Vic continent. Nov. L.B//JNN. This news was too shocking. William did a simple calculation. If the moon realm planned on invading, the scale and strength would be more than twice as large as 1,000 years ago. Considering that the rifts covered the entire continent, the trouble would be at least 10 times greater. What did you guys do after I left? William stared at the rift and sighed. His hand that was stroking the runes on the tower trembled slightly. He could sense that the spatial runes used to prevent lunar monsters from entering Kura were very powerful. Ordinary lunar monsters couldn't even approach this place. However, these rune barriers were only superficial decorations to the Void Sovereigns. They didn't destroy them purely because they didn't want to do so for the time being. Wasn't any of the judges going to stop those bastards from doing so? Alright, the astral laws were formulated more than 200 years after he left. Many of his judgment companions probably weren't around then, but among the 13 judges, other than mortals, there were still many long-lived ones. Dawa King of the Dragons, Kol's Jackdaw of the Croman, Remide's Shadow Moon of the High Elves, and Kuz, whose body was already immortal. If nothing unexpected happened, their lifespans were definitely enough to live to this day. Didn't they try to stop these things, or did they try and fail? No matter what, there must be a deeper reason behind the establishment of the Riel Empire 800 years ago. The only thing worth rejoicing about now was that the size of the moon realm rift wasn't enough for a Void Sovereign's main body to pass through. Even their incarnations couldn't squeeze in. As long as it was something that had a health bar, he could defeat it. With this in mind, William retracted his gaze from the crack and continued climbing up the stairs of the lighthouse. He pondered as he walked. This astral lighthouse had been in operation for nearly 800 years. During this period, no lunar monsters had invaded the Vic continent at the very least. He hadn't seen any similar records in the historical documents he had read over the past few days. Just as he had thought, the fact that the Void Sovereigns didn't use these rifts only meant that they didn't want to do so for the time being. However, this didn't mean that they weren't plotting something. Instead, they had been making preparations for more than 800 years. An unknown threat was the most terrifying threat. Then, what were they up to? William, who was walking in the shadows, turned his body to avoid the patrol route of a fire soul. After entering the middle level of the lighthouse, the security measures and spell traps along the way began to increase. The patrolling security guards also changed from guards to various elemental souls. Helpless, William changed his illusion-type stealth to shadow-type stealth. Of course, if he was still discovered like this, he could only try peerless-type stealth. Hopefully, that wouldn't happen. After Duke Simon returned to the Rose Palace, he found out that Vincent had been waiting for him in the conference hall. Seeing Simon enter, Vincent requested the adjutant who had returned with him out to leave and lock the door on his way out. At the same time, he used the magical medium in his hand to knock on the door. Blue lightning spread along the magical medium to the four walls of the room. All sound in the room was blocked, and no one outside could hear their conversation. This was a lightning element magic power usage technique he had figured out to block sound by causing light spatial ripples. This technique wasn't included in the spell catalog of the astral laws, so it was considered a heretical act in a sense. However, the two people in the room didn't care about this. "I can take it that you're trying to assassinate me," Simon teased. He was probably a little relaxed now that the preparations for the ritual were complete. However, seeing Vincent's serious expression, Simon restrained his smile and asked, "What's wrong? Did you not deal with the Silver Stream mine?" Vincent shook his head and said, "There's still something that hasn't been blocked." As he spoke, he pointed the magical medium in his hand at Simon's forehead. A weak bolt of lightning was connected between the magical medium and Simon's glabella. In Simon's ether domain, his connection with the spirit of the Three-Moon realm was temporarily severed. Simon turned nervous. He looked around furtively and asked, "What exactly do you want?" "I want to tell you what I just encountered under the Silver Stream mine, but I can't let others know about this. This includes the few-month-old Moon Realm spirit who signed a contract with you," Vincent quickly explained. "What happened? Could that person really be Demon Burial's paladin?" Simon asked suspiciously. "No, it's much scarier than that. Listen to me first. Before I finish speaking, don't refute me like a rational normal person." Then, Vincent began to talk about how he had encountered the magic chanter who called himself the presiding judge after descending to the mine. He spoke quickly, but his logic was very clear, and his words didn't carry any emotion. In the beginning, Simon had planned on interrupting Vincent a few times to get the details, but Vincent spoke too quickly and didn't give him a chance to interrupt. When Simon heard that the magic chanter had used divine realm frost magic, his expression turned solemn. When he heard that the magic chanter wanted Vincent to become the new ruler of the Blackwater province, Simon fell completely silent. "In the end, he didn't attack me when I turned around and left. I immediately rushed here after leaving the mine and learned from the butler that you had gone to the Astral Lighthouse and would be back soon. That's why I've been waiting here for you to return," Vincent finally said. Then, he looked into Simon's eyes and asked, "What should we do next?" Simon looked at him in silence. After a while, he slowly said, "What about you? What do you think?" Vincent analyzed and said, "First, we need to figure out the identity of that magic chanter. It's impossible for a magic chanter who can reach the divine realm under the astral laws to choose to help the Blackwater province become independent. And if he's a heretical mage, he cannot reach that realm silently. 50 years ago, a heretical mage who had reached the divine realm appeared in Shattered Tooth province. To satisfy his huge magic power consumption, he spread a withering plague in Shattered Tooth province. It was a disease that could wither the body and soul after being infected. All the infected would gradually burn their souls to become the source of his magic power. This chaos called the Withering Calamity was ultimately resolved by the Demon Burial and the Platinum Ring. The method was to slaughter everyone infected with the Withering Plague and cut off the magical power source of the Divine Realm heretical mage. From this example, it could be seen that if he relied on burning his soul as a source of magic power, the commotion when reaching the Divine Realm would undoubtedly be disastrous. And he said that his goal is to escape the control of the gods, so it's unlikely that he reached the Divine Realm through the Moon Realm. Then, there are only two possibilities. First, he's a powerhouse who reached the Divine Realm before the astral laws appeared. For example, we once saw the judges under the stone plaque in the Holy Sepulchre. This corresponds to him calling himself the presiding judge. Vincent continued analyzing. As for the second possibility, it's even crazier. He might be a prophet like Terai. If that's the case, everything makes sense. This is because the descent of a Holy Spirit definitely won't be restricted by the astral laws. Duke Simon listened to Vincent's endless analysis. After a long time, he said, "That's not what I'm asking." Vincent stopped and looked at Duke Simon in confusion. Duke Simon looked into Vincent's eyes and deliberated before saying, "What do you think of what he said about hoping that you would become the new ruler of the Blackwater province?" Vincent looked incredulous. He never expected Simon to ask this question. Simon walled. "I hope I can still call you that." Vincent also stared into the other party's eyes and said, "Ignoring my servitude to you as a mage consultant for 24 years, if I had even the slightest intention of replacing you, do you think I would have told you everything about this? Or have you long forgotten your original intention of fighting for independence for the Blackwater province? Have you become a monster that only knows about seizing power?" After Vincent finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other in silence for a long time. Finally, Duke Simon broke the silence. "I'm sorry, Vincent. My current position doesn't allow me to miss out on any threats," Vincent said, "but you can always trust me." Duke Simon asked, "Then what do you plan on doing next?" Vincent replied, "Confirm that person's identity first. If he's a prophet or a judge, I don't think it's impossible to cooperate with him. The conditions he proposes aren't worse than the three goddesses. When the time comes, as long as you swear to him that you will give up on cooperation with the Moon Realm, he will agree to let you." This was also why Vincent wanted to block Duke Simon's connection with the spirit of the Moon Realm. But before he could finish speaking, Duke Simon interrupted him. "No." Duke Simon's expression returned to that of superciliousness. "No, there's no turning back. Be it the king and rebel conversion or the eternal gift, all the rituals are ready. Go to the Astral Lighthouse's Astral Observatory later and replace that old turtle as the tower guardian for half a day," Duke Simon said to Vincent in a commanding tone. "After the ritual on my side is completed, there should be a few days before the Astral Council closes the Stranger Tower. When the time comes, use the authority of the tower to break through to that realm. After that, you, I, and the Blackwater Kingdom will announce our new life to this world." Vincent looked at Duke Simon, who was gradually becoming fanatical, with a wooden expression. He felt like he was looking at a stranger. "The preparations for the ritual have been completed? When did that happen?" Duke Simon didn't answer Vincent's question. What about the Divine Realm magic chanter? How are you going to deal with him? Vincent continued asking. When everything is settled, even a Divine Realm mage can't threaten the new Blackwater Kingdom, Duke Simon replied. Otherwise, why would I have the confidence to gain independence from the Riel Empire? Going back to the Walled family's lineage, its ancestors could be traced back to the ancient king of Blackwater who triggered the rotten moon tide of the undead 1,000 years ago. Be it the king and rebel or the eternal gift rituals, they were all legacies secretly handed down by the Walled family over the years, so that they could restore the former glory of the Blackwater Kingdom one day. It relied on the king and rebel ritual to obtain the authority and strength of the ancient mythical god King, Oka, and then on the eternal gift to create an immortal army of the dead that didn't rest while being absolutely loyal. This was the plan Simon had proposed to Vincent in the Silver Stream mine more than 20 years ago to build the foundation of the new Blackwater Kingdom. This plan was supposed to be executed back then, but Simon and Vincent found 7 seals that sealed the rotten moon wraith when they went to the deepest depths of the Holy Sepulchre. From the stone plaque in front of the seal, they learned the history of the 2 judges, the Black Swordsman and Jackdaw, who died there 1,000 years ago to seal the Walled ancestors' wraith. The last sentence of the plaque warned future generations that the seal here couldn't be released for 1,000 years. Otherwise, no one would be able to control that power. Sensing the powerful power in the seal, the 2 of them chose to leave and decided to make plans. Today, the deadline described on the stone plaque was here. So, help me like you used to, okay? Duke Simon requested Vincent. Vincent reminded, but can it succeed? The king and rebel ritual set up under the Silver Stream mine has been discovered. The presiding judge will likely come and destroy it halfway through the ritual. Regarding this, Duke Simon said confidently, the ritual arrangements under the Silver Stream mine are only second-hand preparations. Now that I've been discovered, it can be used as a smokescreen. I've already prepared the location of the ritual. Where? Vincent asked in confusion. He had never heard of a second ritual being prepared. In the deepest part of the Holy Sepulchre, in the chamber with 7 seals, Duke Simon replied frankly. That was also the location where the eternal gift was planned. Could it be that you plan on holding the eternal gift and the king and rebel ritual together? Vincent asked in disbelief. Even a mage apprentice knew that because magic of different natures would interfere and convert between each other, powerful spells of a certain scale couldn't be carried out together. However, Duke Simon nodded and replied, once the eternal gift begins, magic power will gather from the millions of corpses in Thorn City's graveyard and resonate to form a miniature netherworld. This way, even without the Skull Temple's energy supply, the magic power fuel needed to complete the king and rebel ritual will be sufficient. Believe me, I've made all the preparations. Then, how are you going to balance the conflict between the 2 powerful spells? The rituals are held in the same tomb, Vincent asked. There's a way. With the help of the 3 goddesses, the magical power of king and rebel's ritual magic can be adjusted to a level similar to the eternal gift. As Simon spoke, he slowly pushed away the magical medium that had been blocking his connection with the Moon Realm spirit. Are there any other questions? Vincent fell silent for a moment before asking, then who's the sacrifice for the king and rebel ritual? Is it the cripple you've been raising in the dungeon? 10 years ago, Duke Simon had secretly brought an unknown illegitimate son of the Empire's royal family to the Rose Palace's dungeon. Back then, Vincent had thought that Simon planned on using this illegitimate son as a wedge for the complicated royal faction struggles in the Platinum Palace. However, over the years, other than raising the child in the dungeon, Duke Simon had never done anything else. He didn't nurture him as an heir, nor did he use him to secretly contact the royal family. It was a long time before Vincent realized that this child with the bloodline of the Empire's royal family could barely satisfy the requirements of the king and rebel ritual offerings because he had a very small chance of inheriting the Empire's throne. However, just as the presiding judge had said, ritual magic focused on the reproduction of myths. How much effect could an illegitimate son who only had a slight chance of becoming the Empire's emperor play the legendary god king? He's part of the ritual. Simon gave a curt answer. He didn't explain further. Seeing his confident expression, Vincent hesitated for a moment before finally nodding slowly. So, what part do I play in all of this? Time is tight now. We have to complete the ritual before the Divine Realm mage reacts. Go to the Astral Lighthouse's Astral Observatory now and ignore everything else that ensues. All the rituals will be completed tonight. After that, I'll tell you how the Guardian opens the Astral Lighthouse. You have to advance to Legendary before the Astral Council reacts. It's that simple. In other words, I don't need to do anything other than be used as a hostage. Vincent asked. If you don't do this, that old turtle won't dare to go to the Holy Sepulchre. He won't have a chance to react once the ritual begins, so you just have to wait there for my news, Duke Simon replied. Every Astral Lighthouse needed a legendary or at least a magic chanter close to a legendary to be the Tower Guardian and be in charge of managing the local magical power network. The authority of the Tower Guardian was granted by the Astral Council and was adjusted every 5 years. As the Astral Observatory at the top of the tower led straight to the Astral World, it was the best holy land for magic chanters to edify their powers. The Astral Council would also specially transfer magic chanters close to the legendary domain to be the Tower Guardians to help them break through to legendary. The Tower Guardian was allowed to temporarily leave the Astral Observatory during emergencies, but he had to find someone of the same realm to hold down the fort in his place. If a non-authorized personnel entered the astral observatory to manage the magic network in his place, that person's life and death were at the Tower Guardian's whim. Vincent looked at Duke Simon and fell silent for a long time before finally nodding. It was very dangerous, but he had done countless more dangerous things in the past 20 years. But this time, I have a condition, Vincent said. In Duke Simon's impression, this was the first time he was raising conditions, but Simon still nodded and said, "Tell me. I'll agree to anything possible. Protect my daughter, Liliana, before this chaos ends." Duke Simon looked into Vincent's eyes and replied solemnly, "You have my word." As he watched Vincent leave, the star that symbolized the nightmare maid in Simon's ether domain asked him, "Since you've promised him, why didn't you give him that letter? Then, tell him that his daughter's soul has fallen into the nightmare swamp." Simon shook his head. "If he knows about this, do you think he would still go to the astral lighthouse as I planned?" "So you lied to him? How heartless. Not long ago, you clearly said that his value far exceeded others." The nightmare maid's laughter sounded. "It was your subordinate who pulled his daughter's soul into the nightmare swamp. Did you do this on purpose? How is that possible? It was just a coincidence. Moreover, didn't you say that as long as his daughter isn't around, he will become a warrior again? I'm helping you recover your former warrior." Simon closed his eyes when he heard that. After a long time, he said, "There's no need. The Blackwater Kingdom doesn't need warriors like him in the future." In the Astral Lighthouse's archives, 2 pitch-black gems the size of half a person floated in midair, emitting a faint chill. Although William had been hiding in the shadows with Walking Shadow, he got into trouble when he entered the archives. He never expected the Guardian to be a shadow soul. As he strolled along the shadows cast by the rows of bookshelves, he bumped into 2 pitch-black shadows who were patrolling in the shadows around the corner. The 2 pitch-black, deformed figures and the shadowy William looked at each other for a few seconds. In a daze, William felt as if a green exclamation mark had jumped out of his head. Before the 2 shadow souls sounded the alarm, he threw out 2 spinning illusory ring blades to imprison them. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly." William wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and muttered to himself. Otherwise, he needed to use peerless stealth. If he hadn't discovered that this astral lighthouse was essentially a moon realm rift, he might not have felt any psychological pressure when he turned peerless here. It didn't matter if the tower was destroyed if they fought. In any case, he had long made up his mind to uproot all the astral lighthouses on the continent. It didn't matter if it happened sooner or later. However, even he couldn't estimate what would happen if he destroyed the tower without making any preparations. Perhaps he would find the moon realm portal slapping him in the face? Thankfully, the spell shadow cage that imprisoned the 2 shadow souls lasted long enough. It probably wouldn't remove itself even after he finished viewing the entire tower. After applying another layer of illusion disguise over the shadow cage, William walked to the next row of archive racks and checked. Most of the files here contained the personal information of registered mages. These things were very valuable after he took over Thorn City, but they were of no help to him now. As he walked, he flipped through them. This took him about 10 minutes before he finally arrived at the last row of the archive shelves. Regarding the activity distribution of the Moon Realm parishes and underground organizations in the Blackwater province, William read the annotations on the archive shelf and became intrigued. He reached out and prepared to pull out the documents to take a look. However, a floating magic halo blocked his hand. William was slightly surprised. He was still in the illusory state of Walking Shadow. Ordinary defensive barriers shouldn't be able to stop him. Moreover, it was a relatively high-level defensive barrier. William took out an appraisal scroll from his spatial rift and pasted it in front of the archive shelf. As the scroll burst into a faint blue flame before turning to ashes, a message appeared in his mind. It has a self-destruct function. According to the information from the appraisal scroll, if he cracked the barrier by force, it would incinerate the files within. This was a spell that didn't exist in his era. It was probably developed later due to the need for confidentiality. This troubled William. Dissecting the barrier spell required time and equipment. He couldn't undo the spell quickly. If only Sibylla were here at this time. Looking at the unfamiliar magical barrier in front of him, William suddenly missed his companion judge. Sibylla Norn was the greatest astrologer of that era. She had the Eye of God bestowed by the Holy Spirit, the Lady, and could understand the composition of all enchantments and barrier spells at a glance. It was also because of this ability that she was the strongest enchanter and barrier master of that era. It was said that in her eyes, the entire world was a painting woven from pure magic. She only needed to slightly adjust the direction of the magical fabric to turn a spell on its head. William also saved a large sum of money from buying appraisal scrolls in the early stages of the game thanks to her. The appraisal scrolls extracted in the later stages of the game were at 99+ in his backpack all year round. To ensure she had both the Eye of God and Legendary Craftsman, William reloaded his save more than 200 times. He turned delirious from all the reloading to the point of not caring much when he eventually got the negative status of alcoholism alongside his goal. It was normal for an astrologer and enchanter to drink more alcohol. That was what William thought back then. It was only when he asked her to enchant his equipment and her accidentally adding the wrong stats because she was drunk that William realized that he had been too hasty. A vampire-only weapon with the exorcism attribute, a desert set that allowed one to breathe underwater, assassination daggers with explosive runes, and stealth sets that automatically activated fire cloak. William seriously suspected that she was a demon who wanted to tease the user. He couldn't help but laugh now that he recalled all the shenanigans. He wondered if she was. William came back to his senses. It was already 1,000 years later. To mortals who seldom lived past 100 years, she should be long gone. A sudden feeling of loss filled his chest. He wondered what her outcome was. Did she fulfill her goal of opening a tavern in the Storm Kingdom's myriad feet city after retirement and fill her wine cellar with different spirits from all over the Vic continent? When he was done with the matters in Blackwater province, he planned on visiting Myriad Feet City to take a look. After making this decision, William turned his attention to the archive shelf. He sighed. It seemed like he could only use some clumsy methods. Nov. L. B /JNN. William snapped his fingers, and a deep spatial rift opened above the archive shelf. A few bandaged hands and spider legs reached out and lifted the entire shelf. He would slowly study it later. Legendary summoning spell, Gluttony Realm Demon. This spatial rift was a summoned creature to begin with. The hands that reached out were its organ for hunting, and it would gradually change according to the prey it swallowed. Of course, things like shelves were indigestible. To the Gluttony Realm Demon, this was probably as uncomfortable as eating a rock. It can't be helped. Opening a large spatial door causes too much commotion. Just be a temporary storage space for the time being. Sorry for being hard on you. I'll treat you to lunar monsters next time. William steeled his heart and ignored the cry of the summoned creature in the ether domain before leaving the archives. He had spent too much time inside. It's time to take a look at the astral observatory at the top of the tower, William thought. He continued up the stairs and dodged a few batches of elemental souls and moving armor. After circling a few traps and barriers, William finally arrived at the door of the astral observatory. It was also at this moment that a weak star fragment extinguished in the sky full of stars in William's ether domain. William would add the mark spell to all the enchanted items he made to prevent himself from failing to find his items one day. Which enchantment tool he made was destroyed. With this in mind, William quickly checked what the missing star fragments were. Then, his expression turned serious. The missing star fragments represented the phoenix pendant he had given Liliana. The Eighth Order was also known as the Hermit Order or the Kane Order. As the Eighth Holy Spirit was the only Holy Spirit that had been promoted from a mortal, the Eighth Order paid more attention to the union of secularism and faith than the other parishes of the Holy Spirit's Church. It emphasized the unity of the mortal and holiness. As for the Eighth Order, it was divided into two factions: Divine Grace and Holy Seminary. The former emphasized the sanctity of the Eighth Holy Spirit and advocated for the Eighth Order to completely integrate into the Holy Spirit's Church's system. At the very least, they didn't have to carry the title of Hidden Holy Spirit. As for the latter, the Holy Seminary paid more attention to the mortality of the Eighth Holy Spirit. The practitioners of the Holy Seminary would search the continent for the holy relics Kane had left behind when he still walked the mortal world. They would imitate his past deeds and work on providing relief, hoping to close the distance between their souls and the Holy Spirit. In that case, are you a Holy Seminary nun? On the way to Thorn City's graveyard, Nizemar suddenly introduced Cass to the composition of the Eighth Order for no reason. Cass asked curiously after hearing that. The reason why he felt this way was very simple. Judgment 4, apart from being a powerful weapon against the Moon Realm and capable of stopping the Duke's crazy plan, was closely related to Holy Spirit Kane when he was alive, so the Eighth Order was willing to pay such a huge price to obtain such a holy relic. Pursuing holy relics was undoubtedly the Holy Seminary's style. Nizemar nodded and said, "That's right. I'm a Holy Seminary nun. I'm mainly in charge of the recovery of holy relics." Cass continued asking, "Then, why are you suddenly telling me this? Don't tell me it's to introduce me to the Eighth Order." Nizemar frankly replied to Cass's question, "As a descendant of the Black Swordsman, you're the only person who can pull out Judgment 4. Your soul is also the most compatible with that weapon. Therefore, after this matter is resolved, I hope you can consider converting to the Eighth Order and joining the Holy Seminary." Before Cass could say anything, Liz, who had been sitting on his shoulder and listening to their conversation, couldn't hold it in anymore. "What? No. Liz flew between Cass and Nizemar and crossed her arms at the blonde woman. "He's a servant I saved with great difficulty. Previously, he promised to take care of my garden until he died. How can I let him serve a Holy Spirit in some church? That's not going to happen." Nizemar glanced at Liz, who was flying in midair, before turning her gaze to Cass and continuing, "If you choose to convert to Kane, the parish will first guarantee that you'll be cleared of any injustice. Then, we'll help you awaken your magic talent. Although you probably don't have the talent to become a magic chanter, it's not a problem for you to become a magic swordsman. Apart from having an affinity for magic, becoming a magic chanter also required a certain level of mental talent, allowing the caster to construct precise spell models in their ether domain. However, to people who lacked mental talent, it didn't mean that they had no fate with magic. They could settle for the next best thing by relying on items engraved with spell models to release specific spells with their limited mana. The class that used mana like this was a spellblade. This was similar to Cass activating the fire spell enchanted on his sword, Breaking Dawn, but it was fundamentally different. As Cass wasn't a spellblade, he could only use the magic power stored in his sword for combat. Furthermore, he couldn't accurately control the consumption of mana when using it. All he could do was expend his mana. If he were a true spellblade, that battle would probably have ended long ago. Compared to magic chanters, the threshold for spellblades seemed to be much lower, but, in terms of numbers, the number of spellblades on the continent was the same as that of magic chanters. It might even be slightly fewer. Not only that, but most of the spellblades served in the army or were descendants of nobles. Commoners only accounted for an extremely small portion of spellblades. The reason was very simple. Most magic chanters were scholars, and only a small number would become battle mages who specialized in combat. Spellblades were without exception born for killing. Therefore, the Empire's officials allowed a certain number of magic chanters to be maintained among the commoners, but they prohibited a large number of spellblades to appear amongst them. Cass knew very well that no matter how much he improved in martial arts, it would only be a slight improvement. If he wanted to continue becoming stronger, spellblade was his only chance. However, ordinary people had virtually no way of becoming a spellblade. The condition he was offered was an irresistible temptation to any warrior, but, sorry, I've never been very pious towards the Holy Spirit's church. Moreover, I'm not very interested in a life of serving the church. Cass lowered his head slightly, his tone apologetic. Liz, who was originally furious, turned around in surprise. She quickly flew to Cass's side and calmed down. Then, she patted Cass's shoulder and said in the tone of an elderly, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Don't worry, I'll tone it down when you're tidying up the garden in the future. It seems like you've always been the one harping about me being your slave to help tidy up the garden. I've never agreed. Cass thought, but he held back from saying it out loud. Nezemar looked as if she had expected his answer. I know what you're worried about. Your life is completely maintained by this fairy's life scale powder. In a sense, you're dead, and you're only relying on her life force to drive it. You're worried that if you join the Eighth Order, you will be risking her life force. Cass remained silent in response. She was right. If it weren't for the sake of taking revenge on those people, he wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to risk his life with the innocent fairy's life force. And after his revenge, there was even less reason for him to do so. Nezemar continued, Don't worry. You may not wish to use her life force, but we too don't wish for the descendant of a judge the holder of judgment for to have their lives bound to a fairy. As long as you're willing to convert, the Eighth Order will contact 7 bishops to use resuscitation to make up for your missing life force. When that happens, this fairy can completely retrieve her scale powder. After providing this proposal, even Liz couldn't find a reason to object. She could retrieve her life scale powder, Cass could embark on the path of a spellblade, and the Eighth Order would have found a descendant who could use judgment for. Everyone got what they wanted. The two of them and the fairy silently walked along the stone path for a long distance. Only when they were about to reach their destination did Cass say, if that's the case. However, Nezemar interrupted him. There's no need for you to make a decision now. Think about it carefully. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curled up into an expression that could probably be called a smile. After all, it's hard to say if we can return alive n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Under the cold moonlight, the city wall of the graveyard not far away cast a strange shadow. The graveyard was north of Thorn City. If it was based on scale, it was more like a satellite city than a cemetery. Towering walls surrounded the entire cemetery. Spaced 20 meters apart on the walls were placating the undead and life barrier spell runes engraved by the Holy Spirit's Church and the Rose Palace's Mage Hall. Fortunately, Thorn City produced abundant elementium silver. If it were any other major city on the continent, even the Empire's capital, Platinum City, and the famously wealthy Tool City wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. As the Blackwater Swamp believed in ancestor worship, people firmly believed that the souls of the dead needed their bones to exist. Therefore, most of the dead in Thorn City had been sent to this graveyard for burial for millennia. The corpses had accumulated over the years, and the number of dead buried inside had probably reached an incalculable number. The large number of corpses posed an extreme danger to this world where necromancy existed. Therefore, the graveyard was usually closed and heavily guarded, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Only on the Soul Return Festival on the 4th of the Rain Moon and the 15th of the Fog Moon would the gravekeepers here open the gates and allow residents to enter the cemetery to pay respects to their ancestors. The Holy Sepulchre you mentioned is built under the graveyard. Cass looked at the towering city wall and asked. It should be said that the cemetery is built above the Holy Sepulchre. The Holy Sepulchre's history is much older than the graveyard. It existed long before the Bronze Age. As Nezemar replied, she untied a bundle of ropes from her waist. Back then, the Blackwater people believed that the catacomb was the entrance to the netherworld, the place where Vera or Death was reborn. Therefore, the ruler of that time chose this place as a graveyard, hoping that he could be reborn after death. It was also at that time that the idea of the living serving the dead appeared. Later on, it gradually evolved into the ancestral worship custom unique to the Blackwater province. As Nezemar spoke, she threw the grappling rope up. After tugging at the rope a few times to test its sturdiness, she turned around and said to Cass, All right, I'll climb up and take a look. I'll signal you to follow me when there's no problem. With that said, she nimbly climbed up the rope like a cat. Although the other party was wearing light leather armor, she was a lady after all. Cass found it embarrassing to stand below and stare at her. Therefore, he turned to look at Liz, who had been sitting on his shoulder sulking. What's wrong? Cass asked. Nothing. Seeing Cass turn his head, Liz immediately turned her head away and snorted with her nose raised. Cass guessed that she was still angry about what had happened, so he deliberated and said, Isn't her suggestion quite good? If you can retrieve your life scale powder early, there's no need for you to be on tenterhooks every day about what happens to me. Of course, as for compensation. Do you think I want compensation or something from you? Liz suddenly turned around and grabbed Cass's ear. Cass felt as if his ears had been twisted twice by her. Do you want to be a spellblade that badly? Do you want to continue fighting elsewhere so badly? Didn't you say that you would retire after getting your vengeance? Can't you think of yourself more? Liz pinched Cass's ear and said with a flushed face. But I don't know what else I can do other than fight. Cass fell silent for a moment before answering. His words deflated Liz. She let go of Cass's ear, propped up her hands, and looked up at Cass's face in disappointment. Then, have you never considered helping me tend my garden? Cass was just about to answer when Nizemar's voice sounded from the city wall. It's safe. You can come up now. Nov. L. B /JNN. While climbing the rope, Cass felt another burst of pain from the wound in his abdomen. When he reached the city wall, he lifted his clothes and checked. A faint blood mark seeped out of the bandage. There's nothing we can do about it. It's normal for the wound to open up while climbing before it's healed. Cass said helplessly when he saw Nizemar and Liz look over. There's no time to wait for you to completely recover. My informant in the Rose Palace told me that the Duke's big move is in the next few days. We have to get Judgment 4 as soon as possible to have a chance of winning, Nizemar replied. Liz sighed silently when she saw this. Sparkling scale powder began to appear around her wings again. Hey, fairy over there, don't do that again. But before she could scatter the scale powder at Cass, Nizemar stopped her. Although a fairy's vitality is much stronger than a human's, you shouldn't waste it like this. As Nizemar spoke, her hand lit up with a faint green light. You've saved him from the brink of death twice. That isn't trivial even for a fairy. With that said, she pressed her hand on the wound at Cass's abdomen. Hand of healing, expert level life magic. Although it only temporarily stopped the bleeding from Cass's ruptured wound, it still made him feel much better. After doing all of this, Nizemar turned to look at Liz and said, you don't have much life force left. Don't waste it in such a place. Who's wasting it on him? I'm just afraid that his wound will be too deep and he will suddenly die. When that happens, I won't be able to recover all my scale powder. Liz raised her voice. SHH. Cass gestured for her to keep quiet. A team called the Gravekeepers was perpetually stationed near the graveyard to prevent large-scale reanimations. It wouldn't be good if they discovered them and treated them as necromancers who had snuck into steel corpses. Liz covered her mouth in acknowledgement. Looking at the temple in the middle of the graveyard, Cass whispered, Are you sure that weapon is under that temple? Nizemar nodded and replied, I'm very sure. We learned of Judgment 4's whereabouts 10 years ago. Furthermore, we proposed to Duke Simon back then, but he found all kinds of reasons to reject us. As Nizemar spoke, she straightened the triangular hat on her head. The white feathers on the hat swayed slightly under the night wind. If it weren't for the fact that his relationship with the Empire's royal family deteriorated rapidly and that a few batches of intelligence personnel sent by the royal family were assassinated by magic chanters suspected of using Moonrealm power, we might have continued the back and forth with him. As she spoke, she walked down the wall stairs with Cass and Liz following behind her. Endless tombstones stood erected in the graveyard, one after another. The dead here were laid so densely that the living didn't even have a place to rest their feet. They could only step on tombstones for advancement. Cass accidentally cracked another tombstone loudly and couldn't help but complain. Speaking of which, can't we take the main road? Must we step on the heads of the dead here? He was a local of the Blackwater province, so he found it disturbing to disrupt the dead's peace. There will be a guard patrol on the road at night. It will be troublesome if we're discovered. Nizemar, who was walking in front, replied without turning her head. Compared to Cass's tall and burly figure and the heavy weapon on his back, Nizemar leaped up and down nimbly like a cat on many graves. She was so agile that it was as if she was strolling at home. Really? I don't see any light on the main road over there. They won't patrol without lights, right? Cass looked in the direction of the road and asked. Upon hearing that, Nizemar stopped on a cross-shaped tombstone and turned to look over. Moreover, not only is there no light on the main road, but there's also no light from the camp at the entrance. Do they switch off the lights at this hour? Cass pointed at the entrance of the graveyard. At this moment, they were very close to the temple in the middle of the graveyard. It's a little strange, but there's no time to care. Let's. It was also at this moment that a black blast quickly spread from the temple to every corner of the graveyard. However, other than a gust of wind that wasn't too strong or weak, the fluctuation didn't affect the three of them at all. What was that? I sensed a magical power within, but why didn't it affect us at all? Liz asked in shock. As for Nizemar, she looked at the temple in the middle of the graveyard with a serious expression and said, That's. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. An earthquake? This was the first thought that came to Cass's mind, but cruel reality told him that the ground's tremors weren't as simple as an earthquake. It was much more terrifying than an earthquake. The tombstone under Nizemar's feet suddenly shattered, and a half-rotted arm grabbed her leg. At the same time, hundreds of millions of incomplete or complete, rotting, or bone-white hands tore through their coffins and soil in the graveyard, reaching out from the ground. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Astral Lighthouse, Astral Observatory. In front of Vincent was the stranger constellation that was connected to the astral circuit. Surging magic power was guided into the vast magic network from here and then resonated through the constellations into the ether domain of every registered magic chanter. As long as he obtained the authority to use this constellation, he could bypass the astral laws and establish a connection with the astral world, advancing to the legendary domain, a domain that had kept him out for more than 10 years. This was a promise Duke Simon had given him. However, Vincent sighed slightly. He didn't believe that Duke Simon's plan would succeed. Or rather, even if Duke Simon's plan succeeded, it definitely wouldn't be the bright future they had imagined more than 20 years ago. After being enlightened by the magic chanter named Presiding Judge, Vincent increasingly realized that his previous worries weren't unnecessary. How different would the fate of the Blackwater province ultimately be, whether it was controlled by the Empire or the Void Sovereigns? Moreover, Vincent recalled the Divine Realm magic chanter and his expression of having everything under control, as well as his confidence in letting him go after stating his request. Was Duke Simon's plan as foolproof as he said? Or was every step within that person's expectations? With this in mind, Vincent discovered the problem that had eluded him. Why did that person choose to appear in the Silver Stream mine? Why did he let me off so easily? The Rose Palace's Mage Hall and the Bramble Guard's headquarters were two places where problems were more likely to arise because there were too many people. However, the first time he appeared was in the Silver Stream mine. It had to be known that the Silver Stream mine had always been handed over to the Moon Realm spirits to handle. Even the miners had been controlled via specially implanted soul-ingesting spider demons. Other than the supervisor sent over, even the people from the Mage Hall didn't know what was below, and he chose to appear in such a place. What was even more inexplicable was that not only did the magic chanter not leave after killing the presiding Moon Realm spirit, but he also calmly stayed where he was and specially created a chance to talk to him alone. If he hadn't long understood the Duke's plan, how could a Divine Realm magic chanter like him lower himself to change into a miner's outfit and infiltrate the Silver Stream mine alone? It couldn't be that he came because he lacked elementium silver, right? Therefore, what was the other party's true goal in letting him go? A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that he already expected me to tell the Duke what happened in the Silver Stream mine? Upon having this realization, Vincent broke out in cold sweat. If that was the case, everything made sense. This was a trap the other party had planned from the beginning. Duke Simon planned on simultaneously holding the King and Rebel ritual and the Eternal Gift at the Holy Sepulchre. He did a perfect job of keeping it a secret. Even Vincent, the chief palace mage, didn't know. Needless to say, the Moon Realm spirit had been secretly in charge of the preparations. After the magic chanter destroyed the ceremonial temple under the Silver Stream mine, he expected that the Duke might have a backup plan, but he didn't know where it was. Therefore, he deliberately triggered the Duke's sense of danger, making him choose to take the risk and begin the ritual. With this in mind, Vincent immediately stood up and walked to the Astral Observatory's door. The Duke's intentions had been exposed. He had to inform him quickly. Vincent pulled open the door to the Astral Observatory. Then, he was stunned. The Divine Realm mage who called himself the presiding judge stood at the entrance of the Astral Observatory with a serious expression. His being here was within the other party's expectations. Vincent thought in despair as he looked at the person in front of him. You already know. There were thousands of words in his mind, but they only turned into these words of admiration. It was too late. It was all too late. Vincent turned around dejectedly and walked back to the Astral Observatory. His entire body went limp as he sat in front of the stranger constellation. As for William, he looked at Vincent, who had suddenly become dispirited for some reason, and swallowed the words, "Why are you here?" After a moment of silence, he slowly walked into the Astral Observatory and closed the door with his elbow. Then, while paying attention to the surroundings for any ambushes, he walked to a spot not far in front of Vincent. What a coincidence. Although William didn't know what the other party meant, he pretended to be relaxed and sighed as an opening remark. However, the other party only replied dejectedly, "Coincidence? We walked right into your scheme. How is it a coincidence?" "My scheme?" William was puzzled hearing what Vincent said. "What did I do?" However, although he didn't understand what the other party meant, he continued acting profoundly and spouted nonsense. "It might not all be part of my scheme, but sometimes, that is how fate is, place everyone in the right time and place, and everything will happen naturally." However, Vincent only chuckled bitterly at his words. "Comparing your scheme to fate? There's probably no one in this world more arrogant than you." The muscles on William's face twitched unconsciously. Fortunately, Vincent was immersed in his decadence and didn't notice. It was really difficult to hold it in. Just as William was thinking about how to get information out of the other party spoke first. "Then, do it." He stood up and spread his arms, spreading his fingers. He indicated that he didn't have a magical medium in his hand and had exposed his body to the greatest extent. This was the posture of a magic chanter, showing that he was willing to die. William looked at his fearless expression and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why should I kill you?" Vincent smiled in melancholy and said, "Didn't you say that as long as I choose to stand opposite you, you will not be merciful?" William nodded and hesitated for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and asked, "So you still chose to stand opposite me? Even though you already know that everything you do is under my control?" As he spoke, William secretly added the status of cold bloodline to himself so that his burning face wouldn't be so obvious. As for Vincent, he felt a suffocating cold aura of death emanating from the other party. It looked like the Divine Realm mage was planning on attacking. Therefore, he looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Yes, even if you already know that the ceremonial venue is in the Holy Sepulchre, even if I know that we have no chance of winning, I still choose to stand opposite you." Bingo? He finally understood what was going on. Although he didn't know what the other party had misunderstood, it was good that he had said it himself. William excitedly reached into his pocket and snapped his fingers. However, he immediately realized what the other party meant. Holy Sepulchre? Isn't that the place that triggered the rotten moon tide? So that Duke planned on doing this? Creating an undead calamity? William suddenly felt a headache. If millions of undead were let out of their cages, it would be tiring killing them. He didn't know if his strategic spells could clear the area on a large scale. It wouldn't be anything like in-game where he performed extremely poorly because of his computer hardware's lacking performance, right? Thoughts raced through his mind. Then, he looked at Vincent, who was standing there silently waiting for death, and picked up the magical medium, planning to give the other party a quick death. But before that, William asked curiously, "I'm a little curious. Why are you willing to die instead of considering my suggestion? The conditions I offer aren't bad, right?" Vincent calmly replied, "Because I've long sworn that I'll only be loyal to Simon Wald." William felt that he had been flirting with the blind when he tried to recruit him. "But I see that you're also a person with ideas. Have you thought about whether Simon is a monarch worthy of your loyalty?" William continued asking. Nov. L. B/JNN. Vincent fell silent. Silence at this moment could be considered a response. Then, "Why are you still?" Vincent interrupted William before he could finish speaking. "He will keep his word, so I will naturally keep mine." "What did he promise?" William asked curiously. "He promised to protect my daughter, Liliana," Vincent replied. Upon hearing this, William extinguished the instant death spell on the magical medium. "Your daughter might already be dead." William's words made Vincent widen his eyes abruptly. He looked at the man in front of him with a ferocious expression. His hands reached into a spatial rift and pulled out an ebony magical medium. Instantly, the medium lit up with dazzling lightning. "What did you do to my daughter?" At this moment, Vincent, who was in the Astral Lighthouse's Astral Observatory and had received preliminary authorization from the Tower Guardian, could mobilize magic power at the legendary level. His mind had long exceeded the master level and was even stronger than many magic chanters who had just reached legendary. With the augmentation of the Astral Lighthouse, Vincent could be considered a middle-level existence even among legendary magic chanters. As Vincent brandished his magical medium, purplish-black dragon-shaped lightning gradually circled in the air and took shape. Crackling air explosions constantly exploded beside the lightning dragon, and the various decorations in the Astral Observatory were also sent floating in the air by the violent spatial fluctuations caused by the lightning. William frowned and looked at the powerful lightning in front of him. He tapped the magical medium in his hand and said, "Calm down." As he had cast Cold Bloodline buff on himself, William used a frost-type control spell while the buff was still active. Mute Impact. A dense, cone-shaped frost aura blew out of the magical medium and deluged the nearby Vincent. Vincent's waving of the magical medium instantly froze. When the frost aura dissipated, every joint on his body was covered in thick frost, and his feet were firmly rooted to the ground by the frost. He was like a puppet whose joints had been welded shut. William walked to his side, raised the magical medium in his hand, and knocked on the head of the lightning dragon that was about to take shape. A dazzling light exploded, and the lightning dragon turned into countless specks of light and dissipated. "Have you calmed down?" William looked at Vincent, who was about to turn into an ice sculpture, and asked. However, from the other party's constant struggle and the murderous expression on his face, it didn't seem to be the case. "Why don't you listen to what others have to say?" William grumbled and continued, "I'm only saying that she might be dead, but I can't be sure of the current situation. But I might be the only person who knows her whereabouts. Are you sure you still want to attack me?" Vincent stopped struggling. He looked at William with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Tell me, what's wrong with her now?" He seemed to lose his comprehension of human language when it came to matters related to his daughter. William sighed silently. Poor parents? There was no need for him to pick a quarrel with a father. "Therefore," he said, "I already said that I don't know. However, I still know where she might be now. Furthermore, I can bring you there. However, the prerequisite is that you have to calm down. Otherwise, the probability of Liliana surviving will decrease if you delay for another second. Think about it." William waited for 5 seconds and saw the other party's expression gradually soften in intensity. Finally, rationality appeared in his eyes again. He raised his staff and said, "I'll remove your shackles next, but if you attack me again, I won't show mercy." As he spoke, he removed Mute Impact. The condensed frost instantly turned into magic power and disappeared. Vincent knelt on the ground due to his frosted joints. However, he immediately struggled to stand up on all fours. "Where is she now? Bring me to her quickly." Vincent staggered to his feet and immediately said to William, "Shut up." William recalled the location where the Phoenix Pendant's mark disappeared in his ether domain and said impatiently. About 10 seconds later, he said to Vincent, "I roughly know where she is. Wait a moment." As he spoke, he took out 6 azure gems from his pocket and threw them into the air. Blinking lightning connected them to form a portal. Flowing light fluctuated over the portal, gradually revealing a simple guest room. Liliana was lying motionless on a wooden bed. Before William could say anything, Vincent passed through the portal and rushed over. How is he not worried that there's danger? William thought. Because portals were extremely vulnerable to interference, most mages would often be extremely cautious when using a portal, especially one opened by others. There were countless instances of being killed by an explosion while passing through a portal. William didn't say anything and followed behind him. On the other end of the portal, Vincent half knelt in front of the wooden bed and carried Liliana while trembling. At this moment, Liliana's eyes were tightly closed, and her expression was constantly twisting. Upon hearing William walk over, Vincent turned his head and asked him, "What happened to her?" "She's having a nightmare," William answered matter-of-factly. "She doesn't wake up no matter how I call out to her." "That's a very nasty nightmare," William replied. "It might be a high-level illusion, or it might be a curse. Of course, it's also possible." As William spoke, he walked to the bed and pressed his hand on the girl's forehead. "What else is possible?" Vincent asked anxiously. "It's also possible that her soul was pulled to the moon realm by a goddess you plan to believe in." Withdrawing his hand, William said to Vincent with a cold expression, "I'm sorry to tell you that it's the worst possibility." "Lord of Nightmare, Zamora?" Liliana's soul was pulled to the nightmare swamp. Vincent asked with a pale face. William nodded. How did this happen?" Vincent muttered to himself in a daze. However, William said coldly, "First, her archaeological team was attacked by the Lady of Starvation's stumbling demon, and now, her soul has been pulled into the moon realm of the Lord of Nightmare. Do you have to wait until she's schemed against by the Whispering Empress again before you can guess why?" Vincent looked at William and said with a blank expression, "But that's impossible. I've never betrayed him. He also knows." His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. Then, he hugged Liliana tightly and gradually fell silent. William stood at the side and waited patiently. After a while, Vincent turned his head expressionlessly and said to him, "Can my daughter be saved?" William nodded. "Save her," Vincent said. William didn't agree immediately. Instead, he waited for him to continue. Vincent hugged Liliana and continued, "I swear to all the gods in the world that as long as you save my daughter, I shall pledge my loyalty to you. From now on, every wisp of my soul, every drop of blood, every bone, every piece of flesh, and every thought will fight for you until death." With that said, he gently put Liliana down and walked in front of William, preparing to kneel with a solemn expression. However, an invisible force held him up and stopped him. Vincent looked at the weather-beaten man in front of him in confusion. At this moment, he was pointing at the magical medium at his knees. "What oath to all the gods in the world? Didn't I tell you? My goal is to eternally liberate the fate of humanity from the gods." As he spoke, William smiled faintly. "Moreover, remember one thing. You're not allowed to kneel." The tombstone under Nizemar's feet suddenly shattered, and a rotted arm grabbed her calf. Just as she was about to lose her balance and fall to the ground, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up with a faint silver light. A silver nexus appeared below her before a powerful cyclone lifted her into the air. Floating in midair, Nizemar kicked off the hand that was trying to firm its grip on her calf before landing lightly. The moment she landed, she pulled out the rapier at her waist and stabbed at the newly awakened dead under the tombstone at lightning speed. A stream of light traveled across the rapier, and silver flames that resembled mist instantly ignited. The dead struggled and turned to dust. She eliminated one of the dead. However, millions of the dead were awakening. The ground continued trembling. The sound of soil cracking continuously rumbled. People who should have been dead long ago woke up as their incomplete soul fires were ignited by some force and eventually gathered into an unstoppable tide of the dead. Cass had already removed the black iron sword from his back and destroyed the dead that approached them. However, more of the dead replaced the fallen ones. Even the corpses that had been knocked down would slowly and firmly approach them with their broken bodies until they were reduced to immobile blocks. "This is terrible," Cass thought. In the distance, under the cold moonlight, more awakened undead swarmed over them like a wave. At this moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp and were slowly dragged into the abyss of death. With another heavy swing, the black iron sword beheaded 3 skeletons and a zombie, but this strike was blocked by a bronze halberd. An undead warrior wearing bronze armor from the ancient Blackwater Kingdom appeared among the zombies. It looked as tall as Cass, and its eyes burned with intense soul fire. The halberd in its hand was covered in rust as it crossed Cass's huge sword. Its movements weren't as stiff and rigid as the surrounding undead. Instead, it was as agile as when it was alive. After blocking Cass's strike, it immediately raised the halberd in its hand and stabbed at Cass's throat with the advantage of the weapon's long range. Although the other party's movements were as quick as a venomous snake, Cass's years of combat intuition allowed him to narrowly dodge the thrust. The halberd only left a shallow wound on his neck. Taking advantage of the other party's missed strike, he dragged his huge sword and charged at the undead warrior, slashing at the other party's left rib. However, with a clang, fine green snake-shaped runes suddenly lit up over the bronze armor. Cass felt as if his strike had struck a thick wall, and the intense recoil forced him to take 2 steps back. Enchanted armor? This person was a military noble when he was alive? Cass adjusted his breathing and carefully observed the weak connections between the other party's armor. After making a mental calculation, he immediately raised the sword in his hand and charged forward again. After 5 to 6 clashes, Cass found the other party's weakness and closed in. His sword passed through the gap between the other party's helmet and neck guard and cleanly severed the other party's neck. But before Cass could catch his breath, he looked up and saw about 20 undead warriors in bronze armor neatly lined up not far away. From the looks of it, there's a tomb of an ancient Blackwater Kingdom's military noble nearby. The corners of Cass's mouth twitched as he thought. It will be over if they get close. Nizamar, do you have a way out of here? Cass stared at the horde of undead warriors and roared. The roars of the undead tearing out of the earth continued. He could only shout with all his might to drown out the sound. Nizamar shouted a few seconds later, I have a way to escape the undead and give us some distance from them, but we're too far from the walls. That distance isn't enough for us to escape. Upon hearing this, Cass immediately said to the afloat Liz, Liz, is there anywhere nearby to go? Liz immediately flapped her wings and flew higher to look around. Then, she flew back to Cass's side with a whoosh and hurriedly pointed at the Holy Sepulchre temple in the middle of the graveyard. There's a circle of black light there. The undead will turn around and leave when they approach that light. Cass hesitated when he heard this answer. The thing that awakened the entire graveyard's undead was definitely something in the Holy Sepulchre. Even a fool could tell. If he entered, it would probably be even more dangerous than here. However, looking at the horde of undead warriors gradually approaching them, Cass shouted at Nizamar, who was fighting behind him, the temple in the middle of the graveyard. The undead can't enter, so we can take a breather over there. Staying here would ultimately result in death. It was better to enter the temple and see who the culprit was. At the very least, he could die in peace. 2 seconds later, Nizamar's okay sounded from behind. Then, a silver nexus appeared under Cass's feet. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Before he could react, a powerful whirlwind lifted him into the air. LV3 storm spell, float. Stand up and jump over one by one. Nizamar, who had also floated in midair, said to Cass, what do you mean by jumping one by one? Cass knew the answer before he finished asking. From their current location to the temple in the middle, more than 10 silver nexus instantly lit up. Then, more than 10 floating cyclones rose. Many of the cyclones had thrown up the undead as they flailed their limbs in midair. Was this the method she mentioned to put some distance between them? Cass looked at the dozen or so nexus and didn't know what to say. As for Nizamar, she said to him, be careful. One wrong jump and you're dead. As she spoke, she suddenly smiled at herself. Then, she held the rapier and jumped toward the nearest floating cyclone. This woman only seems to smile sincerely when discussing dangerous topics. Cass thought as he watched the other party's nimble back. A slight pain came from his left hand. He looked down. Liz was staring at him while pinching his finger. What are you thinking? Hurry up and jump over. This spell won't last long, Liz reminded him, her tone filled with displeasure. Cass hurriedly nodded before leaping. Compared to Nizamar, he clumsily jumped onto the next floating cyclone. It's easier than I thought, Cass thought to himself after stabilizing himself before immediately jumping to the next cyclone. The two of them jumped past the dozen or so cyclones one after another. Finally, before the spell disappeared, they jumped into the black circle of light in the middle temple and arrived at an area that the undead tide temporarily couldn't reach. However, the duo didn't let down their guard at all. The moment they landed, they gripped their weapons tightly and looked around warily. Why did those undead, Cass, who had observed for a while and realized that there were no ambushes around, asked. Why did they revive? Nizamar interrupted his question. You're a Blackwater native. You should know the history of the Rotten Moon Tide better than me.